The History of the USA in Eritrea. From Franklin D. Roosevelt to Barack Obama. And How Donald Trump Changed the Course of History. Amanuel Biedemariam. Introduction. The History of the U.S. in Eritrea. Overview. Chapter I. Brief historical background of colonizers of Eritrea. After the Italian dust settled. Eritrea's claim to self-determination. Pre-colonial history. Chapter 2. The U.S., the ultimate victor. Chapter 3. Post-World War II, post-colonial U.S. approach of Eritrea. The UN Charter. The people behind the moves. Chapter 4. The U.S. establishing bases in Eritrea. The Federation Formula, Eritrea. The Federation. Key facts. The U.S.-Ethiopia Mutual Defense Treaty. Chapter V. U.S. legacy in Eritrea. The U.S. legacy in Eritrea after World War II. The U.S.-Eritrea strategy backfired. US Eritrea policies and legacy after the Cold War. Chapter 6. New era of U.S.-Eritrea relations. Clinton's Eritrea strategy exposed policy weakness. Why was Eritrea seen as a threat? President Obama continues Clinton's policies. Chapter 7. Hard realities of Eritreans. Roosevelt and Dulles, Clinton and Rice parallels. Secretary John Foster Dulles and Ambassador Susan Rice. How Donald Trump changed the course of history. Chapter 8. The silver lining. The price of inaction. The price of national defense. The good news. Introduction. From 1974 until 1991, Ethiopia was ruled by a brutal communist military dictatorship supported, funded, and armed by the Soviet Union. Most of the first-generation Eritreans in the United States today came in the early 1980s as political dissidents and refugees after they escaped the repressive communist regime of Ethiopia. This migration occurred when Ronald Reagan was president and at the height of the Cold War. Most Eritreans who came then were granted asylum on that basis. At the time, the U.S. gave asylum to refugees and political exiles from nations in communist countries of Eastern Europe such as Poland, Yugoslavia, East Germany, etc. From Africa, Eritreans were a special case. Why? The U.S. knew the history of Eritrea. The U.S. had played a critical role in the formation of the federation arrangement that led to the union of Eritrea and Ethiopia and determined the fate of Eritreans. The U.S. knew because Eritrea played an important role in American history in Africa. The U.S. used its massive influence, power, and resources to establish a presence in Eritrea. It had a military base in the heart of the capital city of Asmara, in Keren, and the port city of Massawa on the Red Sea from until 1974 when the communist military regime overthrew Emperor Haile Selassie. The U.S. presence in Eritrea was replaced by the Soviet Union. The U.S. and Eritreans have one thing in common. They were both pushed out of Eritrea for the same reason, the communist military regime in Ethiopia who allied with the Soviet Union. In that period, tens of thousands of Eritreans were being granted asylum in the West, primarily in the US and US allied countries like Italy, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and the Middle East in the Gulf states. When Eritreans arrived in the US in the early 80s, they faced many hurdles that they had to address at the same time. They had to, first, find places to live, secure work, learn the language, and work for their future growth by going to school. They were forced to juggle many things in a hurry. Second, they were worried about their families in Eritrea because they knew the hardship their families faced. They had to support them financially, morally, and by sending them medicine and clothing, etc. Third, they had to support the struggle for the liberation of Eritrea. The support of Eritreans abroad was important to the struggle for independence. It played a critical role on many levels. It boosted the morale of the fighters back home. Eritreans played key roles in political education abroad. They organized and supported the armed struggle financially, morally, and provided logistical support. Fourth, Eritreans had to play the role of advocates for their people and the Eritrean cause for independence. They had to educate Americans about the struggle for independence and the role the US played that led to the struggle. They became the lobbyists by default and made Eritrea their mission, purpose, and life. Though Eritreans lived in the US physically, their hearts and minds were in Eritrea. They carried Eritrea with them no matter where they went. They quickly organized and gathered in every city they lived in. They spread the history of Eritrea everywhere they frequented their schools, neighborhoods, places of worship, and with their friends. They became the messengers of their people abroad. Eritreans have roamed the hallways of Congress and petitioned the US government for Eritrea. Frequently, they camped in Lafayette Park across from the White House and held hunger strikes that lasted for days. These campaigns continued until Eritrea won independence in 1991. Because Eritreans were already organized, registered, and active, when Eritrea held a referendum in 1993, Eritrean communities abroad took part and voted like Eritrean citizens. Eritrea became an internationally recognized United Nations, UN, member state on May 28, 1993. The US has been a major part of Eritrean history since 1941. After independence, for a brief period during the beginning of the first term of President Bill Clinton, between 1993 and 1998, the US did not actively engage against Eritrea. In 1998, the US re-engaged, and restarted activities designed to undermine the independence of Eritrea. For the majority Americans, Eritrea means nothing. Most do not know anything about Eritrea, they do not even know it exists. The reality, however, is that the history of Eritrea from 1941 to 2018, is the history of the United States of America. It is a part of American history that Americans should know and understand. Living in the metropolitan Washington, D.C. area and working in the tourism industry exposed me to a wide variety of American visitors. I have discovered what they are looking for when they visit D.C. I came to understand the places they want to visit and the history they seek to learn. And the history they seek to learn has nothing to do with world history, even when it is staring them in the face. For example, when people visit World War II and Franklin D. Roosevelt memorials in D.C., they see a limited version of history. They come away with narratives of the wars between Britain, France, and Russia against Nazi Germany, Japan, and Italy. They learn about Pearl Harbor and how it drew the US into the war. Nothing shows the role the US played in Eritrea, and little is written about the North African theater of World War II that partly determined the outcome of the war. The longest-serving First Lady, Eleanor Roosevelt, is prominently displayed at the Roosevelt Memorial as the first woman to have served as the U.S. delegate to the UN. Yet, little is known of the important roles the UN played in Africa and various parts of the world during her tenure. After World War II, how the U.S. dealt with Africa was shaped in that period. Most of the details of U.S. history in Eritrea took a long time to come to light. But now, because of the Freedom for Information Act and WikiLeaks, the information about what happened during that period in Eritrea is public. These were stories Eritreans wanted to tell the American people for a long time. They want to tell them we have a shared history. It is impossible to tell Eritrean history in its entirety without discussing the role of the United States. However, because of the existential nature of the challenges Eritreans faced for decades, they did not have the opportunity to tell the Eritrean perspective. This, I believe, is a perspective Americans need to know and understand to broaden their thinking about the role of the U.S. in Africa and the world after World War II and its aftermath. It is high time to give Eritrea's history due attention, know what happened then, and learn from it. My goal is to show the genesis of the U.S. in Eritrea, to tell how and why the U.S. got involved in Eritrea. The competition, the challenges the U.S. faced then, and how it dealt with them. To expose the people behind it all. To find out what shaped their thinking, their views, and their motives. I want to show their agendas, goals, and objectives, and how they went about trying to achieve them. In 1953, the U.S. signed a security agreement with Ethiopia after the U.S. and Ethiopia secured a federation agreement that allowed them both to establish a presence in Eritrea. The U.S. used the UN masterfully to control Eritrea via Ethiopia and established one of the most important intelligence bases in the world in Eritrea. From its base in Eritrea, the U.S. was able to monitor activities and spy on all communications of its adversaries. The Kagnew station base was located in the city of Asmara. The base employed thousands of Americans. Most of the servicemen and women who worked in the Kagnew station base also lived there. They lived with their families and became part of the Eritrean experience. They were an integral part of Eritrean history. From the Kagnew station base, they broadcasted TV programs and ran a popular radio station. They shared America, the American perspective, history, culture, music, sports, and movies. They even shared the moon rock of Apollo 11, which was displayed in the city for thousands of students who lined up to see it on the grounds of an area called Expo. They celebrated the 4th of July in grand style. In doing so, they gave Eritreans a glimpse of the U.S. These are shared stories and history. Now the question is, who should tell the history? The Americans who were in Eritrea can only tell one side of the story. They cannot tell the Eritrean side of the story. They can't know the impact, the backlash, or the pain. The U.S. presence in Eritrea was part of a much larger picture that included the entire Middle East, Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean, and the Strait of Hormuz. Eritrea as part of Ethiopia covered many grounds for U.S. interests. That is the reason why the U.S. united them. So, therefore, if it were up to the U.S., Eritrea was not supposed to exist. Had the story played out the way the U.S. intended, the story of Eritrea as a nation would not have appeared. The question is, how did the strategy serve the long-term interests of the U.S.? What is the relationship like today? Why? What do the people-to-people relations look like today? These are some important questions Americans must ask. But they must look back at history to understand the current situation. The people of Eritrea are unique, resilient, and capable to withstand hardships. They persevered and paid heavy prices. But in the end, their dedication, commitment, hard work, and above all, their willingness to make the sacrifices necessary, ended up winning the day. The people of Eritrea won. They came out victorious after having been tried for decades. Eritreans have spent decades fighting, struggling to bring independence, and after independence, they were forced to defend their sovereignty however they could. It was a struggle for survival that gave little room to anything else. In the end, Eritrea has won the victory without a doubt. They now can write their story, their history, and reshape the narratives. That means it is now time to write the stories I have been trying to tell for a long time. The stories, and the journey of the people of Eritrea, my story. I wanted to tell the story, to tell the American people my perspective, the Eritrean perspective accurately, for knowledge and education. With that in mind, I reached out to the American servicemen and women who served in Eritrea using social media. I searched and found a Kagnew station Facebook page, introduced myself, and told them about my book. I expected that there would be interest. But I was pleasantly surprised at their eagerness and desire to talk about their experiences in Eritrea. I reached out because I wanted to be fair and provide them an opportunity to give their perspective and tell their stories. Because of my goal, the aim is to tell the story objectively and accurately. There is also a lot of misinformation and false narratives about Eritrea and its history. That is because many players do not want to see Eritrea stand as a nation, and they have done everything to undermine the aspirations of the people. As part of that process, Eritrea faced a sustained vilification campaign that painted the wrong picture of Eritrea. These enemies portrayed Eritrea in the most negative light possible. They attacked the history, the values, the culture of the revolution, and individuals who fought for decades. Because of the constant demonization, The history of gallantry, valor, bravery, brilliance, wit, grit, and the unmatched resilience of the people was tainted. The history of Eritrea is one of the most brilliant stories of success. It is a unique history, different from the rest of Africa. It is the real David and Goliath story unseen anywhere. The people of Eritrea fought the most powerful nations of the world for 30 years and won. They fought as one, they fought as a family and won. That story has not been told fully because of all the destruction. The Eritrean experience is unparalleled. Because no one wanted Eritrea to succeed, there was no support from any nation or global organization. After all, it was the United Nations that determined the fate of Eritrea with the federation that united it with Ethiopia in 1952, and the unchallenged illegal annexation in 1962. As a result, Eritrea was forced to go it alone. Learning and leaning on self-reliance was the only way. And no matter the challenges, the people of Eritrea arose, overcame, and kept adopting. In the last 20 years, Eritrea was kept in the dark, away from the global economy, unable to import and export because of sanctions. They designed the sanctions and obstacles to render Eritrea a failed state. But the people of Eritrea went back to the old and true self-reliance strategy, withstood the global pressures, and overcame. The US approach to Eritrea and the region was counterproductive. It failed the US during and after the Cold War. The US was pushed out of Eritrea in 1974 to 1977, by a communist military regime, and when it re-engaged after the Cold War, the US approach remained the same. The Clinton administration pursued policies the US pursued after World War II in a world that had transformed. The Clinton administration's approach to Africa recycled failed policies that hamstrung the US. It was inflexible and failed to anticipate competition. This has allowed other players like China to take advantage. As an Eritrean American, I have a responsibility to air this view, unbiased, the best way I can. Hopefully, that in turn will bring awareness so US policymakers, thinkers, and leaders can conceive of a new approach that better positions the US as a global force. I also would like to see the US-Eritrea relations in a better place. This book is volume 1 of a 4-part series of books that I would like to publish soon. In the end, it is a book about the journeys of the people of Eritrea abroad, their experiences, achievements, challenges, trials, tribulations, and joys. However, one cannot tell the story of Eritreans without revealing the US involvement in Eritrea, which is the core, the driver of all the activities after 1941. The good thing is, history is well documented. The transcripts, pictures, and related evidence are mostly sourced from US government historic archives. The telegram exchanges, telephone conversations, and summaries of meetings provide a unique insight into the mindset of the actors. It is the unfiltered history for all readers who want to understand the true nature of US involvement in Eritrea. I also want to encourage my fellow Eritreans who are very experienced and well-versed historians to tell their stories as well. Eritreans are exceptionally good at telling each other and their children stories about their experiences. But sadly, there are not many writers. That is a serious problem. My hope is, therefore, to encourage and let Eritreans know that it is incumbent upon them to tell their history and correct the false narratives that have been written about Eritrea for a long time. The history of the US in Eritrea. Overview. From the first time I arrived in the US, people have asked me where I was from. Everywhere I went, and everyone I met asked me the same question. And when I told them I came from Eritrea, after struggling to pronounce Eritrea for a minute, they would ask, "Where is Eritrea?" I tried to explain the history of Eritrea, the Italian and British colonial legacy, and the US, and later the Soviet involvement and their impact on the people, culture, music, etc. After independence in 1991, Eritrea held a referendum and became an internationally recognized UN member state in 1993. By this time, I expected people to know a little more. But that was not the case. I still answered the same questions even after the US established relations and opened a diplomatic mission in Eritrea. I am sure every Eritrean can relate to my experiences. And it never gets easier. It goes to show how much Eritreans have to work to introduce and explain Eritrea to the world. After having lived in the US for a while, I played with it. So, when I was asked, "Where are you from?" I would go on the offensive and ask the questions myself. I would ask, "Have you heard of Eritrea? Do you know where it is located? Do you know the history of the US in Eritrea?" The answers are always no. Then I would ask, "Did you know that the US had a military base in Eritrea?" I would see an expression of surprise, but the answer remained the same. It was always no. It is at that point that I will try to educate and explain the history and its impact. They all hear with amazement and fascination. Over the years, what I have discovered is that Americans are unaware of the extent of US involvement, not only in Eritrea but in the entire continent of Africa. This is mainly because Africa gets little or no attention from Western mainstream media. Unless it is civil wars, hunger, starvation, diseases, or anything related to bad news, they do not report important stories that promote knowledge. They seem to avoid the actual picture, the background information, and deny their readers the essence to sensationalize the stories. The media ignores and hides the roles Western nations play that lead to disastrous events. They design all their reporting to shape public perceptions with targeted agendas. They deliberately downplay, misrepresent, and mischaracterize the level and nature of US and Western involvement of the continent to shape narratives that serve their agenda. US involvement in the continent of Africa dates to the beginning of America. Reminders of American involvement in the continent are everywhere in the slave trade coasts of Africa in Benin, Ghana, Senegal, Nigeria, Angola, and many other places in Africa. But perhaps one of the greatest legacies that tie America to Africa, a country that shows the intimate connection of the United States to Africa, is Liberia. The US established Liberia in 1819 to send back the growing number of freed black people in America to settle in Africa. They named Monrovia, the capital of Liberia, after President James Monroe. He was president from 1817 to 1825 and supported the formation of Liberia as a colony. Chapter I. Brief historical background of colonizers of Eritrea. Most believe the American presence in Eritrea started after the federation with Ethiopia in 1952. It is little known or widely discussed that the US was interested and worked to establish its presence in Eritrea and the region before Italy invaded Ethiopia in October 1935. History reveals as events that led to World War II took up steam, the US was readying to position itself in the region, first in Ethiopia, and later Eritrea, while Italy colonized Eritrea. Italy was in Eritrea 65 years before the US involvement in the affairs of Eritrea. It all started in 1866, when Giuseppe Sapato, a young missionary monk dispatched to Abyssinia to promote Christianity, became an advocate of the Italian presence in the region. Sapato successfully convinced Tommaso Titani, Italian Minister for Foreign Affairs, and King Victor Emmanuel to establish a presence on the Red Sea basin. In the fall of 1869, the government of Italy sent Giuseppe Sapato to the Red Sea to find a suitable location to establish an Italian presence on the coasts of Eritrea. In 1869, an Italian shipping company named Rabatino bought Asab Bay from the local Danakil chief sultan. Italy's presence in Eritrea dates to 1870. That is when the Italians started settling on the Red Sea coast and established a presence in the port city of Asab. However, it is hardly a coincidence that this was taking place when France and Britain competed for strategic territories in Egypt for the Suez Canal, a key international waterway, and a lifeline for global trade in the Horn of Africa. From the early 1800s leading to World War I was the period in which European colonizers aggressively pushed to expand and cement their hold on the territories and countries they colonized throughout Africa. The competition between France and Britain was especially fierce in Egypt, Sudan, Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, and Ethiopia. They competed for dominance, for human resources, colonies, and trade routes. These competitions drove the rivalries and proxy wars between France, Britain, and other actors in Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, Sudan, Egypt, and Libya. For example, from 1798 to 1802, Napoleon invaded and occupied Egypt. In the aftermath of France's defeat in 1815, Britain occupied Egypt in 1822. Britain needed this vital waterway to transport goods to its colony in India via the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. They completed the Suez Canal in 1869. Had France stayed in Egypt, Britain would have been required to go through France to gain access to India through the Suez Canal. In this period, governors or khedives loyal to the Ottoman Kingdom governed Egypt, and they had their ambitions of expansion in the region. They wanted to control the entire Nile region in Abyssinia, today's Ethiopia. Khedive Ismail Pasha established a base in the current state of Eritrea in 1863 and launched continuous attacks against Abyssinia, who was ruled by the newly crowned Emperor Yohannes IV of Medina. However, after various attempts, and having suffered major losses in many battles, embarrassed Egyptian forces sat idle in the Red Sea, disconnected from Egypt until 1881, when a Sudanese cleric, Muhammad bin Abdallah, who proclaimed himself as the Mahdi, or the Chosen One, declared jihad or holy war against the British rule in Sudan. The strong Mahdiist army attacked British forces and surrounded Khartoum in 1882. To regain control, the British and Egyptian troops counterattacked. However, the joint British and Egyptian armies suffered a terrible blow and retreated in defeat. Colonel William Hicks, who led the British army, was killed in the war. These events led Britain to seek help from Emperor Yohannes IV of Abyssinia. Britain wanted Abyssinia to provide military support to help save the British soldiers trapped in Kassala in exchange for Eritrea, peace, an end to Egyptian occupation, and free transit of goods through the port city of Missawa. This led to the Hewitt Treaty between Ethiopia, Britain, and Egypt, a peace treaty that ended the wars between Egypt and Ethiopia, signed in Adway on June 3, 1884. On June 3, 1884, the Treaty of Adway, formerly known as the Treaty of Hewitt, was negotiated in the city of Asmara, and later signed in Adway, Ethiopia by Admiral William Hewitt, who represented Great Britain, Mason Bey represented Egypt, and Ras Alula, Ethiopia. On June 3, 1884, the Treaty of Hewitt, aka the Treaty of Adway, negotiated in Asmara, signed in Adway by Admiral William Hewitt, Great Britain, Khedive Tewfik represented, and Emperor Yohannes. The treaty provided Ethiopia with the free transit of goods through Missawa under British protection, withdrawal of Egyptian troops, Egypt's promise to facilitate the future appointments of Abunas, bishop, for Ethiopia, and extradition of criminals between Egypt and Ethiopia. Queen Victoria, and a little later, Khedive Tewfik of Egypt ratified the treaty in July 1884. The treaty ended long-time enmity and wars between Egypt and Abyssinia that started in 1832 to 1876. Soon thereafter, Emperor Yohannes IV of Medina wrongly assumed that he would occupy Missawa once the Egyptians left, and in less than a month after signing the treaty, Emperor Yohannes IV wrote to Queen Victoria and pleaded to take hold of Missawa. In the end, Emperor Yohannes fought the Mahdiist troops and ended up losing his life because of gunshot wounds suffered during the battle. When the Mahdists discovered the emperor was dead, they got his body, cut off his head, and took it to Omdurman as a trophy. Ethiopian cooperation with British forces in 1884 was a prelude and precedent to future Ethiopian military cooperation with the West, especially the U.S. Since 1991, the Ethiopian government has become a key instrument of the U.S. in peacekeeping, and as boots on the ground for U.S. missions in Africa as seen in Somalia, South Sudan, and other places in Africa. Italy's arrival in Eritrea coincided with these developments in the region. As developments intensified for Britain, France was also eyeing to establish a foothold and gain new colonies in the region. And while Britain engaged against the Mahdiist army in Sudan, France quietly established a presence in French Somaliland, in modern-day Djibouti in 1883. It also expanded its reach to Abyssinia and established relations with the monarchy, becoming an important ally to King Menelik of Abyssinia. France's move into the region was a threat to Britain's sphere of influence. To counter France and to prevent its advances, Britain dropped the Hewitt Treaty it signed with Ethiopia and supported Italy in colonizing Eritrea. Britain also encouraged Italy to push forward and colonize Abyssinia. In 1890, Italy formally colonized Eritrea. 6 years later, in 1896, Italy invaded Abyssinia. On March 1, 1896, in northern Ethiopia, Abyssinian forces handed Italy a humiliating defeat. During the Battle of Adwa, Emperor Menelik II soundly defeated the Italian army and stopped its ambitions of establishing an empire in the region. Today, the Battle of Adwa is an important event in the history of Ethiopia. It is a day of national pride celebrated annually. However, in the years leading up to World War I, fearing the threats of war, Britain and France stopped their rivalries, reconciled, and cooperated to thwart their rivals. And to expand their alliance, they wanted Italy on their side, as a member of the Triple Entente with Britain, France, and Russia against Germany, Austria, and Hungary. In that regard, they made major concessions to entice Italy. Britain promised Italy significant territorial gains and allowed it to expand into Abyssinia. In exchange, Italy was to sign the Treaty of London and commit itself to enter World War I on the side of Britain. Italy signed the agreement and received permission to invade Abyssinia. After the rise of Benito Mussolini to power in 1922, Italy's ambitions to cement and expand its presence in Abyssinia grew. Emboldened by the attention and the concessions, Italy was ready to claim Abyssinia as its colony and avenge its defeat in the Battle of Adwa. As World War II neared, France made even more concessions to keep Italy close. It signed the Franco-Italian Agreement of 1935 in exchange for more territories in French Somaliland. France also conceded Chad and Libya and abandoned its relations with Abyssinia. The Franco-Italian Agreement gave Mussolini the opportunity and consent needed to invade Abyssinia. All the while when France, England, and Italy juxtaposed and readied for war, the US showed limited interest in the region. According to the State Department's historic records, US-Ethiopia diplomatic relations were established in 1903. However, the US had a small presence until 1935, when the US had just summoned a young American graduate from Harvard, John H. Spencer, to Paris. The US offered Spencer a position as an advisor after he proved his ability to master international law in French. Due to the ties between France and Emperor Menelik, Emperor Haile Selassie received an opportunity to get educated by French missionaries. As a result, besides his native language Amharic, the emperor spoke French. The US sent Spencer to be the legal advisor to the emperor in French. In his memoir, Ethiopia at Bay, a personal account of the Haile Selassie years, Spencer described the circumstances under which he got the job. He stated that he only received the job because he was not a household name. He said since people did not know who he was, if things were to go wrong, the US could easily distance itself from him. In his memoir, Spencer talked about his experiences in Ethiopia and his dealings with the emperor during the Italian invasion of Abyssinia, which took place a few months after he arrived in Addis Ababa. Spencer wrote about the interesting events that took place inside Addis Ababa as the Italian forces advanced. He gave personal accounts of the life-threatening events that he experienced. Spencer witnessed Addis Ababa fall to the Italians. He saw the breakdown of order in Addis Ababa before the Italians took control. As a legal advisor, Spencer was close to the emperor, and he was in his presence during the key moments of the historic period. He witnessed the emperor going through the agonizing moments that led to his exile. Spencer witnessed these major global developments take place, and as he represented American interests, he cooperated with other nations that had a presence in Ethiopia. He was a key personality who understood the importance of his work and left detailed accounts of US involvement in Ethiopia, the events that led to the federation, and ultimately the annexation of Eritrea. Mussolini amassed nearly 700,000 soldiers, including those from the colonies, and invaded Ethiopia in October 1935. The poorly equipped Ethiopian army, who were no match for the Italian heavy artillery ground and air vehicles with access to endless supplies, held off Italian advances for a while. It was only after Italian forces used mustard gas that the Ethiopian soldiers capitulated, dispersed, and gave up. After that, Italian forces pushed deep into Ethiopian territories, occupying Adwe, Aksum, and Mekelle. They defeated Ethiopian troops and advanced into the heart of Ethiopia, forced Emperor Haile Selassie into exile, and took Addis Ababa May 1936. Italian dignitaries and military leaders, relating to the Italian-Abyssinian War, 1935–1936 Hoover Institution Archives. The summarized account of these consequential moments provides a window at a moment in history when various colonizers collided and colluded to advance their interests. It shows how fluid the alliances were. Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, Egypt, Somalia, Djibouti, and Kenya represented a big pie in one of the most strategic regions of the world. The flexibility of France, England, and Italy showed how well these European nations coordinated on their efforts to control the nations of the region. For example, at first, France and England were at odds and competed against each other. But as threats of WWI became real, they partnered to defend the interests and worked together. They set their differences aside, looked at the enormous picture, and empowered Italy by making concessions. Italy was a reluctant participant. But Italy had no choice but to cooperate with Britain and France because Eritrea and Ethiopia held the key to Mussolini's expansionist agendas in Africa. And the only way to achieve it was by cooperation with Britain and France, who had colonial rights. Signing an agreement with Britain and France was the permission to colonize Eritrea and advance into Abyssinia. However, as World War II escalated and German forces achieved military success in Europe and Russia, Italy abandoned the agreements it signed with France and England and signed with the Axis powers, namely Germany, Japan, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, and declared war against Britain in June 1940. That changed the makeup of the war, especially in East and North Africa. Italy was no longer on the side of Allied powers. It was fighting against the US and Allies on a new front. Italian forces led by Rodolfo Graziani attacked British forces in Egypt from the Libyan side and penetrated deep, occupying vast territories of Egypt. Britain, France, and the Allied forces fought in North and East Africa while fighting German advances in Europe. Pressed and spread thin, Britain and France sought help from the United States, and the help was immediate. U.S. involvement in the war tipped the balance. Britain and Allied forces scored the first significant victory during World War II after they defeated the Italian army in the Battle of Keren in Eritrea in 1941. The defeat of the Italians placed Eritrea under British military administration, BMA, as a United Nations Trust territory. This paved the way for the U.S. presence in Eritrea after World War II. It ended the fierce competition that existed between France and Britain in the region. And as the ultimate victor, the US took control of post-war developments in Europe and established a new world order in post-colonial Africa. Charles de Gaulle visiting French troops 1941 Eritrea. After the Italian dust settled, the Italian occupiers took the land from the people of Eritrea and treated them as subhuman subjects in their own country for over 60 years. The Italians were masters in Eritrea. With Eritrean muscles, they built roads, railways, communication, electricity, and the infrastructures in Eritrea. They developed agriculture and established construction, textiles, mechanics, food processing industries, etc. The Eritrean urban population grew, and the number of Italians living in Eritrea mushroomed. The capital city of Asmara became advanced with a high standard of living and was amongst the most desirable places to live, work, and visit for the Italian settler colony. However, after Eritrea fell under British military administration, Britain dismantled many of the industries and infrastructures and took it as war booty. The life of the people of Eritrea, under the British military administration, BMA, was mired with repression. In 1981, the International Commission of Jurists, ICJ, an advocacy group that advocates for the rights of nations and people denied the right to self-determination by the UN, conducted a case study on Eritrea. The results of the study detailed oppressive measures the British military administration took in Eritrea. The summary: many industries were closed down, indeed even earlier, the British had cancelled many of the work schemes that had been part of the Italian colonial structure. The result was mass unemployment and starvation for the working class. The lot of the peasantry was also very hard, as more and more land was expropriated while taxes on land were increased. In the administrative branches, many officials and clerical workers were dismissed. Those who wanted to start small businesses were refused licenses by the British, who granted. This renewed wave of repression was not without consequences. The peasants of the highlands expressed their indignation at the expropriation of their land by burning farms and by killing the Italians who had taken over their land. For 8 years, 1942 to 49, a powerful anti-feudal movement swept the western lowlands. The intelligentsia, many of them now jobless, were also astir. They organized demonstrations and struggles and wrote articles attacking British colonialism. The demands were for land and independence, and an end to colonialism. Britain's looting of Eritrea was deliberate, and part of a sinister US-Britain agenda designed to control Eritrea and the region. It was a plan to render Eritrea incapable of governing itself so that they could sell the idea that it is poor and not viable as an independent nation to the UN General Assembly. Britain tried to weaken the social fabric of the people. First, by attempting to break Eritrea into 2 parts. The southern part, known as the Highlands, was to belong to Ethiopia. The northern part, known as the Lowlands, was to become part of Sudan. Second, Eritrea's colonizers have always targeted religion and tried to use it to divide and rule Eritreans. During the BMA from 1941 to 1952 and the federation with Ethiopia from 1952 to 1962, religion was used to create division. The BMA understood Eritrea's diverse cultures that are composed of 9 ethnic nationalities. They knew the harmony of the diverse cultures and the role of Islam in the history of Eritrea for centuries prior. They appreciated the significant roles that Islam has played throughout much of Eritrea's history. Unlike Ethiopia, who claimed to be a Christian nation, Somalia and Djibouti, which is 100% Islamic, Eritrea is a nation that has evenly divided numbers of Muslims and Orthodox or Tawhid and other Christian populations. The BMI decided to target Muslims because it felt Muslims aspired for Eritrean national identity. The BMI knew Muslims had no affinity to Ethiopia, who claimed to be a Christian nation. The UN General Assembly soundly rejected BMA's request to divide Eritrea to highland and lowland. Significant here is how European colonizers traded and used African territories, countries, ethnicities, regions, and religions as bargaining chips and tools. It serves as an example on how they divided African countries. It shows the machinations. It also showed that the British and Italians placed no considerations on the lives of the people of Eritrea and the region. They were oblivious to the cultures, customs, traditions, and religious ways of life altered. They gave no time to consider that the people of Eritrea deserved peace, human dignity, work, stability, and institutional structures. They gave no considerations to the future of Eritrean families. This was the modus operandi of the British. This is what they have done in many countries, which they called territories, protectorates, administrations, etc. They saw them as mere properties to plunder, pillage, and compete without mercy. After World War II, as the colonizers decided the fate of most African countries, these were the mechanisms they used to perpetuate their control over Africa. The end of World War II marked the beginning of the end of colonialism in Africa as we knew it then and ushered in a new form of colonization in Africa, neocolonialism. After the war, the entire Horn of Africa, and Eritrea, was a playground for Western colonizers who tried to control it using different means. What took place in Eritrea was, therefore, a personification of what happened throughout Africa. The entry of Britain into Eritrea after defeating Italy, its exit after the federation with Ethiopia, and the US establishing a presence in Eritrea, signaled a significant transition in the history of the region and Africa. It is also significant to note the end of World War II, the way Britain deferred to the US in Eritrea and the region, marked the end of the British Empire. But ultimately, the US prevailed as the undisputed victor. This was the beginning of a new global order. An era the US led, and it was the start of the US-Soviet Cold War competition. Eritrea was an integral part of the story. The US-Africa's strategy and presence were centered in Ethiopia, a nation that became the home of the Organization of African Unity on May 25, 1963. This placed Ethiopia in the center of African politics. And by extension, the Union of Eritrea and Ethiopia granted the US access to the political leadership of African countries, strategic presence on the Red Sea, and above all, it granted the US advantages over the Soviet Union in the region and Africa. Eritrea was undermined in the process. In that regard, the International Commission of Jurists released an extensive case study written by Professor J. Griffiths, on a document titled, Eritrea's Claim to Self-Determination. Recent developments relating to Human Rights Report of a Mission, Geneva, March 1981, 12 pages. Eritrea's Claim to Self-Determination. Of all the peoples who, since the Second World War, have been the victims of great power rivalries and ambitions, perhaps the one with the greatest claim for consideration is the people of Eritrea. Nevertheless, no nation has yet been willing to raise the issue of the rights of these people in the United Nations. The truth is that the Eritrean question is a source of embarrassment both to the United Nations itself and to almost all interested parties. It will, therefore, be a matter of some comfort to the Eritrean liberation movements that after 20 years of armed conflict, the question is at last being debated at the international level. It is still not on the agenda of the United Nations or of the Organization of African Unity, but it has been discussed at the Islamic Summit Conference and at the Arab League Assembly. In January 1981, the Islamic Summit Conference, held at Taif, Saudi Arabia, called for a just and peaceful settlement of the Eritrean question and set up a committee to investigate the issue and report back to the Council of Foreign Ministers in Baghdad in May. More recently, in March 1981, the Arab League, following a resolution passed by its permanent assembly in Tunis last September, brought together the various Eritrean movements in the latest attempt to create a more united front in order that Eritrea may achieve its national objectives. The essence of the Eritrean question is that Ethiopia contends that Eritrea is an integral part of its territory and that the movement for its liberation is a secessionist movement to which no support should be given, as it violates the principle of territorial integrity. It will be remembered that in 1952, following a resolution of the General Assembly passed 2 years earlier, Eritrea was united with Ethiopia as an autonomous unit within an Ethiopian federation. 10 years later, its autonomous status was abolished and it was incorporated as a province in Haile Selassie's Ethiopian Empire. This in turn led to the real beginning of the armed struggle, which has continued for nearly 20 years, first against the feudal empire and then, after the revolution, against the present communist regime. The Eritrean liberation movements contend that the Eritreans are a people entitled to self-determination, that neither the federation with nor the incorporation into Ethiopia was ever agreed to by the Eritrean people and that, indeed, both were imposed against its will. They claim, therefore, that the people of Eritrea is entitled to assert its independence pursuant to the principle and right of self-determination. 1 Boston Globe, March 26, 1981. An alternative argument which can be put forward is that even if the Ethiopian people can be held to have agreed to the 1952 settlement, this was an agreement to autonomous status within a federation. When this status was abolished, there was a fundamental breach of the agreement, which must lead to a revival of the people's right to self-determination. Before these contentions can be considered further, the relevant events must be considered more fully. Eritrea, as it is known today, with its present boundaries, was created when the Italians occupied and colonized it in 1890, and gave it the name of Eritrea, from the Red or Erythraean Sea. The history of the territory before colonization is complex and confusing. Like Ethiopia and other nations of Africa, it existed as a conglomerate of feudal entities, which were at times either victims of their neighbors or aggressors. The development of nation or multi-nation states in the whole of Africa is indeed directly related to the European colonization of the continent. Eritrea's coming under a single political administration led to the creation of a feeling of national identity among the Eritrean people, a feeling that was clearly enhanced by a common oppression, and a common economic and political life. Pre-colonial history. The original inhabitants of present-day Eritrea were a Nilotic people, who subsequently intermingled with the invading Hamitic tribes from North Africa. Between 1000 and 400 BC, Semitic tribes crossed the Red Sea and settled in the Eritrean highlands, bringing with them a more advanced civilization. Around the end of the 4th century BC, the Aksumite kingdom, based in highland Eritrea and Tigray, the latter now a province in northern Ethiopia, extended its reaches also to some important towns along the coast, like Adulis. At its height it made raids as far as the Sudan and the southern Arabian Peninsula. At that time the lowland regions of northwestern and northern Eritrea were inhabited by the Beja. Their relations with the Aksumites were those of raid and counter-raid, while the Denkalia, inhabitants of the southern coast of present-day Eritrea, had little, if any, contacts with the Aksumite kingdom. With the rise of Islam, the power of Aksum began to wane. This decline must be seen in the context of developments in northern Africa, the Middle East and the Red Sea in the 6th and 7th centuries. The Arab conquest of these areas cut off the Aksumite kingdom from the rest of the world and also resulted in the southward movement of the Hamitic, mainly Beja, tribes of eastern Egypt and northern Sudan. Their Beja kinsmen, inhabitants of the northern highlands and the Barca lowlands, were consequently pushed onto the Eritrean plateau. In 640 AD, Adulis, the Aksumite port, was destroyed by Arab invaders, and the following year the Muslim invasion of Egypt blocked the Aksumite land route to the Mediterranean. Since the Aksumite kingdom was based on trade, these events, in conjunction with the Beja invasion of the plateau, precipitated its collapse. The claim by Amhara kings and the present Ethiopian regime that Aksum included all of present-day Eritrea, and that Ethiopia is an extension, or growth of the Aksumite kingdom is incorrect. The documentary evidence shows that Aksum did not comprise all of Eritrea and that Aksum and Ethiopia occupied different territories. After the fall of Aksum, the Bejas established several independent kingdoms which exercised control over all of Eritrea as we know it today, except in the Denkalia coastal district. By the close of the 13th century, internecine conflicts had begun to erode their authority. From then until the middle of the 15th century there is a gap in historical chronology. All that is known is that no Abyssinian king ruled the plateau in this period. By the close of the 15th century there were 4 different political divisions in the area, which followed a roughly geographical division: the Madri-Bari Plateau, the Barca lowlands and the northern highlands, Massawa and the surrounding coastal areas, the Denkalia lowlands. Massawa was occupied by the Turks in 1557, the Barca lowlands and the northern highlands by the Fung kings of Sudan. The Madri-Bari Plateau, ruled by the Beja clan called Bar Negish, was in constant conflict with the Abyssinian kings, while the Denkalia region was considered the property of the Imam of Adal. All these regions, except the Madri-Bari Plateau, came under the control of the Egyptians in the middle of the 19th century. The Madri-Bari Plateau was occupied by Johannes of Tigray in 1879, but this occupation was short-lived as it came to an end with the Italian occupations. Italy established its first protectorate at Assab in 1882, and by 1889, it had driven out the Egyptians and Johannes of Tigray. This brought the entire country under Italian control thanks to its military superiority and the uncoordinated nature of the resistance that it had encountered. In June 1890, Italy proclaimed Eritrea its colony and continued to rule and exploit it for the following 50 years, until its forces were defeated by the British in 1941. Under the British occupation, Eritrea witnessed during the war an industrial boom, but the end of the Second World War brought about a depression for Eritrea. Many industries were closed down. Indeed, even earlier, the British had cancelled many of the work schemes that had been part of the Italian colonial structure. The result was mass unemployment and starvation for the working class. The lot of the peasantry was also very hard, as more and more land was expropriated while taxes on land were increased. In the administrative branches, many officials and clerical workers were dismissed. Those who wanted to start small businesses were refused licenses by the British, who granted them almost exclusively to Italians. This renewed wave of repression was not without consequences. The peasants of the highlands expressed their indignation at the expropriation of their land by burning farms and by killing the Italians who had taken over their land. For 8 years, 1942 to 49, a powerful anti-feudal movement swept the western lowlands. The intelligentsia, many of them now jobless, were also astir. They organized demonstrations and struggles and wrote articles attacking British colonialism. The demands were for land and independence, and an end to colonialism. As the Allied powers were unable to reach agreement about the future of the territory, the British brought the issue to the newly formed United Nations in 1948. Various proposals were canvassed, varying from independence, supported by the Soviet countries, annexation to Ethiopia, sought by the Ethiopians, partition between Ethiopia and the then Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, proposed by the British, trusteeship under the UN, and the solution which was eventually adopted under strong United States pressure, federation with Ethiopia. Shortly afterwards, the United States concluded a 25-year treaty with Ethiopia guaranteeing the continued use of its military bases in Ethiopia, including the base at Asmara and port facilities on the Eritrean coast. A United Nations Inquiry Commission was set up to study the situation and make recommendations. The majority of the 5-man commission, whose members came from Burma, Guatemala, Norway, Pakistan and, mirabile dictu, South Africa, rejected the partition solution and accepted the dubious proposition that Eritrea was not capable of establishing a viable economy, which it considered of decisive importance in influencing the decision not to support the demand for independence made by the Eritrean Independence Bloc. This bloc comprised 8 political parties and associations and, according to an estimate made at the time, August 1949, by the British administrator, commanded the support of 75% of the Eritrean population. 1. No plebiscite was held in Eritrea to ascertain the wishes of the people or to approve the decision of the UN. Of the 5 members of the Inquiry Commission, 1 favored the British/Italian plan for partition, 2 proposed independence after a 10-year trusteeship and 2 proposed large autonomy within a union with Ethiopia. On December 2, 1950, the UN General Assembly adopted Resolution 390-A-V, accepting the last of these recommendations and proposing that Eritrea be constituted as an autonomous unit to be federated with Ethiopia under the sovereignty of the Ethiopian Crown. This decision resulted from strong pressure by the United States, which then tended to dominate the UN. As the Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, later said to the UN Security Council in 1952, when the time came to implement this resolution. From the point of view of justice, the opinions of the Eritrean people must receive consideration. Nevertheless, the strategic interest of the United States in the Red Sea Basin and considerations of security and world peace make it necessary that the country has to be linked with our ally, Ethiopia. 2. The wording of this quotation seems to imply a recognition that the chosen solution was not in accordance with the wishes of the Eritrean people. Another United Nations Commission, chaired by a Bolivian jurist, Hans Machenzo, was appointed to prepare a draft constitution for Eritrea to be submitted to an Eritrean Constituent Assembly to be convened by the British administering authority. The commission was faced with the paradoxical task of trying to devise a democratic state federally united with a still feudal empire. How could the rights of the Eritreans be safeguarded in such circumstances, with such unequal partners, and with no neutral arbiter within the federation to settle any disputes which might arise between them? The chairman of the panel of jurists who drew up the Eritrean constitution recognized this dilemma and expressed himself prophetically in the following terms in his final report. With regard to the application of the General Assembly's resolution after the entry into force of the Federal Act and the Constitution of Eritrea, the panel of jurists expressed the following view: it is true that once the Federal Act and the Eritrean Constitution have come 1. This has since been disclosed by the publication of a telegram sent from the U.S. Embassy in Addis Ababa to the U.S. Secretary of State, number 171 of August 19, 1949. 2. Market International Report, Ethiopian Summary, quoted in Ethiopia and the United Nations, a paper prepared by Barakit Habt Selassie of Howard University for the session on Eritrea of the Permanent Tribunal of Peoples, held in Milan, 24-26 May 1980. Into force the mission entrusted to the General Assembly under the peace treaty with Italy will have been fulfilled and that the future of Eritrea must be regarded as settled, but it does not follow that the United Nations would no longer have any right to deal with the question. The United Nations resolution of Eritrea would remain an international instrument and, if violated, the General Assembly could be seized of the matter. Nevertheless, although the settlement based on the UN General Assembly resolution of 1950 has been completely overthrown, the General Assembly has not seen fit to be seized of the matter. In 1952 by a federal act Eritrea was incorporated in a supposed federation of Ethiopia, but without a federal constitution. An Eritrean constitution was, however, adopted for the autonomous unit which conferred upon the people of Eritrea rights and guarantees which were unknown to the people of Ethiopia. They were assured the principles of democratic government, Art 16, with periodic free and fair elections, directly and indirectly under universal suffrage, Art 18, and were guaranteed the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms, Art 12. They were to have full legislative, executive, and judicial powers in the field of Eritrean affairs, subject only to those matters reserved for the federal, i.e. Ethiopian, jurisdiction over defense, foreign affairs, currency and finance, foreign and interstate commerce and external and internal communications, including ports. The role of the emperor's representative within the territory was to be a formal one. 3 years later, in 1955 Ethiopia adopted a federal constitution. This constitution still gave less rights to the Ethiopian citizens than the Eritrean constitution gave to the citizens of Eritrea. It also gave inadequate protection to the autonomous unit of Eritrea, whose rights had already begun to be seriously eroded. Already in 1952 the emperor ordered the application to Eritrea of the Ethiopian constitution, laws, and statutes, and extended the jurisdiction of the Ethiopian courts to Eritrea. Basic civil rights, including freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and trade union freedom were suppressed. Barely 5 years after the supposed federation came into force, Tigrinya and Arabic, which were both official languages under the Eritrean constitution, were suppressed and Amharic, the Ethiopian official language, became the language of official communication and instruction. This had the effect of barring the way to higher education for thousands of Eritreans. The discontent arising from the erosion of the rights of Eritreans and of their status of autonomy, and the lack of any international interest in or support for their cause, led to the decision by some of the opposition leaders in 1961 to embark upon an armed struggle. This decision received impressive support when in 1962 the autonomous status was formally abolished and Eritrea was incorporated as a simple province in the Ethiopian Empire. The day before the emperor's proclamation announcing the termination of the federation, a supposed assent to this measure was obtained from the Eritrean Assembly. It is not clear even whether a vote was taken on this issue, or whether the Assembly merely had read to it a prepared statement. 1. In any event, this can have no legal validity. Apart from the fact that it was obtained literally by gunpoint, with police armed with machine guns visible to the members of the assembly, it is submitted that members of an assembly elected to defend the Eritrean constitution and the rights of its citizens under it had no mandate or authority to agree to the abolition of that constitution without any referendum or other consultation with the electorate. Moreover, Article 91 of the Eritrean constitution expressly provided that 1. The assembly may not, by means of an amendment, introduce into the Constitution any provision which would not be in conformity with the Federal Act. 2. Article 16 of the Constitution, by the terms of which the Constitution of Eritrea is based on the principles of democratic government, shall not be amended. In examining the Eritrean claim to independence under the right to self-determination, the following questions arise. 1. Is the population of Eritrea a people within the meaning of the right to self-determination? 2. If yes, was that right exercised in 1952 in favor of union as an autonomous unit within Ethiopia? 3. If yes, what was the effect of the abolition of the federation and the incorporation of Eritrea into Ethiopia in 1962? 4. Is the United Nations entitled now to inquire into the claim of the Eritrean liberation movement to self-determination? As to the first question, it would appear that the Eritreans have at least as much right to be considered as a people as the peoples of most of the African countries which were created by the division of Africa among the imperial powers at the end of the 19th century. Moreover, the UN General Assembly resolution of 1950 proposing that Eritrea should be treated as an autonomous unit within an Ethiopia federation was clearly treating the population as a people, and a people distinct from the people of Ethiopia, with a recognizable territory of their own. They were not regarded as or treated as a mere ethnic, linguistic, or religious minority. As to the second question, the Eritrean liberation movements strongly deny that their people accepted the UN proposal for federation as an autonomous unit within Ethiopian. They do not regard the Eritrean assembly which assented to it as being representative of the people or as having any mandate or authority to agree to this proposal. It is clear that they can bring forward strong evidence to support these contentions. Nevertheless, it seems difficult to conceive that the United Nations of today would agree to override a decision of the United Nations taken 30 years earlier on a matter of this kind, especially when the fate of many other peoples were determined in the post-war years by similar agreements reached with local assemblies or councils who were accepted, rightly or wrongly, as reflecting and representing the views of their people. It is a general principle of international law that an exercise of the right to self-determination by union with another people is made once and for all. The people concerned cannot afterwards claim a right to secede as a further exercise of this right. It is submitted, however, that different considerations apply if the federal state concerned denies its democratic rights to the people who have opted to join it. The matter is dealt with in the authoritative Declaration of Principles of International Law concerning Friendly Relations and Cooperation among States approved by the General Assembly in 1970. In this declaration both the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples and the, at times conflicting, principle of the territorial integrity and political independence of states, are proclaimed. The relationship between these two principles is defined in these terms. Nothing in the foregoing paragraphs shall be construed as authorizing or encouraging any action which would dismember or impair, totally or in part, the territorial integrity or political unity of sovereign and independent states conducting themselves in compliance with the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples as described above and thus possessed of a government representing the whole people belonging to the territory without distinction as to race, creed or color. This crucial passage indicates the way in which the two conflicting principles are to be reconciled. It states that the principle of territorial integrity is to prevail in the case of sovereign states conducting themselves in compliance with the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples and possessed of a government representing the whole people of the territory without distinction as to race, creed or color. By implication, where these conditions are not fulfilled, the right of self-determination may prevail over that of territorial integrity. The answer to the third question posed above, therefore, depends upon whether the abolition of the federation and the integration of Eritrea within a unitary state of Ethiopia was in compliance with the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples. Since the people of Eritrea, ex hypothesi, agreed to union with Ethiopia only as an autonomous unit, the abolition of that status and its integration within Ethiopia cannot be regarded as being in compliance with equal rights and self-determination of peoples unless there was a clear and unequivocal decision by the people of Eritrea in favor of that change. The available evidence appears to indicate clearly that there was no such decision, and accordingly the people of Eritrea are still, or once again, entitled to determine their future within the principle of self-determination. This conclusion is reinforced by the obvious support which the Eritrean liberation forces have obtained from the population. Guerrilla movements are notoriously dependent upon the support of the people in the areas where they operate, and it would have been impossible for the Eritrean forces to have controlled, as they did until recently, the greater part of the country including many of the principal towns, without such active support in any event. To put the matter at its lowest, the Eritrean people are entitled to have their case heard, and heard by the United Nations without any violation of Article 1(7) of the Charter, which relates to matters essentially within the domestic jurisdiction of any state. As Dr. Ansmatian argued in his final report, in the passage quoted above, the United Nations resolution of Eritrea would remain an international instrument and, if violated, the General Assembly could be seized of the matter. It is to be hoped that the growing number of states which now support the Eritrean claim, will succeed in bringing the matter again before the General Assembly. https://www.ke-masawa-003/2018/030/1/the-masawa-miracle-of-masawa-of-commander-ed. Chapter 2. The U.S., the ultimate victor. The success of the Allied powers during World War II against the Axis powers Germany, Japan, and Italy was because of American involvement in the war. The U.S. role determined the outcome of World War II. Within the context of Eritrea and East Africa, had the U.S. not joined Britain and entered the war, the outcome would have been different. In 1940, Allied forces were losing to Nazi Germany on many fronts. The fall of France to the German forces was swift. After suffering a major defeat in the Battle of Dunkirk, large numbers of French and Allied troops were evacuated to Britain. Paris fell to the Germans on June 14, 1940. The Nazis invaded Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. German troops invaded and penetrated deep into Russia. The onslaught on Britain was intense. It was a trying moment that pushed Sir Winston Churchill to make an impassioned speech, in which he said, "Even though large tracts of Europe have fallen or may fall into all the odious apparatus of Nazi rule, we shall not flag or fail. We shall go on to the end, we shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be." Britain fought the wars against the Axis powers in many theaters around the globe. This included the war against Italy in Eritrea, East Africa. British forces fought Italian forces in Eritrea, and throughout East Africa in Somalia, Djibouti, and Ethiopia, and in the North African theater in Libya and Egypt. As Britain struggled to keep up and gain the upper hand, the only hope it had was the United States. After Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Franklin D. Roosevelt declared war and officially entered World War II. One of the first theaters of war the U.S. was involved in was located in Eritrea. On his piece, Hoover's Rare Materials Illuminate a Forgotten Theater of Fighting in World War II, Hoover Institute archivist, Isaias Tesfamariam, citing newly released archived materials writes, "World War II is often discussed primarily through the prism of the conflict in Europe that started in 1939, with the discussion of African campaigns centering on operations in North Africa. Yet holdings at Hoover Archives show that the conflict in Africa spanned the entire continent." Isaias elaborated. Putting World War II in the pre-war international context, it could be argued that 1. Benito Mussolini's invasion of Abyssinia, later Ethiopia, in 1935 was an augury, and 2. The beginning of the end of World War II, what British Colonel A. J. Baker called, Our first real victory of the Second World War started in the Horn of Africa in 1941. While U.S. engagements in theaters of World War II are written and discussed exhaustively, its involvement in East Africa and particularly in Eritrea is not. The strategic importance of Eritrea to the U.S. during the war and the reasons for its involvement remains ignored to this day. In one of the few books written on the subject of U.S. involvement in Eritrea and the region during World War II, in his book, A Mission Most Secret Project 19, John Swankara wrote how the U.S. entered the war. Churchill asked Roosevelt for some help. Roosevelt responded by authorizing a secret mission to build an air depot, to be established and operated by American civilians under the direction of Douglas Aircraft Company. It was classified secret and given the title of Project 19. Its location was 1,100 miles from the front lines in remote Eritrea, Eastern Africa. The depot repaired hundreds of combat-damaged Lend-Lease P-40 fighters for the RAF, Royal Air Force. They repaired dozens of USAF bombers, assembled new fighters and developed many life-saving items in the war against the Luftwaffe, German fighter planes. Missa was shipwrecked. Picture by Ted Pollard, grandson of Commander Edward Ellsberg, in 1941, was commissioned by the United States Navy, USN, to salvage the greatest mass of wrecks in the world, then, and to make the naval base in Missawa, Eritrea, reusable. There are 8 choke points around the world. These are routes that facilitate trade and the flow of oil in strategic points of the world: the Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Malacca, the Suez Canal, the Bab el-Mandeb, Danish Straits, Turkish Straits, Panama Canal, and Cape of Good Hope. Protecting these vital choke points was imperative for the United States war efforts and long-term national interests. The declaration of war by Mussolini in 1940 against Britain posed a direct threat to British and U.S. interests in the region that controlled the Suez Canal in Egypt. The U.S. mission's primary purpose was therefore to establish a presence in the region and set up a base to support the British and Allied forces. The U.S. sent 15 Siboney Army transport ships with 2,106 project personnel who departed from the ports in New York on Christmas Eve 1941 and arrived in Missawa on February 2, 1942. The U.S. secretly established a base in Gura, Eritrea, and set a shop to repair damaged British Royal Air Force, RAF, aircrafts to return to the battlefield with urgency. The U.S. provided RAF support in its war efforts in Europe and North Africa from the base in Eritrea. From Gura, the British fleet received support to defend the Suez Canal and its operations in North Africa. All the help Britain needed for its entire operations in East and North Africa came from Eritrea. Gura, Eritrea, 32 kilometers SW of Asmara. Since Eritrea was the base from which the Italian forces fought the Allied forces, Eritrea incurred major damages. The war dealt a major blow to the infrastructure throughout Eritrea. The port city of Missawa especially sustained major damages. As Italian forces realized their imminent demise, to deny the victorious Allied forces the facilities and infrastructure needed to establish a presence, they destroyed the infrastructure that took decades to build. Picture by Ted Pollard, grandson of Commander Edward Ellsberg. After his assignment, the head of the U.S. mission in Eritrea, Rear Admiral, Commander Edward Ellsberg, wrote the memoir, Under the Red Sea Sun, about his experiences in Eritrea. He narrated how American civilian contractors repaired the port facilities the Italians had destroyed in the city of Missawa. Commander Ellsberg described how he found the Missawa port. Missawa Port, 1942. Picture by Ted Pollard, grandson of Commander Edward Ellsberg. In the 3 harbors of Missawa waterfront and its off-lying islands lay a fleet of some 40 vessels, German and Italian freighters, passenger ships, warships, crowded every berth, which in addition, in the North Harbor were 2 irreplaceable floating steel dry docks. A tornado of explosions swept Missawa waterfront as exploding bombs, strategically placed far below their water lines, blew out the sides and bottoms of ships by the dozens. The invaluable machinery in the naval ships were smashed with sledgehammers. Electric cranes were tipped into the sea. everything in the way of destruction that Italian ingenuity could suggest to make Missoua forever useless to its approaching conqueror was painstakingly carried through. When the last bomb had gone up and the last ship had gone down, the Italian admiral, Bonetti, commanding, rubbed his hands in satisfaction over such a mass of scuttled ships as the world had never seen before. Then he surrendered Missoua. Picture by Ted Pollard. To provide Britain with military support to meet its immediate needs, the port required major repairs. The U.S. personnel refurbished the port in Missoua and helped the Allied forces in their operations. This was the beginning of the U.S. presence in Eritrea. The U.S. used this opportunity to establish a presence in Eritrea. Italy's defeat paved the way for the British and American presence in Eritrea. It allowed the United States to expand its sphere of influence and to establish itself in a vital location of the world in a new era of global competition. It was the beginning of the Cold War, and the U.S. establishing a presence in Eritrea was an advantage over the Soviets. After the war, the U.S. and Britain raced to reshape the political, geopolitical, and strategic outlook of Africa, and by extension, the world. Eritrea became a priority to us British interests in the region. The U.S. quickly established a consulate in Asmara, Eritrea in 1942. A telegram the U.S. ambassador to the United Kingdom, John G. Winant, sent to the Secretary of State on December 26, 1941, underscored the importance of establishing a diplomatic presence in Eritrea. Please inform Foreign Office that we consider it desirable to establish American consulate at Asmara, Eritrea in connection with American maintenance and supply project in East Africa. Request Foreign Office to inform appropriate British authorities of proposed establishment of this office in order that usual facilities may be extended to Consul. Explain that it will of course be understood that the request for these facilities has no bearing on the question of territorial sovereignty. Neither provisional recognition nor exequatur being requested. E. Talbot Smith, now in United States on leave, being assigned as consul at Asmara. Foreign Relations of the United States, Diplomatic Papers, 1942, General, the British Commonwealth, the Far East, Volume I 125.146p/1a, Telegram. This is a significant historical fact because it shows the U.S. established a diplomatic presence in Eritrea in 1942. It was in less than a year after Britain and the Allied forces defeated and forced the surrender of Italy in 1941. The U.S. established a diplomatic mission in Eritrea before Ethiopia entered Eritrea under the Federation Agreement. It is important to note that the U.S. established a diplomatic presence and established a platform that paved the way for U.S. presence in Eritrea that led to the annexation of Eritrea from Britain. Swankara, John W., Project 19, A Mission Most Secret, Spartanburg, Honoribus Press 1998, 13. Chapter 3. Post-World War II, Post-Colonial U.S. Approach of Eritrea. To understand the formulation of U.S. Africa policies and the reasoning behind the strategies, it is critical to understand the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency's, CIA, assessment released on September 3, 1948, The Breakup of Colonial Empires and Its Implications for U.S. Security. The document became the blueprint for U.S. policymakers and the guiding document that successive administrations followed. The assessment started during Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency, and it was in effect during the Cold War until 1991. After the Cold War, the Bill Clinton administration re-energized it and set a precedent for the Bush and Obama administrations. It became a document that served as a template for U.S. actions throughout Africa. According to the assessment, the CIA saw a trend towards independence throughout Africa. The CIA concluded that the causes of the post-colonial movement for independence in Africa were based on 5 key points. 1. The release of bottled-up nationalist movements. After centuries under European colonial masters, Africans were ready to be free. They were finally at a point that they could gain freedom and establish sovereign nations. 2. The post-war economic and military weakness of the colonial powers. The U.S. concluded that the former colonial powers were not strong and no longer in a position to control their former colonies. Italy, Britain, France, Belgium, and all nations with colonies were in weaker shape, unable to assert authority beyond their borders after World War II. The CIA understood the weaknesses of the former colonial powers, helped Africa shed some of its colonial past, and brought independence for many African countries. 3. Liberal tendencies to confiscate and liquidate assets previously owned by colonial powers. In Eritrea, for example, the Italians have been able to map out resources and extract wealth. The US did not want to see these resources confiscated. This was not unique to Eritrea. It was the modus operandi throughout Africa. 4. Widespread support for independence from colonial powers and nations that sympathize with the idea of African nationalism, namely USSR. This statement showed that the US saw the USSR as an immediate threat and possibly a sole competitor, and concluded that the USSR will seek to help liberate African nations. The US formed its policies of Africa and the world with the Soviet Union in mind. 5. The creation of the United Nations helped agitate the issue of independence from colonial powers. After the war, the rights of the nations and the people of Africa took center stage at the UN. Many countries advocated on behalf of freedom for African nations. The UN, as the center of global justice, a core institution assigned to address the rights of people and countries of the world, must act fairly and follow the UN Charter. Asterisk. The CIA found that the UN posed a major challenge because it advocated for the freedom and independence of African countries. They believed independent African nations posed a threat to US interests. The concern was that African nationalism could lead to loss of access to vital raw materials and strategic bases for US and European allies, especially in times of war. The US believed the West could not rely on Africa as assured sources of raw material, markets, and military bases. The document addressed concerns and made the case for post-war US Africa policies that govern US directions until today. It provided the reasons and justifications that guided US actions. The US believed if these nations were to become independent and free from their colonial past, the US and its allies will probably no longer have the assurance to access these rich and strategic places. The CIA identified the Soviet Union as the #1 threat. The presence of the USSR in Africa during a period in which the European allies were struggling posed a threat to future US plans in Africa. The USSR is effectively exploiting the colonial issue and the economic nationalism of the underdeveloped areas to divide the non-Soviet world, weakening the Western powers, and gaining the goodwill of colonial and former colonial areas. Ever since World War I, the USSR has thought to infiltrate the nationalist parties, independent areas, and, more recently, to play up the colonial issue and the so-called economic imperialism of the Western powers in the UN. The poverty and underprivileged position of the population in these areas, their latent hostility toward the powers past or present, and the existence of leftist elements within them, make them peculiarly susceptible to Soviet penetration. CIA. The US did not want to see the European colonial powers lose their former colonies and interests in Africa because they were vital for future US involvement in Africa. The US also believed that the former colonial powers could contribute to the future economic growth of Africa. Therefore, the US took a long-term view and strategic position to bolster the position of the former colonizers. Unless therefore the European colonial powers can be induced to recognize the necessity for satisfying the aspirations of their dependent areas and can devise formulae that will retain their goodwill as emergent independent states, both these powers and the US will be placed at a serious disadvantage in the new power situation in the Near and Far East. Moreover, unless the US itself adopts a more positive and sympathetic attitude toward national aspirations of these areas and at least partially meets their demands for economic assistance, it will risk their becoming antagonistic toward the US. CIA. Ultimately, this was the happy medium the US chose as a policy direction. The US wanted the former European colonizers to have a say in determining the future of their former colonies. It also wanted the colonizers to accommodate the aspirations of the people of Africa, at least in appearance. The competition for supremacy led to WWI and World War II, which destroyed many developed nations of the world in a short time. These wars devastated the economies and the lives of the people. Nearly 60 million people died around the world. In Europe, civilians saw more death than the soldiers on the battlefield. The war smashed the livelihood of the people, destroyed their homes, villages, cities, and towns throughout Europe, Africa, Asia, and Russia. It displaced millions of people who ultimately became refugees. They faced hunger, diseases, unemployment, and instability. The end of the war was a critical moment in the history of Africa. It ushered in a hopeful beginning. The transition in Africa came to fruition only after Britain, France, Belgium, Italy, Portugal, Spain, and Germany suffered unprecedented destruction and hardships due to wars. The armies, the economies, infrastructures, and institutional strength of almost the entire continent of Europe experienced challenges that required help. This meant that European countries were unable to look beyond their borders and assert authority, especially in Africa. It also meant that the continent of Africa had an unprecedented opportunity to free itself from its colonial past. These developments provided the US with a unique opportunity to take over as the sole leader and determine the fate of Africa and Europe. After the war, the US found itself in a much stronger position, capable of dictating how European colonial powers dealt with Africa. The US had the power, undeniable authority, and ability to enforce its will. Had it chosen, it could have ended the European colonial era in Africa by giving independence to every African nation. Instead, the US gave the former colonizers permission to re-establish a presence in their former colonies. One of the best examples of this is France. The Germans battered France's infrastructure, destroyed the economy, the livelihoods, and its institutions. As a result, France was weakened and lost its ability to manage its colonies in Africa. The US saved it. By doing so, the US handed the newly independent African nations nominal freedom with a short leash. But it empowered and helped France and the other European nations regain control of their former colonies. The US wanted to retain Britain and France as key allies and to lift them to the highest levels of global leadership. To that end, the US buttressed Britain and France's global standings and placed them in the highest global platform, the United Nations. Post-war neocolonialism, such as Francophone Africa, is a byproduct of this policy. The US had designed these policies to deter the Soviet Union from establishing roots. To stop nationalist African leaders and movements who attempted to gain independence and control over their resources. The UN Charter. 1 * We the peoples of the United Nations determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women and of nations large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom, for these ends. To practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, and to ensure, by the acceptance of principles and the institution of methods, that armed force shall not be used, save in the common interest. And to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples. https://www.cia.gov/libraries/reading room/docs/doc_000258342.pdf. Note: attached document and release. The people behind the moves. Having lived and worked in the hospitality industry in Washington, D.C., with access to tourists and visitors for a while, it is surprising to find out that almost all the people I encounter know nothing about how Washington Dulles International Airport, DIA, got its name. Dulles Airport is one of the most significant airports in the world. The airport with a curious name, Dulles Airport, is located on the outskirts of the nation's capital, in one of the most historically significant parts of the U.S. The Dulles International Airport was named after John Foster Dulles, who served as Secretary of State between 1953 until 1959. Secretary Dulles was one of the most significant, consequential U.S. foreign affairs personalities since the end of World War I. The policies that started in his time are influencing today's decisions. John Foster Dulles, Secretary of State, 1953 to 1959. The story of Secretary Dulles is interesting because he comes from a family with an extensive history of service in the U.S. government's foreign affairs institutions and at the highest levels. His grandfather, John Watson Foster, was a Secretary of State for President Benjamin Harrison, from 1892 to 1893. To mention some of Secretary Watson's achievements, he fought during the Civil War, he campaigned to re-elect Ulysses Grant, represented the U.S. in Mexico and Russia, served as UN legation, and many notable contributions until he died in 1917. John Watson Foster was also the father-in-law to Robert Lansing, who served as a Secretary of State for Woodrow Wilson from June 24, 1915, until February 13, 1920. Robert Lansing was uncle to John Foster Dulles and Allen Welsh Dulles. John Foster Dulles and his brother Allen Welsh Dulles were both born in Washington, D.C., and grew up around the U.S. foreign affairs community. Their father, Allen Macy Dulles, who was a noted Presbyterian theologian, professor, and co-founder of the American Theological Society, was instrumental in shaping their conservative religious and political views. The Dulles brothers were lawyers by profession who served the interests of U.S. multinational corporations. During their careers with the U.S. Foreign Service, they played important roles that impacted the U.S. foreign policy matters for decades. From 1915 until 1959 for John, and 1961 for Allen, they were behind many important U.S. activities around the world, from policy making to implementation. The brothers were part of the establishment's elite. They were familiar with the inner workings and close to the leadership core of Washington, D.C. John was a principal foreign policy advisor to many. He was also a friend and advisor to Dwight D. Eisenhower before he became president. After winning the election on November 4, 1952, Eisenhower appointed John Foster Dulles to Secretary of State on January 21. And on February 26, 1953, his brother Allen W. Dulles became the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. For the first time in U.S. history, two brothers were in charge of the State Department and the CIA at the same time. As heads of two critical foreign policy institutions, John as a chief diplomat was in charge of the overt aspect of U.S. foreign policies. As director of the CIA, Allen ran the covert programs for decades. With extensive resumes, a well-entrenched family background, key connections, and applicable experiences, they were the pillars of Washington. John F. Dulles's Foreign Services credentials, especially, were highly regarded. John served on the War Industries Board during World War I. As a young Wall Street lawyer, in 1919, John also attended the Paris Peace Conference and negotiated as part of the Reparation Commission and Economic Council. John Foster Dulles had established a strong reputation as a diplomat and a lawyer from early on. In 1945, under the leadership of Secretary of State Cordell Hull, John attended the United Nations Conference on International Organization, UNCIO, in San Francisco. At this conference, John helped in the formation of the United Nations, played a role in drafting the preamble to the United Nations Charter, and served as a U.S. delegate to the UN. During this critical period in history, John spearheaded many plans, policies, and saw its implementation. They involved him in major negotiations and decisions that determined the foreign policies of the U.S. spanning the entire globe. He successfully negotiated the Marshall Plan that helped stabilize Europe and the Treaty of Peace with Japan in 1951. The policies that he pursued and the decisions he made have had a lasting impact on U.S. foreign policies across the globe. Eritreans are keenly aware of the role Secretary of State John Foster Dulles played in determining the fate of Eritrea. They know how the US under his leadership used the UN to control the future of Eritrea after World War II. His decisions have had a painful lingering impact on the lives of the people of Eritrea. And Eritreans are right to take these decisions as unique to them and personalize it. Because it was unfair, deadly, and it demonstrated a total disregard of rights. To understand how the US manipulated the international system and the impact of the decisions, it is important to refer to a study by the International Commission of Jurists, ICJ. The ICJ is a non-governmental organization, dedicated to advancing, understanding, and promoting the observance of the rule of law and the legal protection of human rights globally. After examining the Eritrean case, the ICJ determined that the UN had undermined the rights of the people of Eritrea. The ICJ also concluded it was pressure by the United States under the direction of John Foster Dulles that deliberately undermined the rights of the Eritrean people. Of all the peoples who, since the Second World War, have been the victims of great power rivalries and ambitions, perhaps the one with the greatest claim for consideration is the people of Eritrea. Nevertheless, no nation has yet been willing to raise the issue of the rights of these people in the United Nations. The truth is that the Eritrean question is a source of embarrassment both to the United Nations itself and to almost all interested parties. A United Nations Inquiry Commission was set up to study the situation and make recommendations. The majority of the five-man commission, whose members came from Burma, Guatemala, Norway, Pakistan and, mirabile dictu, South Africa, rejected the partition solution and accepted the dubious proposition that Eritrea was not capable of establishing a viable economy, which it considered of decisive importance in influencing the decision not to support the demand for independence made by the Eritrean Independence Bloc. This bloc comprised 8 political parties and associations and, according to an estimate made at the time, August 1949, by the British administrator, commanded the support of 75% of the Eritrean population. No plebiscite was held in Eritrea to ascertain the wishes of the people or to approve the decision of the UN. Of the 5 members of the Inquiry Commission, 1 favored the British/Italian plan for partition, 2 proposed independence after a 10-year trusteeship and 2 proposed large autonomy within a union with Ethiopia. On December 2, 1950, the UN General Assembly adopted Resolution 390-A-V, accepting the last of these recommendations and proposing that Eritrea be constituted as an autonomous unit to be federated with Ethiopia under the sovereignty of the Ethiopian Crown. This decision resulted from strong pressure from the United States, which then tended to dominate the UN. As the Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, later said to the UN Security Council in 1952, when the time came to implement this resolution, from the point of view of justice, the opinions of the Eritrean people must receive consideration. Nevertheless, the strategic interest of the United States in the Red Sea Basin and considerations of security and world peace make it necessary that the country has to be linked with our ally, Ethiopia. The ICJ concluded, the wording of this quotation seems to imply recognition that the chosen solution was not in accordance with the wishes of the Eritrean people. Dulles's statement was profound and transparent. It stands as evidence of why and how the US sabotaged the rights of the people of Eritrea. It showed that the US placed its interests ahead of the rights of the people. That is the reason the statement resonated and is often quoted by Eritreans whenever the history of Eritrea-US relations comes up. Because they associate the statement with the moment, the people, and the agendas that forced Eritrea into a renewed colonization unnecessarily. And because it was the reason Eritreans were forced to endure a 30-years-long struggle for independence. It encapsulated the injustices and hardships they faced since 1941. Since the end of World War II, for decades, these US machinations have caused death, destruction, and displacement of millions of Eritreans. Hence it is only natural for Eritreans to take the actions and measures that the US made as specific to Eritrea. However, what happened to Eritrea at the time was not in isolation. It was part of a bigger agenda that the US pursued after World War I. As the world came out of World War II, it presented the US with an opportunity to dominate the world. The only thing that threatened the vision was the old Soviet Union and nationalist leaders in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Hence, the US planned to lay a foundation for long-term dominance, without these obstacles, by any means necessary. Eliminating threats became a priority. In a book titled The Brothers, John Foster Dulles, Allen Dulles, and Their Secret World War, Stephen Kinzer wrote detailed accounts of the Dulles brothers who rose to power during a key transitional moment in American history. He also wrote about American foreign policies and international relations that span decades. According to Kinzer, Eisenhower believed in covert U.S. actions as key instruments and as an effective, relatively bloodless way to further America's agendas. He entrusted the Dulles brothers to key aspects of U.S. foreign policy matters in this regard. John, the nation's top diplomat, framed the anti-colonial independence movement that swept Africa in the aftermath of World War II as nothing but a communist plot. The brothers saw communism as a threat to U.S. interests and waged campaigns for freedom against revolutionary communism and Soviet imperialism worldwide. John and Allen Dulles were responsible for the start of the Cold War. The Dulles brothers were behind many of the activities that led to the U.S. government becoming the world's hyperactive, ruthless empire committed to perpetual war. Kinzer. After World War II, the Dulles brothers embarked on regime change campaigns to eliminate Soviet influence and nationalist leaders in various parts of the world. The Dulles brothers believed that 6 monsters had to come down. Mohammad Mossadegh of Iran, Jacobo Arbenz of Guatemala, Ho Chi Minh of Vietnam, Sukarno of Indonesia, Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, and Fidel Castro Cuba. The brothers thought these leaders were communists and nationalists that posed a direct threat to U.S. interests. They successfully toppled Patrice Lumumba in Congo, Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran, Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala, and Sukarno in Indonesia. They failed in Vietnam with Ho Chi Minh and Cuba with Castro miserably. In an interview with author and host of a prominent syndicated NPR radio program, Chris Lydon based in Boston, on a November 2013 broadcast, Kinzer said, "The 2 operations at the end of the Dulles era, the one against Fidel Castro in Cuba and the one against Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, have a number of interesting aspects in common. One of the most interesting ones is that President Eisenhower, who fervently supported covert action, though nobody understood that at the time, of course personally, though slightly indirectly, ordered not just those operations in Cuba and the Congo, but the assassination of those 2 leaders. So, we have in the space of 1 summer Eisenhower ordering 2 assassinations, and as far as we know, no president had done that before. The way that Allen Dulles electrified Eisenhower and the National Security Council to galvanize them into action in the Congo was to say to them, Lumumba is going to become the African Castro. When Lumumba came to New York to the United Nations, he gave a number of press conferences, and at one of them he was asked whether he feared for his life, and he said, "If I am killed, it will be because a foreigner has paid a Congolese," and that is exactly what happened. In Iran, after he won the elections, Mossadegh made social and economic reforms and nationalized the oil industry that Great Britain had controlled for decades. After Britain failed in its attempts to change the outcome, it asked for American support. The CIA successfully overthrew a democratically elected Mossadegh and replaced him with Shah Mohammad Reza. In Indochina, after the French lost in Vietnam, they accepted defeat and were ready to pull out. But John Foster Dulles pushed for war against Ho Chi Minh, which led the U.S. to the Vietnam War in 1954. Over 3 million people died in the war. The U.S. lost over 58,000 soldiers. According to the Veterans Administration, some 500,000 of the 3 million troops who served in Vietnam suffered from a post-traumatic stress disorder and higher rates of divorce, suicide, alcoholism, and drug addiction. Its impact had a lingering effect on the U.S. relations with various countries around the world today. The decisions and actions of the Dulles brothers on Iran, Vietnam, Congo, Cuba, Guatemala, Indonesia, and other parts of the world have had a lasting impact that affected countless lives in many countries. The tense US-Iran relations today, the decades-long confrontation with Cuba, the decay of the social fabric of Congo, and the years of hardships the Congolese endured as a result, the long-fought, protracted Vietnam War that lasted nearly 2 decades, leaving millions dead, the stain on us moral high ground, and the evil legacy it left were all results of interventionism led by the Dulles brothers. The foreign policies the Dulles brothers pursued are the blueprint that successive U.S. administrations apply today. Policies the U.S. pursued during the Cold War in the 70s and 80s are still in use after the Cold War. The U.S. has since made no fundamental changes to U.S. policies. The events involving John and Allen Dulles are important historical accounts that Eritreans, in fact, all Africans must understand. We must learn the important role the Dulles brothers played in the planning and implantation of the U.S. policies that affected the lives of millions for generations. It is of extreme importance to understand the precedents the Dulles brothers set for American leaders, from Franklin D. Roosevelt to Barack Obama. Therefore, for the above-mentioned reasons, it is important to see Eritrea-US relations within the context of the greater world order that the U.S. pursued. The people of Eritrea are victims of these flawed and barbaric policies. The Dulles brothers, especially John Foster Dulles, provide a window to the mindset, the agendas, and the machinations the U.S. applied to establish a presence in Eritrea. Reference 1. This has since been disclosed by the publication of a telegram sent from the U.S. Embassy in Addis Ababa to the U.S. Secretary of State, number 171 of August 19, 1949. 2. Market International Report, Ethiopian Summary, quoted in Ethiopia and the United Nations, a paper prepared by Barakit Habd Selassie of Howard University for the session on Eritrea of the Permanent Tribunal of Peoples, held in Milan, 24-26 May 1980. Chapter 4. The U.S. establishing bases in Eritrea. Eritrea, as Italy's primogenita, firstborn, colony, was significant to Italy's ambitions to expand its presence in Africa. When the Italians planned to colonize Eritrea, they were primarily looking at it as a base and launching pad for their future ambitions in Africa. Once in Eritrea, however, the Italians uncovered many things. They found Eritrea rich beyond their expectations. They discovered, besides its strategic location, Eritrea is abundant with untapped resources. They unearthed gold, potash, steel, copper, zinc, oil, marble, etc. To extract, process, and export these resources, they developed the port facilities, built roads, railways, and cables using Eritrean manpower. These infrastructures were then used to transport raw and processed materials from inland to the ports for export. After World War II, Eritrea was one of the most advanced nations in Africa as a result. For the U.S., Eritrea was also a treasure in one of the most strategic places in Africa. And the move to set up a base in Eritrea was quick. In 1941, while the war raged all over the world, the U.S. quietly established a presence. The U.S. repaired the war-damaged naval base in Massawa, opened a consulate, and facilitated the transition of power from the British military administration to the Federation of Eritrea with Ethiopia. The move was part of a bigger design that covered vast resource-rich areas of strategic importance. The U.S. had a long-term plan that still stands today, for the Middle East, the Horn of Africa, and the Gulf. That is to establish a presence in key strategic locations in US allied countries in the Middle East, in Israel, on the Strait of Hormuz in Iran, and the Red Sea in Eritrea. The US designed a strategic asterisk triangulation that enabled it to control an enormous part of the oil-rich region in vital waterways of the world in the Mediterranean Sea, on the Red Sea, and the Strait of Hormuz. These are critical waterways and key asterisk choke points in the oil-rich region of the world. From Israel, on the Mediterranean Sea, the U.S. positioned itself within proximity of the Suez Canal in Egypt. Egypt is a close U.S. ally that receives billions of dollars as a security aid. Having a presence in Israel and Egypt on the vast expanse of the Mediterranean Sea atop the Suez Canal, gave the U.S. immense strategic advantages. The Strait of Hormuz is a strategically important body of water that links the Persian countries, namely Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Iran. The Sultanate of Oman is on the southeastern coast of the Arabian Peninsula. Iran and Oman share the territorial rights of the Strait of Hormuz. After the ouster of Mossadegh in 1953, under Shah, Iran became a staunch U.S. ally. The U.S. established a robust military presence, excellent diplomatic relations, and owned a 40% share of Iranian oil. Not surprisingly, Iran was amongst the first nations to recognize Israel. The U.S. also has excellent access to the ports and facilities in Salalah and Duqm in Oman. The Strait of Hormuz, located between Oman and Iran, connects the Persian Gulf with the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil choke point because of the large volumes of oil that flow through the strait. In 2018, its daily oil flow averaged 21 million barrels per day, B/D, or the equivalent of about 21% of global petroleum liquids consumption. The U.S. Energy Administration. The Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb completed the U.S. triangulation strategy that included the Suez Canal and Strait of Hormuz. With this approach, the U.S. was in control of the vast oil reserves of the Middle East, Persian Gulf countries, and the major trade outlets that the oil passes through. The Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb were critical aspects of the U.S. strategy. However, there were problems with the plan. The Red Sea is on the Eritrean coasts and the U.S. had no international legal basis to establish a presence in Eritrea. Had the U.S. taken over Eritrea on its own, it would have become a colonizer. That was not a viable option when the African continent was beginning to detach from its colonial past. Thus, the U.S. devised a sophisticated approach and sound strategy for the Red Sea and the African continent. The U.S. targeted Ethiopia to become the gateway to Africa and to play a central role in the U.S.-Africa strategy. The U.S. planned to make Ethiopia the anchor state of the eastern part of Africa. From Ethiopia, the U.S. could gain access to the Red Sea and the entire continent of Africa at the same time. Ethiopia provided the perfect solution. Ethiopia needed access to the sea through Eritrean ports. However, Emperor Haile Selassie had just returned from exile in May 1941. Eritrea was under the British military administration, BMA. Hence, he had no leverage and could not control Eritrea by force or politically. He had to negotiate with the US and Britain to gain access to Eritrea. A letter from the Emperor to President Roosevelt delivered by the Ethiopian Vice Minister of Finance, Yilmaz Idrissa, highlighted these realities. The Ethiopian Vice Minister of Finance, Yilmaz Idrissa, to President Roosevelt. Aid Memoir. Ethiopia, as you know, was one of the first victims of the wave of aggression which started 13 years ago in China and which has now swept with a fury, engulfing the entire world and bringing sorrow and desolation to a great majority of the world's population and destruction and waste to their lands. Ethiopia, singularly, has been the first among the nations overrun by the aggressor to be returned to her own people. When the time came to free our country from the yoke of the enemy, the Emperor and the nation gave full cooperation to our British allies. Ethiopian refugees, formerly dispersed to nations all over the world, returned to their homeland and joined the Emperor's Army of Liberation. The patriotic armies, spurred onward by a fierce determination and a deep and abiding love for their country, made a concentrated attack on the rear of the enemy. Civilians joined with the liberating armies in the most effective manner, that of guerrilla warfare, just as the civilian populations of dominated Europe are doing today. Every Ethiopian was anxious to do whatever he could to hasten the day of complete liberation. Every Ethiopian believed that our country, freed from the yoke of Axis domination, would serve as a beacon of encouragement to other countries temporarily overrun. The brave Chinese, the Czechs, the Poles, the Norwegians, the Dutch, the peoples of the East Indies could all take heart upon seeing Ethiopia freed and her people aided in the restoration of their land. As a matter of fact, all the peoples composing the United Nations would be reassured by this example of the Atlantic Charter 31 in action. But when victory was won, and our country was free from the enemy, our ally told the emperor that Ethiopia was an occupied enemy territory and would be administered as such until a special treaty was signed between His Britannic Majesty's government and the emperor. The draft of the treaty was not presented to His Imperial Majesty for months, and in the meanwhile, every possible pressure was exercised to make the emperor and the people of Ethiopia wish for the signature of a treaty in order to end the occupied enemy territory administration. During this time, industrial and mechanical equipment, means of transportation, telephone and electric lines, much needed and vital to the program of rehabilitation, were either removed from Ethiopia or wrecked. The first draft of the agreement proposed amounted to the imposition of the status of a protectorate on Ethiopia. It was rejected by the emperor. The actual agreement, which is in force until January 1944, is regarded in Ethiopia as an agreement which imposes upon her government conditions which are incompatible with either liberty or the exercise of her sovereign rights as a free nation. Its spirit is not in accordance with that of the Atlantic Charter. It was imposed upon her by pressure and is, therefore, regarded as having been signed under duress. This agreement is due for revision next January. His Imperial Majesty has requested Your Excellency to use your good offices in affording him a competent American jurist to help him in this task, and is appealing to the government of the United States to give him diplomatic cooperation in the matter so that a settlement, consistent with the spirit of the Atlantic Charter, might be reached. Outlet to the sea. It is recognized that in the world of tomorrow, the world which all freedom-loving peoples are striving to build, there must be a free interchange of the world's resources. A nation to grow, must be able to export freely her native commodities and to secure in exchange needed supplies and equipment from other countries. Ethiopia, with an area of 350,000 square miles, a population of 14 million inhabitants and with vast natural resources, has been in the recent past without territory bordering on the sea. The development of our country has been hindered by this fact. Not having had a seaport resulted, unfortunately, in the inability of Ethiopia to import necessary arms and ammunition to defend herself before and during the time of the Italian invasion. This, in addition to the fact that as far back as 1884, certain nations through Treaty 32 agreed between themselves not to allow such materials destined for Ethiopia to pass through territories dominated by themselves. Misawa on the Red Sea in the 70s. Photo Pat P. Pipes. The people in what is now called Eritrea are ethnically and culturally akin to the Ethiopian people, and in times past, that territory was a province of Ethiopia called Hamasan. In 1940, during the attack on Eritrea from the Sudanese border, our British allies, by pamphlets dropped from airplanes, promised the people of Hamasan, the Eritreans, union with Ethiopia as a reward for deserting from their Italian conquerors. His Imperial Majesty hopes that Your Excellency will use your good offices to help us effect this union and to secure a seaport for our country. His Imperial Majesty has instructed me to convey to Your Excellency Ethiopia's gratitude for the generous unilateral gesture on the part of Your Excellency to declare his country eligible to the benefit of Lend-Lease aid. Ethiopia is a country which has been devastated by 7 years of war, and, therefore, needs financial and material assistance to be rehabilitated. Financial difficulty is acute, and the primary equipment to run a government is lacking. His Imperial Majesty hopes that Your Excellency will recommend his country's case to the administration to secure a loan and to acquire the materials which are urgently needed. His Imperial Majesty will be glad to have American citizens to advise him in financial, military, judicial, and other technical affairs. His Imperial Majesty will welcome the cooperation of American capital and technical skill to help him develop the natural resources of his country. It is further the feeling of His Imperial Majesty that Ethiopia can be of aid in supplying foodstuffs to needy European and Eastern nations during the post-war period of reconstruction. If help could now be given her in the form of technical aid and equipment, the temperate climate and fertile soil in the highlands of our country would lend themselves favorably to the production of important crops and cattle for food. Ethiopia would have the advantage of being much nearer to the needy territories than America, thereby effecting a saving in transportation and time. The people of Ethiopia are anxious to join with the people of the United States in their magnificent effort to rebuild a war-torn world. Ethiopia is not unmindful of the asylum offered by the people of England to their emperor during his stay there. The Ethiopian people are simply striving toward self-determination, the right of every free people, and look to America, the arsenal of democracy, for aid in the complete realization of this desire. At a date convenient to Your Excellency, His Imperial Majesty will be pleased to pay a visit to Your Excellency to discuss matters affecting the future of his country. Yilmaz, Washington, July 12, 1943. Eritrea was under the British military administration from 1941 until 1952. During this period, the US and British authorities used the time to devise strategies that helped the US establish a presence and ease Ethiopia into Eritrea. However, it was not a straightforward process because the US and Britain had to address all stakeholders and convince them about the federation process that gave the US legal access to and presence in Eritrea. The US approached the transition to the federation, and the annexation of Eritrea was wickedly masterful. They engineered a methodical process that went relatively smoothly and achieved the goal with patience, might, and pressure, and by following the UN Charter that the likes of John Foster Dulles masterminded. The rights of the people of Eritrea were not even considered. From 1557, the Turks, Egypt, and Italy colonized Eritrea until 1941. The people of Eritrea had established the right to gain international recognition as a nation. After World War II, when most African nations received independence from their former colonizers, Eritrea had every right to gain independence. Instead, the US, Britain, and Ethiopia schemed to force Eritrea into an alternative form of colonization, a union with Ethiopia. First, the British tried to break Eritrea into two. They slated the highland part of Eritrea to be part of Ethiopia and the lowlands to belong to Sudan. They tried that for two reasons. 1. The history of Islam in Eritrea dates back to the 7th century AD, when the Sahaba, companions of the Prophet Muhammad, migrated to Eritrea and built what we believe to be the oldest mosque in Africa, in the city of Misawa. The Masjid al-Sahaba in Misawa, Eritrea is the first mosque in Africa. One of the first in the Islamic Ummah. It is positioned toward Mihrab and Qibla direction of prayer points. It is pointing towards Al-Quds, Jerusalem, like the early mosques before they changed the Qibla in the direction of Mecca. Photo, Gideon Musa Aaron. The British have been involved in the affairs of the region because they have had a presence for centuries. They understand the power and influence of Islam, and they also knew the role it played in various parts of Africa. Brigadier Stephen Longrig, the chief administrator for Eritrea during the British military administration from 1942 to 1944, had written a book, A Short History of Eritrea. In his book, he explained the history of Islam in Eritrea dating back to the 16th century, which attests to the fact that Britain understood Islam and its influences. They also knew that Eritrean Muslims were staunch nationalists and that it would be a challenge to get them to accept union with Ethiopia. This was complicated by the fact that Haile Selassie had sold Ethiopia as the only Christian nation in a region surrounded by Islam. So, they thought of breaking Eritrea into two for the Christian population to be on the Ethiopian side, and the lowland Muslim population to become part of Sudan. 2. Had the UN divided Eritrea, Britain would likely gain ownership of the lowlands of Eritrea and merge it into Sudan, a British colony. Britain had designed to expand the Sudan territory by taking over the western Eritrean lowlands. The UN General Assembly rejected this proposal. So, they moved to the best option, the federation plan with Ethiopia that the US started, which is to have Ethiopia control Eritrea legally. And they used the UN to establish the framework necessary to accomplish it. Selling the federation idea to the UN was the first step. The secret memorandum released under the Freedom of Information Act from the Foreign Relations of the United States, 1951, subject, Italian colonies by the Under-Secretary of State to the Executive Secretary of the National Security Council stated. A federation formula was developed by the U.S. delegation to the Interim Committee of the General Assembly when the report of the UN Commission for Eritrea was considered during July, August, and September of 1950. The formula obtained the support of the British, Ethiopian, and several leading Latin American delegations. It was further elaborated in private negotiations during the General Assembly and was accepted by both the Italian and Ethiopian delegations. The full text. The Federation Formula, Eritrea. The report of the UN Commission established by the fourth session of the General Assembly of its investigation of Eritrea did not submit any agreed recommendation but, rather, presented three different proposals espoused by different members of the Commission. One member, Norway, favored the annexation of all of Eritrea by Ethiopia. Two members, South Africa and Burma, favored the federation of all of Eritrea with Ethiopia. Two other members, Guatemala and Pakistan, favored UN trusteeship for 10 years leading to independence. Under the circumstances, the Department of State decided to give strong support to the proposal for the federation of Eritrea with Ethiopia. It was felt that this was in line with our basic policy and our security interests in Eritrea, and that it stood the best chance of meeting the views of the various interested parties and of obtaining the approval of 2/3 of the members of the UN. A federation formula was developed by our delegation to the Interim Committee of the General Assembly when the report of the UN Commission for Eritrea was considered during July, August, and September of 1950. The formula obtained the support of the British, Ethiopian, and several leading Latin American delegations. It was further elaborated in private negotiations during the General Assembly and was accepted by both the Italian and Ethiopian delegations. Then 14 sponsors, including the United States, introduced the resolution in the ad hoc political committee where it was eventually approved without change and was adopted by the General Assembly on December 2, 1950. The chief provisions of the resolution are that 1. Eritrea shall be an autonomous unit federated with Ethiopia under the sovereignty of the Ethiopian Crown. 2. The Eritrean government shall possess legislative, executive, and judicial powers in the field of domestic affairs. 3. The jurisdiction of the federal government shall extend to the following matters: defense, foreign affairs, currency and finance, foreign and interstate commerce, and external and interstate communications, including ports. 4. The area of the Federation shall constitute a single area for customs purposes and there shall be free movement of goods and persons. 5. A single nationality shall prevail throughout the Federation. 6. The federal government, as well as Eritrea, shall ensure to residents of Eritrea without distinction of nationality, race, sex, language, or religion, the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental liberties. 7. There shall be a transition period which shall not extend beyond September 15, 1952, during which the Eritrean government will be organized and the Eritrean constitution prepared and put into effect. There will be a United Nations Commissioner in Eritrea appointed by the General Assembly to assist on these matters. 8. During the transition period, the present British administering authority shall continue to conduct the affairs of Eritrea and shall, in consultation with the United Nations Commissioner, implement certain specified provisions of the resolution. 9. The Federal Act, which consists of the first 7 paragraphs of the resolution, and the Constitution of Eritrea shall enter into effect after the Constitution has been approved by the Commissioner and adopted by the Eritrean Assembly and after both documents have been ratified by the Emperor of Ethiopia. Then the transfer of power from the British administration shall take place by September 15, 1952. The resolution recognizes that the disposal of Eritrea should be based on its close political and economic association with Ethiopia and assures the inhabitants of Eritrea of the fullest respect and safeguards for their institutions, traditions, religions, and languages, as well as the widest possible measure of self-government. At the same time, the resolution respects the constitution, institutions, traditions, and the international status and identity of the Empire of Ethiopia. The principal strategic interest of the United States in Eritrea is in having the right to use certain military facilities in that territory. As stated in NSC 19/3, United States strategic requirements call for the operational availability of the following bases as essential: Asmara, Eritrea, as a telecommunications base facility, and in the event of an emergency, Massawa, Eritrea, as an air and naval base facility. In view of the decision taken by the United Nations on Eritrea, it will be necessary for this government to negotiate with Ethiopia for the desired rights. In preparation for the negotiation of such an agreement, preliminary steps have been taken as follows. 1. The Ethiopian Foreign Minister has been informed orally and in general terms of United States interest in concluding an agreement regarding such military facilities. 2. The British and the United Nations Commissioner for Eritrea, a Bolivian diplomat, Eduardo Anz Machenzo, who is pro-American and anti-communist, have also been informed that the United States might want to use such facilities in the future. And 3. The Department of State in conjunction with the Department of Defense is drafting an agreement covering the use of the facilities we desire in Eritrea to be used as a basis for negotiation with the Ethiopian government. These negotiations may be involved and protracted, but it should be possible to come to an adequate understanding with the Ethiopians in view of the excellent relations we now have with them and the support we rendered in the solution of the Eritrean problem. Evaluation of policy. 1. United States policy objectives have been accomplished with respect to the disposition of the former Italian colonies. 2. Future United States strategic military requirements in Libya and Eritrea will have to be provided for in agreements with the governments of Libya and Ethiopia respectively. Preliminary planning for the negotiation of these agreements is progressing satisfactorily. The agreement with Libya should be officially concluded after that country becomes independent, scheduled for January 1, 1952. The agreement with Ethiopia cannot become effective until after Eritrea is officially federated with Ethiopia, scheduled for September 15, 1952. 3. Unless unforeseen difficulties arise, no further question regarding the disposition of the former Italian colonies is anticipated. Accordingly, no further progress report on this subject is contemplated. James E. Webb from the Foreign Relations of the United States, 1951, The Near East and Africa, Volume V, S/PNSC Files, Lot 61D 167, Italian Colonies Memorandum by the Under-Secretary of State, Webb, to the Executive Secretary of the National Security Council, Lay, Top Secret Washington, April 30, 1951. Subject: Final Progress Report on NSC 19/5, Disposition of the Former Italian Colonies. The Federation. The U.S. provided Haile Selassie a legal consultant and aide that walked him through the UN negotiation process and enabled Ethiopia to campaign for the Federation. The Federation, however, was a stepping stone. The goal had been the annexation of Eritrea all along. According to a U.S. Foreign Affairs document, the following conversation occurred between Assistant Secretary of State George C. McGee, and the Ethiopian Foreign Minister, Ato Aklilu Haptwald, in the presence of Mr. John Spencer, advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, in New York, on September 15, 1950. Everyone knew that federation proposals have been discussed by the Interim Committee and it would now be difficult to retreat to the original stand taken by the US and the UK, namely that Eritrea be annexed by Ethiopia. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1950, The Near East, South Asia, and Africa, Volume V 357.A/12, 2750. The move to annex Eritrea was urgent and unanimous except that it did not involve Eritrean views. For example, Sinclair Oil Corporation, an American oil company that had rights and planned to drill oil in the Ogaden region of Ethiopia, advocated for the annexation of Eritrea. On September 27, 1945, Sinclair Oil Corporation President Henry F. Sinclair wrote a letter to the Secretary of State James F. Burns. Dear Mr. Secretary, my company has only recently completed an agreement with the Imperial Ethiopian government for the development of petroleum in Ethiopia. I feel rather certain that you personally have been informed with a request to this agreement. Unfortunately, The country of Ethiopia is an inland country, with no direct water outlet for export shipping. Should we be successful in discovering oil, we would, of necessity, be required to construct adequate pipeline facilities from Ethiopia to a suitable seaport, as well as an export shipping terminal. If we are to proceed with our development program in Ethiopia, it is of vital importance that Eritrea should be recognized as an integral part of Ethiopia, as we would have a suitable seaport outlet. Our entire development program will seriously be delayed and affected should Eritrea be under the domination of any other power except Ethiopia. I, therefore, urgently request that your good offices support the demand of Ethiopia with respect to Eritrea. Britain, Ethiopia, multinational corporations, and above all, the United States wanted Eritrea to become part of Ethiopia. They were all in sync and pursued the action plan with authority. Using the UN, with narratives they crafted and by manipulating the system they created, they sealed the fate of the people of Eritrea. There was nothing the people of Eritrea could have done to change the trajectory. Eritreans were under colonial oppression in an open prison, subjected to servitude under Italy for over 60 years. After the defeat of Italy, the European powers and the US exposed the people of Eritrea to a world and an international system in which they had no knowledge or control. Eritreans were no match to the mighty and legal prowess of the US and Britain. They had no experience with the UN system that the powerful nations had created. Eritreans could not understand in depth the nuanced, intricate mechanisms that the West had established. They had no way to know the legal web of conspiracies the US and Britain designed. Eritreans controlled no institutions, nor did they have mechanisms to understand the international process and stand against it. They had no resources, had no meaningful presence in the international arena, and had no independent legal experts pool to represent the people in the United Nations. Eritreans had no access to the international community at all. The future of the people was at the discretion of the UN. They gave Eritreans a minimal representation at a committee that investigated the matter in the UN. Be that as it may, the Eritrean representatives that presented the Eritrean case gave the UN a fair warning. The Eritrean people's cause is a just cause of the independence of people who refuse and reject any form of annexation, dismemberment, or a return to the hated colonialism, no matter what type it would be, whatever form it takes, or from which direction it comes. This indisputable right to independence to which our country is attached cannot be ignored without creating a new area of strife in East Africa, since the Eritrean people will never accept Ethiopian domination. Statement by the chairman of the delegation of the Muslim League of Eritrea. Ibrahim Sultan. 5th Session Ad Hoc Political Committee. UN November 21, 1950. Ibrahim Sultan. As the US and Britain determined their future, the people of Eritrea could not challenge them. The nationalist Eritreans who understood the gravity of the situation resisted, but to no avail. Worse yet, as the US and Britain conspired with Ethiopia to annex Eritrea through the UN process that gave a semblance of legality, no one stood for Eritrea. Italy, as the former colonizer, had the moral obligation to defend the rights of the people of Eritrea. But it was a mere spectator. Coming out of World War II and having suffered a humiliating defeat, it was in no position to stand for itself, let alone the people of Eritrea. Italy's positions had no impact. Furthermore, the Italians did not consider the rights of the Eritrean people. The entire process undermined the rights of the people of Eritrea. It stifled the efforts of the opposition and muzzled the voices of dissent. Those who opposed the federation, and the annexation, were sent to prison, tortured, and some faced death. Proponents of independence, the heroes of the people such as Ato Weld of Biedemariam and Ibrahim Sultan Ali faced death or exile. There was no mechanism, nation, or people that could stop the US. The international community played along and allowed the process to go on unchallenged because the US power overwhelmed it. Today, in most of the written history available about the period in which the US established presence in Eritrea, the British military administration, the Federation, the annexation of Eritrea, and the role of the people, the narratives are distorted. It does not reveal the behind-the-scenes activities and the machinations by the US and Britain. Over the decades, it has exposed the Eritreans to segmented accounts of events, but not the entire story. The history and the narratives available are mostly written by the Westerners, and with a Western audience in mind. They present limited and very well-defined narratives that misrepresent and mislead. Here are some examples of narratives provided by Western institutions. Encyclopaedia Britannica, in 1950 the United Nations, UN, under the prompting of the United States, resolved to join Eritrea to Ethiopia within 2 years. The proposed federation would provide Eritrea with autonomy under its own constitution and elected government. Elections to a new Eritrean assembly in 1952 gave the Unionist Party the largest number of seats but not a majority. The party thus formed a government in coalition with a Muslim faction. The Eritrean constitution, prepared by the UN in consultation with Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia, was adopted by the Eritrean Assembly on July 10, 1952, and ratified by Haile Selassie on August 11. The Act of Federation was ratified by the Emperor on September 11, and British authorities officially relinquished control on September 15. University of Central Arkansas, on December 2, 1950, the UN General Assembly approved a resolution by a vote of October 4, 46, calling for the Federation of Ethiopia and the British-administered UN Trust Territory of Eritrea. Elections for a 68-member representative assembly were held in Eritrea on March 16, 1952. The Eritrean Representative Assembly adopted a constitution on July 10, 1952, and Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie ratified the constitution on August 11, 1952. University of Central Arkansas Political Science Department Dam Project /Sub-Saharan Africa Region /Ethiopia Eritrea 1950-1993. Cambridge, from the end of the war through the arrival of the UN Commission in February 1950, there was a flurry of political activity. Although initially 5 political parties were formed, which in time became splintered and re-emerged as other parties, 2 main groups could be distinguished along geographical boundaries, the lowlands versus the highlands, separatist Muslims versus irredentist Christians. The historical suspicion and aloofness between Orthodox and Muslims continued to divide Eritrean loyalties. Affiliation, however, with one or another political party was not observed strictly on geographical or religious grounds. The emergence of political parties in Eritrea, 1941–1950 Lloyd Ellingson published online by Cambridge University Press, January 22, 2009. On all of the historical accounts provided by major US and British institutions, the process that the US and Britain placed in motion, the background work that they had done, their motives, how that impacted the outcome, and how they ignored the rights of the people is missing. They want to sell a notion that a legitimate process that the people controlled under the auspices of the United Nations had taken place. Within the period in focus, which is 1942 to 1952, they identified 3 key players that decided the outcome: the Eritrean General Assembly, Emperor Haile Selassie, and the UN. Little is known about the sophisticated handling of the US and Britain. No mentions of the competitions between the Western powers for territories throughout Africa. Mostly, they ignore the role the US played to stop the Soviet influence and presence in Africa. These narratives give the notion that the people of Eritrea took part in the Federation's decisions and that they voted along religious lines. And it also gives the impression that the majority Christian vote won. The claim that the Unionists had the largest number of seats, shows the majority voted. It gives the idea that most of the Eritrean Assembly who represent the people voted for union with Ethiopia. It is also part of the narrative that Eritrea is a non-viable entity, beset with ethnic and religious divide. Key facts. 1. Before the British arrived in Eritrea, Muslims and Christians lived in peaceful coexistence. If they had differences, it had to do with the land and resources, not religion. Britain identified Eritreans as Tigrinya-speaking Highland Christians, or Lowland, Arabic-speaking Muslims instead of Eritreans, to minimize Eritrean national identity. 2. The Patriotic Society, or the Unionist Party, the Muslim League, Al-Rabita, Al-Islamiyya, and other groups surfaced after the British military administration in 1941. They created them to divide and rule. 3. The people of Eritrea started the struggle for independence immediately after Ethiopia annexed Eritrea. The suppressed resistance movement came to life after the annexation, leading to a 30-year war for independence. 4. The US and Britain had agreed on how to handle Eritrea without the presence of Ethiopia. They used Ethiopia as a vehicle to help them establish a presence in Eritrea and Africa. The US controlled the entire process. The US conceived the federation idea, sold it to the UN, the stakeholders, and saw it implemented successfully. 5. The US controlled the terms, and Ethiopia's future in Eritrea. The federation was an assurance American officials needed to ensure that Ethiopia could not renege on its support for US presence in Eritrea. Ethiopia had no choice but to accept the terms as laid out by the Federation Agreement that the US crafted. The memorandum by the Under-Secretary of State, James E. Webb, to the Executive Secretary of the National Security Council, described this process as future United States strategic military requirements in Libya and Eritrea will have to be provided for in agreements with the governments of Libya and Ethiopia respectively. Preliminary planning for the negotiation of these agreements is progressing satisfactorily. The agreement with Libya should be officially concluded after that country becomes independent, scheduled for January 1, 1952. The agreement with Ethiopia cannot become effective until after Eritrea is officially federated with Ethiopia, scheduled for September 15, 1952. The process worked without problems. Ethiopia entered Eritrea in 1952 and Haile Selassie signed the Eritrea-Ethiopia Federation Act. The federation was a step the US designed to establish the internationally recognized transition without giving full control to Ethiopia. It was also a condition the US laid out for Ethiopia. To take full control and annex Eritrea, Ethiopia had to sign an agreement that granted the US presence in key strategic locations in Eritrea. From the Foreign Relations of the United States, 1951, The Near East and Africa, Volume V, S/PNSC Files, Lot 61D 167, Italian Colonies. Foreign Relations of the United States, Diplomatic Papers, 1943, The Near East and Africa, Volume 4884.014/7, 2043. The Secretary of State to President Roosevelt, Washington, August 2, 1943. The U.S.-Ethiopia Mutual Defense Treaty. The back-and-forth negotiations between the U.S. and stakeholders took a decade to complete. The British authorities engaged principal players that assisted the U.S. in its efforts to set up the Federation and sign an agreement with the United States. Ethiopian authorities, however, did little to cooperate, to ensure a smooth and legal takeover of Eritrea. They failed to follow the protocols, and the steps the US and Britain laid out for the transition. It irritated British authorities at the failure of the Ethiopians for not offering proposals on what would make up federal services after the signing of the Federation Act in September. This plan was required for transferring power using the mechanisms the US put in place at the United Nations. The US and British officials described the exchanges as frustrating. Because much of the progress that needed to be made in arranging Eritrea's future and defining Ethiopia's part in the federation depended on it and was delayed. 3 steps must happen for a successful takeover. The challenge was to ensure that these steps succeeded at the same time for the process to go smoothly. They were: the UN must approve the Eritrean Federation. There must be a smooth legal transfer of power from the British to the Ethiopian authorities. The US and Britain must arrange the legal entry of Haile Selassie into Eritrea. All the United States wanted from the process was to ensure that Ethiopia entered Eritrea legally under the auspices of the United Nations. Once in Eritrea legally as mandated by the UN, Ethiopia becomes the custodian that is allowed to perform the legal affairs of Eritrea. That also allowed the US to sign a legally binding international agreement with Ethiopia. Ethiopia's lack of cooperation could have been because they realized that they had the upper hand in the negotiations. Recognizing that the US needed Ethiopia's full cooperation to enter Eritrea, it increased its demands. Besides the seaports of Eritrea, Ethiopia claimed Somaliland, which was under Italy's control then, and sought military help for its army. After World War II, Ethiopia had no military resources and requested to get the arms that the Allied forces confiscated from the defeated Italian army, but to no avail. The US supported Ethiopia gaining access to seaports from the beginning. However, the US did not support Ethiopia's demands for Somaliland. It also showed reluctance to provide military help and pressed Ethiopia to sign the agreements without concessions. Ethiopia refused to buckle to pressure, turning to Europe for arms and demanded that the US Congress ratify the agreement. The Americans were against Ethiopia going to the US Congress because they felt it would take longer and that Congress may not approve Ethiopia's requests in the end. Eager to control Eritrea and gain access to the sea, Ethiopia obliged, gave up on its demands on Somaliland and it withdrew its request to the US Congress ratify the agreement. These negotiations were handled at the highest levels of the US government. It had the attention of the US President. In 1945, Haile Selassie visited Navy ship USS Quincy stationed in the Suez Canal and met President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who received the Emperor with daughter Anna Boetiger in a grand setting on the deck of the ship. The Emperor met Roosevelt following the Yalta Conference, and it was the first high-level meeting between the US and Ethiopian governments in which they agreed on Ethiopia's takeover of Eritrea. They also agreed on the terms of the port's usage. During a meeting that lasted more than an hour, they discussed Ethiopia's need for the port and settled on Djibouti for the brief term and Eritrean ports for the long term. The US also agreed to build a railway for Ethiopia by an American company. These negotiations highlight the various negotiations the US conducted to gain access to Eritrea. After World War II, which ended the European colonial era in Africa, Ethiopia became the gateway for US ambitions in Africa. Ethiopia was the key to US security, diplomatic, political, and geopolitical interests in Africa, the Horn of Africa, and the Middle East. After the negotiations ended, selling Ethiopia to the American people, the US Congress and the international community took center stage. The US wanted to partner with Ethiopia about Eritrea without questions and suspicions by the international community. They also wanted to provide Ethiopia with military, economic, institutional, and educational help. They needed reasons to provide help and justifications for US actions in the region. So, it became salient to present Ethiopia as a key representation of Africa to the international community. They wanted to elevate Ethiopia's standing in the United Nations and on a global stage. Thus, bolstering the image of Ethiopia and its leadership became an integral part of the US strategy. On June 25, 1950, North Korea invaded the South with support from the Soviet Union. The US went to the Security Council and demanded that North Korea stop the invasion and withdraw its forces. When this warning was ignored, the US pressed and passed a second resolution that permitted its member states to assist South Korea in repelling the attack. In 1951, American advisors convinced Haile Selassie to send troops to South Korea to fight Communist North Korea as part of the American-led UN forces. 15 countries fought under US command including the United Kingdom, France, Australia, Canada, Turkey, and Ethiopia. This was a significant development. Ethiopia contributed 100,000 Ethiopian birr, approximately US $40,000, to the United Nations for medical supplies and offered 1,069 officers and men for use in Korea. With this move, Ethiopia showed the US its willingness to put troops on the ground when vital US national interests were at stake. The move was also the evidence the US needed to sell Ethiopia as representative of Africa on a global scale. This was what US officials pushed for and wanted to see Ethiopia take part in. Ethiopia's move in Korea checked many boxes. It provided the US cover and the confidence to claim that the North Korea mission was not just an imperialist move, it was an international mission that Africans took part in. Participation in North Korea elevated Ethiopia on a global stage and determined its future role in peacekeeping missions, that to this day has been an asset to various American administrations who used Ethiopian forces in peacekeeping missions in Somalia, South Sudan, and other places. Ethiopia's participation in North Korea was also the justification that the US needed to provide arms to Ethiopia, without resistance from the US Congress or the international community. The Ethiopian government has strongly supported the United Nations in the war in Korea. In July it contributed 100,000 Ethiopian dollars, approximately US $40,000, to the United Nations for medical supplies, and in November offered a contingent of 1,069 officers and men for use in Korea. This offer has been accepted by the Unified Command and discussions are being held regarding the supplies and equipment for these troops. The department feels that the use of Ethiopian troops in Korea is highly desirable politically because, 1. This would help the Ethiopians obtain United States arms and military equipment which, by mitigating their previous disappointments, should assist the United States in negotiations with Ethiopia for the continued use of certain military facilities in Eritrea. 2. Of the great propaganda value of including among the UN armed forces a contingent of troops from an independent, colored nation in Africa, which would help to offset the Soviet claim that the Korean War is white imperialist aggression against the colored races of the world, as well as, 3. For the contribution to international collective security which the use of troops of another member of the UN would provide. At the time the Ethiopians expressed the desire to send troops to Korea, they also requested the United States to furnish the necessary supplies to arm and equip 2 or 3 divisions. This equipment, they maintained, would enable them to participate actively in the defense of their area and in collective security measures. Since Ethiopia is eligible to obtain this equipment only under Section 408(e) of Public Law 329, as amended, the department is endeavoring to ascertain whether Ethiopia can meet the political and strategic prerequisites. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1951, The Near East and Africa, Volume V 611.75/3, 151 Policy Statement prepared in the Department of State, Secret Washington, March 1, 1951. After a protracted process, the U.S. completed all the requirements. United States Representative to the General Assembly Charles A. Sprague had introduced a joint resolution on the Federation of Ethiopia and Eritrea. The UN granted the federation. On September 11, 1952, they completed the transferring of power when the emperor entered Eritrea for the first time and ratified the Constitution of Eritrea and signed the Federation Act between Eritrea and Ethiopia. September 11, 1952 Emperor Haile Selassie signed the Federation Act of Eritrea with Ethiopia. Eritrea's new constitution automatically went into effect as he signed. Ethiopian received what it wanted, Eritrea, access to the sea, military help, and solid relations with the U.S. The U.S. received the agreement that paved the way for its presence in Eritrea. In the end, the Federation Act that Emperor Haile Selassie signed as the Eritrea-Ethiopia Federation Act was a pact between the U.S. and Ethiopia. It had nothing to do with Eritrea. It could have easily been named the Federation Act between the U.S. and Ethiopia. In less than a year after Ethiopia entered Eritrea, on May 22, 1953, the US and Ethiopia signed the Mutual Defense Treaty. As part of the agreement, the US wanted the freedom to operate without permission from Ethiopian authorities, total control in Eritrea, unhindered access in and out without customs, immigration, or checks by the Ethiopian military. They demanded and received access to bring anything, equipment, food, medicine, etc., to establish the infrastructure and facilities necessary to accommodate their personnel and enable them to function at the highest levels possible. The transition was swift. The US had to take over key military installations that the Italians used, Radio Marina, or Radio Navy. This was a base that the Italians used as a radio communication center in the center of Asmara. The U.S. established a base in the port city of Misawa on the Red Sea, 71 miles east of Asmara, and the city of Karen, 56 miles northwest of Asmara. Kagnu Station Base Aerial View. Photopad. Pipes. After acquiring the base, changing its name was a priority to erase the Italian legacy and to assert an Ethiopian presence in Eritrea. The U.S. changed the name to Kagnu Station to honor the Ethiopian troops, the Kagnu battalions, who fought in North Korea as part of the US-led UN forces. These troops were Ethiopia's elite troops and part of Haile Selassie's imperial bodyguard named Kebir Zebigna. With the name change, the U.S. established a new legacy. The Federation Agreement was the first stage for Haile Selassie's entry to Eritrea. It was the stage before the takeover. A time frame that provided Ethiopia with an opportunity to clean obstacles, time to eliminate the voices for the independence of Eritrea. It was time to silence the opposition by brutally killing, harassing, and imprisoning the leaders of the Eritrean independence movement. Ethiopia banned all political parties, trade unions, and parliament in Eritrea. It banned Tigrinya and Arabic as the official languages used in education and administration and replaced them with Amharic, the official language of Ethiopia. Finally, ignoring the Federation Agreement, Ethiopia dissolved the Eritrea-Ethiopia Federation Act, annexed Eritrea in 1962, and made Eritrea the 14th province of Ethiopia. The U.S. established the base, Kagnu Station, and placed over 4,000 troops in the heart of the city of Asmara in the province of Eritrea. Under the facade of a communication satellite station, Kagnu Station became a very important U.S. military base represented by key U.S. agencies such as the Joint Project of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, the Navy Communications, NAVCOM, the U.S. Strategic Communications Command, STRATCOM, and the Army Security Agency, ASA. These institutions are central to U.S. intelligence and are vital to U.S. operations worldwide. The Kagnu Station had a far-reaching intelligence gathering and monitoring capacities. From the base, the U.S. monitored the communication and activities of the former Soviet Union. It was a place from which the U.S. kept open ears and eyes on Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and the Indian Ocean. Kagnu Station Base U.S. Troops. Photopad. Pipes. Kagnu Station Base Satellite Dish. Photopad. Pipes. The U.S. had also established centers in Karen and Misawa, a beautiful port city where Americans regularly entertained on the Red Sea shores. The Federation allowed the U.S. legal entry into Eritrea. Discreetly, Americans felt at home in Eritrea almost immediately. The U.S. personnel in Asmara were a mainstay and became part of the fabric of Eritrean life. The beautiful modern city of Asmara became home to American servicemen and women. Most of them lived on the base. Some also rented villas and lived outside the base. The Kagnu Station Base was a city within a city. It had a movie theater, the Roosevelt Theater, with a capacity of 320, bowling, a chapel, residential facilities that housed thousands, and a Walmart type of grocery store that provided goods imported from the U.S. Kagnu Base Aerial View 1970. The troops brought their families, so they had schools, a gymnasium, an indoor pool, a baseball league for minors and adults, and a football field. They had a club, sports facilities, miniature golf on the base, and a golf course established to accommodate the U.S. personnel less than 3 miles from the base. Oasis Club Kagnu Station. Photopad. Pipes. *1 Foreign Relations of the United States, 1951, The Near East and Africa, Volume VS/PNSC Files, Lot 61D 167, Italian Colonies. Choke point. A choke point refers to a point of natural congestion along two wider and important navigable passages. Maritime choke points are naturally narrow channels of shipping, having high traffic because of their strategic locations. Asterisk triangulation, a point on the Earth, the position of which is determined by triangulation. Also called trig point. U.S. Dodd. Chapter V. U.S. Legacy in Eritrea. How can we measure the successes and failures of U.S. policies throughout the globe? The U.S. in Eritrea, a defining moment in history. What took place in Eritrea after World War II was monumental. It was a significant historical event. When Sir Winston Churchill made a call for help to Franklin D. Roosevelt, it altered the global power arrangement. It downgraded the role of Britain. It was the passing of a baton from the British Empire to the US, a moment that changed the geopolitical leadership of the region from Britain to the US. It was a moment in history that partly determined the outcome of World War II. The Allied forces defeated the Axis of powers in North Africa and the Mediterranean Sea, only after the US established bases in Eritrea. It was also the end of the colonial era for many European nations that controlled vast territories of Africa for centuries. Like Britain, the roles of these European colonizers were also downgraded. It was the beginning of the era of US supremacy that defined post-colonial Africa. It ushered in the post-World War II and the Cold War era world. It was a consequential period that led to the beginning of the Cold War competition between the US and the USSR. Eritrea and Ethiopia were indispensable for the US in its competition against the Soviet Union. When the US established a base in Eritrea, the US won a major political and strategic advantage over the Soviet Union. Because one of the main reasons the US established a presence in Eritrea was to monitor Soviet activities. It was the post-war period that established a new global hierarchy that stayed in effect for 6 decades. It created a global economic, political, socio-economic, and geopolitical system that the US led and controlled for nearly 6 decades. When the US established its presence in Eritrea in 1942, the US was the most dominant force in the world. We can easily argue that the US was the sole superpower. The US foreign policy for the Near East and the Horn of Africa was centered in Eritrea and Ethiopia, and it was enacted after World War II. Little has changed since. The US legacy in Eritrea after World War II. Eritrea gives American people and the world a glimpse of how the US operated around the world after World War II in the Horn of Africa, in the Middle East, and Africa. Eritrea exposed the long-term objectives, the why, the who, where, and what of US policies and strategies. It shows how well, or how badly these strategies served US interests. It shows how the US presence in Eritrea helped or hurt the US political, economic, security, and geopolitical standing in the region during the Cold War. It exposes whether the post-World War II US presence in Eritrea was a success or failure. It also shows how these policies affected the US's global standings then and now. At the end of World War II, the US was the ultimate victor in the region and around the world. The US presence in Eritrea was a manifestation of the victory in a moment that the US asserted global supremacy. The question is, did the US exploit the victory well? Were US policies and actions in Eritrea correct? Were the long-term interests of the US served? How did it affect the lives of the people of Eritrea and the region? The US involvement in Eritrea was about the greater US agendas that encompassed the world. A key aim of the US-Eritrea strategy was to exert influence and dominate the geopolitics of the region. A region that involved the Middle East and Africa comprehensively. The US positioned itself in key strategic locations to have a lasting impact. Eritrea was an especially important aspect of the strategy. Since it has been over 8 decades when the US first established a presence in Eritrea and the region, there are many ways to measure failures, successes, and consequences of US actions. To do that, we must look at the objectives, the goals, and the outcome. When the US established a presence in Eritrea, it failed to consider the aspirations of the people of Eritrea. That has had a profound impact on the outcome and the overall failures and success of US strategies standing, and its abilities to achieve its goals in the Horn of Africa, in Ethiopia, the Middle East, and Africa. The US planned to run its Africa and the Red Sea strategy through Ethiopia. The US calculated a strong Ethiopia, trained and armed by the US, and Israel could easily manage its internal affairs, and control Eritrea and the region. However, that was a miscalculation and overly ambitious. First, it overestimated Ethiopia's abilities. Secondly, they were overly confident that the help and military training they provided Ethiopia would reign supreme. Third, Ethiopia had not established a viable political and military foundation strong enough to meet the various challenges. That included domestic security matters, Eritrea, Somalia, economic development, and establishing institutional capacities quickly. At the time, Ethiopia was an underdeveloped nation. From the time Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, Ethiopia depended on the US and Britain for its very existence. When Haile Selassie returned from exile, Ethiopia was under British military custody. After the Allied forces evicted the Italian army, Britain and US controlled Eritrea and Ethiopia. They were the occupying forces. Ethiopia had no say, power, and had no military that could stand independently. Fourth, and importantly, the US underestimated the wit, grit, resolve, and determination of the people of Eritrea. They overlooked the people. It took the US and Britain 11 years, from 1942 to 1952, to enact the federation and 21 years to complete the forceful annexation of Eritrea. The US had made substantial investments and legally sound moves to ensure an unquestionable presence in Eritrea. The US worked hard, used all its connections, and provided the financial resources necessary to accomplish the mission. In the end, the US was effective in controlling Eritrea legally, while deliberately undermining the rights of the people of Eritrea by uniting them with Ethiopia. The Italians warned the US authorities that the great majority of Eritreans would prefer independence and that there would be those that would show vigorous opposition to being under Ethiopian rule. The US knew the consequences and implications of not satisfying the aspirations of the people of Eritrea. Yet, the US failed to consider other options that allowed Eritreans to decide their fate. It failed to work out an arrangement that accommodated the US interests and Ethiopian need for access to the sea without undermining the rights of the people of Eritrea. Instead, the US decided it was better to control Eritrea, using Ethiopia as a surrogate, fully knowing the consequences. In a summary report, citing a British administrator, a US official noted, "The chief administrator thought it was more than possible that the Eritrean politicians, more probably the Muslims, would sooner or later, whenever it suited their interest of the moment, make a political football of the presence of American troops on their soil without their concurrence." The prediction came accurate in 1962. The letter by the All Youth and Student Federation of Eritrea to the United States National Student Association highlighted the turn of events as Ethiopia readied to annex Eritrea. The letter highlighted the plight of the people and called for justice for Eritrea. The response to the letter came 5 months later. The letter represents the sentiment of the people. But there was nothing that could be done at that point because the US and Ethiopian succeeded to deny the people their rights. Relative to the post-colonial era in Africa, the case of Eritrea, and the way Western powers led by the US handled Eritrea was unique because 1. Eritrea was the only country denied independence when all former European colonies received their independence. 2. The extent to which US and British officials labored to achieve their agendas, duration, persistence, and determination were unparalleled. 3. The people of Eritrea had no say during the British military administration when the US and Britain colluded to establish Ethiopia in Eritrea. The US officials knew they were denying the people of Eritrea their rights. But it did not matter. According to the State Department, the policy throughout the protracted settlement of the Eritrean problem has been characterized by a desire to obtain through our great influence in international circles the best possible terms for Ethiopia. I believe that the time has now come to readjust the emphasis on our policy to obtain the best possible terms for ourselves and of gaining the maximum advantage for ourselves, and that on a long-range basis. I should like to point out the fact that we have been virtually the prime movers in bringing about the establishment in East Africa of a potentially democratic government, however limited its scope may be and however much of a byproduct of an overall settlement it may have been. The US authorities understood the moral dilemmas of their actions and knew that Eritreans would come back and demand freedom at some point. This is how one of the US officials described the dilemma. We have become identified with that phenomenon which, by plan or by coincidence, represents an advance in our policy toward colonial areas. That our policy rightly included action by the rule of thumb that the settlement must be to Ethiopia's advantage is not questioned. The thought brought forward, however, for consideration is that by continued application of this rule we may endanger our long-range policy and lay ourselves open to charges of duplicity and insincerity. Legalistic considerations to the contrary, we must live with Eritrea. The US used its power, influence, and vast resources and imposed an archaic Ethiopian monarchy on one of the most developed nations in Africa of the time. The people of Eritrea had no chance against the mighty powerful US and Britain. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1952–1954, Africa and South Asia, Volume 11, Part 1. 675.77/4, 2952. The consul at Asmara, Mulcahy, to the Department of State Secret No. 162 Asmara, April 29, 1952. Subject: Meeting between Ambassador Childs and Duncan Cumming, Chief Administrator of Eritrea. The US-Eritrea strategy backfired. The moves the US made in Eritrea were flawed, hubris-laden, and short-sighted. They succeeded at the time. However, it undercut long-term US strategic objectives and led Ethiopia to a very protracted war against the people of Eritrea. On September 1, 1961, Hamid Edris Awad fired the first bullet of the Eritrean People's Armed Struggle in the name of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and established the Liberation Movement for Eritrea. The ELF banned ethnic and religious differences created among the people by the colonial powers and focused solely on the liberation of Eritrea. In a brief time, the struggle for independence grew. And in 1970, a faction from the ELF broke away and formed the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. The EPLF quickly controlled vast territories and established effective administrations in all the areas it governed. Eventually, the EPLF became the principal organization that led Eritrea to victory. The US had three key objectives in Eritrea. 1. To establish military bases and presence in Eritrea. 2. To control the Red Sea, establish a presence, and ensure Ethiopia remained in the US sphere of influence. Satisfy Ethiopia's needs of access to the sea by all means including violence. Mr. Cumming stated that, although there were great grounds for optimism concerning the administration's ability to accomplish its mission of handing over to the new regime by September 15, he did not think that the need for care and caution had passed. He implied that he foresaw the possibility of the reappearance of civil violence and disorder if the opposing political forces did not reach an agreement on the constitution and other legal affairs in a short time. He said that, while the new shadow government will be permitted increasingly to assume responsibilities for the conduct of Eritrean affairs, he himself will retain a firm hand at the helm until the very last moment, since the overall responsibility for Eritrea's welfare will continue to be his until September 15, 1952. 3. Importantly, central to the strategy was to prevent communism from spreading in Ethiopia and the region by providing military aid, economic help, and assisting Ethiopia's modernization. The US empowered Emperor Haile Selassie and revamped the Ethiopian army and the economy. The US set up a 44,000 fully mechanized army and helped Ethiopia establish a naval presence in the Red Sea. Ethiopia became economically viable, in control of the region, and according to the National Security Report of 1960. Ethiopia occupied a commanding position in the Horn of Africa and is the only economically viable country in the area. Although internal stability has been achieved under the authoritarian rule of the emperor, the feudal nature of the government, the fact that the central government does not exercise effective administrative control over outlying areas, the presence of a large Muslim minority susceptible to UAR and other blandishments and still extant discontent in Eritrea are serious fundamental weaknesses. The Ethiopian government has been following a policy of military modernization, economic development of the country's resources, and almost imperceptibly gradual political advancement. Economic stability has been maintained through careful use of internal resources, the long-term expansion of export revenues, and the availability of external financing. The long-range consequences of the attempted coup of December 1960 cannot as yet be predicted. It is unlikely, however, that the emperor can, even if he wishes, accelerate appreciably the political advancement and economic development of Ethiopia with the human and economic resources available without resorting to forced mobilization of manpower and capital. The situation will probably be kept under control so long as Haile Selassie reigns, but his death or incapacitation is likely to precipitate a struggle for power at the center, possibly complicated by secession movements, especially in Eritrea and the Somali-inhabited areas. Crown Prince Asia Wosan has suffered from the restraints placed on him by his father, and although publicly exonerated from culpability in connection with the December 1960 coup attempt, he may be quietly removed from the line of succession. If, however, he remains the legally designated heir, he may be able to succeed to the throne, if only as a symbol, especially should he be supported by the army. 55. National Security Council Report, NSC 6028 December 30, 1960. Note by the Executive Secretary to the National Security Council on U.S. policy toward the Horn of Africa. The report gave valid warning that Ethiopia could, at some point, unravel, leading to instability for a multitude of reasons. However, the U.S. officials were convinced, so long as Haile Selassie ruled, he would control Ethiopia. 14 years after the report, Haile Selassie's reign unraveled. The bad governance, the drought in Wollo and Tigray province of 1972 to 1974 exposed his weaknesses. Emperor Haile Selassie was a highly regarded figure around the world, but when his government tried to hide the drought and suppressed information about the nearly 200,000 people, especially children, that died of starvation, Ethiopian students and the military took to the streets, which eventually led to his ouster. Meanwhile, by 1974, the Ethiopian military that the US and Israel trained and financed could not control the developments in Ethiopia and Eritrea. The two fronts, the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, had controlled most of Eritrea. The ELF and EPLF fighters were on the outskirts of the city of Asmara, ready to take control of the entire nation. The only problem, the ELF and EPLF were at loggerheads. Had the two fronts cooperated, Eritreans could have taken total control in no time. The US-Eritrea strategy was wrong, unsustainable, poorly conceived, short-sighted, hubris-laden, and naive. The US overestimated the powers of Haile Selassie while it underestimated the powers of the people of Eritrea and the impact that they could have on the long-term strategic objectives of the US. The US undermining the rights of the people of Eritrea ended up undermining the US strategy in Ethiopia, Africa, and the region. Perhaps the US-Eritrea strategy unraveled the US strategies in the Red Sea, Horn of Africa, and Ethiopia. It affected the US strategies in Egypt, Yemen, Sudan, and Saudi Arabia. It had a domino effect, as everything was interconnected. For example, because of the Nile River, Egypt has existential interests in Ethiopia. Thus, regardless of what the US intends to achieve in the region, Egypt will give its existential interest priorities. That means if supporting Eritrea will accomplish its interests, Egypt will probably pursue its interest through Eritrea, affecting the US strategy in Eritrea and Ethiopia. The strategic advantages the US gained in Eritrea were for a limited time. It ended when Haile Selassie was abruptly and violently dethroned. The Derg, the Marxist-Leninist communist military leadership, officially known as the Provisional Military Government of Socialist Ethiopia, took power in 1974 and ended the U.S. presence in Eritrea. There are some historical parallels here. The world has seen how the U.S. was forced out of Saigon in 1975. Though not comparable to Saigon, 2 years later, the U.S. faced a similar predicament in Eritrea. The U.S. was forced to pack in a hurry, load the personnel, shut down Kagnew station, and flew out unceremoniously. Mengistu Haile Mariam ordered the expulsion of Americans in Ethiopia and the closure of Kagnew station based in Asmara, Eritrea in April 1977. They were forced to leave in hurry. The question is, how did the US miscalculate badly? Was it worth it? Was it worth all the political capital, time spent, and resources invested? What were the consequences of US actions? What did the US presence mean for the people of Eritrea? How did the US involvement help or hurt Eritrea? It is important to look at the US legacy and assess the impact and influences it has had on the life, culture, music, economy, lifestyle, politics, security, and other issues of Eritrea. It is critical to see its impact from the Eritrean and American perspectives. The US policies and involvement in Eritrea were devastating. It unleashed a protracted war for independence that lasted 30 years. Eritrea lost countless lives, many more got injured, millions were displaced and forced to flee abroad. The amount of loss of property and opportunities were immense. The disruptions it caused are indescribable. Every Eritrean has a horror story to tell. It denied Eritreans freedom in their own country. It subjected Eritreans to over 50 years of unnecessary hardships. Living under Ethiopian military rule has been one of the worst experiences Eritreans have faced. The US was wrong to subject the people of Eritrea to unnecessary brutality. The US-Eritrea strategy failed. The simple and least complicated approach would have been to satisfy Ethiopia's seaport demands by agreement with Eritrea. The US had the upper hand, all the leverages it needed at its disposal vis-a-vis Ethiopia. It was far easier to answer the question of Eritrea fairly. To address the rights to self-determination and allow the people of Eritrea to decide their fate, their future without manipulation. Ethiopia was totally at the mercy of the US and Britain. Ethiopia's needs for port and access to the sea are real and existential. Had the US spent a fraction of the time and resources to create arrangements that satisfied Eritrea and Ethiopia, the outcome would have been different. Millions of lives would have been spared, and it could have avoided the displacements of millions of Eritreans and Ethiopians. Trillions spent on military expenditures would have been saved and used for development, education, technology, and infrastructure. Instead, they pursued a long, complicated route that wreaked havoc on the lives of Eritreans, Ethiopians, and other people of the region. US Eritrea policies and legacy after the Cold War. After the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, the US had another opportunity to rewrite history. There was time to reassess and devise a fair, judicious, and tempered approach towards Eritrea. It would have been a lot easier to acknowledge the past, accept Eritrean independence and work with it. One would think the US would learn from the first experience that led to federation, annexation, the Soviet takeover, and 30 years of wars it unleashed. On the Department of State and the US Embassy in Eritrea fact sheet pages, for example, there are no reminders of US history in Eritrea before independence. This is what is available. U.S. Recognition of Eritrean Independence, 1993, the United States recognized the Republic of Eritrea on April 27, 1993, when the American consulate at Asmara informed Eritrean authorities of this decision on the same date Eritrea declared its independence. Eritrea previously had been under Ethiopian sovereignty. Diplomatic relations were established on June 11, 1993, when the American consulate at Asmara was raised to embassy status with Joseph P. O'Neill as charge d'affaires ad interim. They omitted the history of the U.S. after World War II and ignored the U.S. presence in Eritrea after the federation with Ethiopia. The history of Kagnew Station base is wiped out, non-existent. They do not even acknowledge Edward W. Mulcahy, Vice Consul, 1950 to 1952, Consular Officer, Asmara, Eritrea, before the Federation. The US had altered the lives, livelihood, and future of the people of Eritrea for decades. The US involvement in Eritrea and subsequent decisions have led to untold hardships and wars that took the lives of countless Eritreans. The impact of the US involvement on Eritrea has been debilitating. Yet, there are no acknowledgements of the history. Since 1941, the one constant has been the US involvement and presence in the affairs of Eritrea. The US played and continues to play a consequential and detrimental role in the lives of the people of Eritrea. Until recently, most were not aware of the extent of US involvement. However, today, with most of the historic secret documents released under the Freedom of Information Act, and the surprising revelations by WikiLeaks, the facts, adventures, and misadventures of the US are almost all out. The only time the US had no presence or direct influence in Eritrea was between 1975 and 1991, when the military regime replaced the US presence and influence in Ethiopia by the Soviets. It was during this period that the most intense wars of the Eritrean struggle for independence took place. In this interval, the US was disconnected, distant from the fiercest wars that took place between the military regime of Ethiopia and Eritrea. The US was unaware of the extent of military victories of the EPLF. Around 1988, when the Soviets struggled domestically and around the world, the US started to re-engage in Eritrea and Ethiopia. At the time, the US believed that the Eritrean War for Independence had reached a stalemate, and the US officials concluded, eventually, the two parties must come to some form of political settlement. However, as the EPLF achieved major victories against Ethiopian troops and occupied vast territories, sensing the inevitable, the US scurried to get involved. In September 1989, President Jimmy Carter called the EPLF and the THIRD for talks in Atlanta to negotiate a peace agreement. After some exchanges, the negotiations failed because President Carter wanted to send the Eritrean cause back to the UN to help resolve the situation. That was a non-starter for Eritrea. Eritrea rejected President Carter's mediation efforts and withdrew from the talks. After all, it was the failure of the UN that forced Eritrea to wage a 30-year struggle. Undeterred, the EPLF pressed and launched its decisive military offensive on the city of Dekmhere, 39 kilometers near Asmara, on May 19, 1991, days before it controlled the city of Asmara on May 24, 1991. With the victory, the EPLF ensured Eritrean independence. The defeat of the Ethiopian troops in Eritrea happened fast, and at a time when the US had no allies on the ground in Ethiopia. That forced the US to engage in a hurry. On May 27, 1991, the Bush administration's Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Ambassador Herman Cohen, set up a London peace conference to form a coalition government for Ethiopia. The EPLF had already taken complete control of Eritrea when the US invited the EPLF delegation led by Isaias Afwerki, the THIRD, headed by PM Tesfaye Dinka, and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, led by Meles Zenawi. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front delegation led by Isaias Afwerki, the THIRD headed by PM Tesfaye Dinka, and the Tigray People's Liberation Front led by Meles Zenawi for the London conference. The US included the EPLF as part of the coalition government that it tried to set up in Ethiopia. Simply put, the US attempted to stop Eritrea from becoming an independent nation. However, the situation on the ground forced the US to adopt and quickly accept the inevitable. Eritrea was not only in control of Ethiopian territories, but Eritrean mechanized forces were also in control of the capital Addis Ababa, including the presidential palace. That meant Ethiopia's fate relied on Eritrea's cooperation to save it from disintegrating. That gave the US no choice but to accept Eritrean independence. For 30 years, from 1961 until 1991, Eritrea fought and defeated one of the strongest militaries of Africa. The people of Eritrea fought against the US and Israel-backed Ethiopian army until 1974. After the fall of Emperor Haile Selassie in 1974, Eritrea fought the Soviet, Cuba, Yemen, and Eastern Germany-backed Colonel Mengistu Hailemariam's Derg regime for 17 years. Many former Ethiopian military leaders are now speaking openly on how the EPLF defeated the Ethiopian army. They attribute Eritrea's victories to the fact that Eritrea took the fight deep into Ethiopian territories by surprise. However, military victories without political victory and recognition by the UN could jeopardize the successful conclusion to the long struggle and the sacrifices that the people of Eritrea had made for decades. The EPLF has always been a visionary, calculating, and far-sighted organization. The calculations and the steps it took during the transitional moment was historic. An enormous part of the EPLF strategy was to stabilize Ethiopia and facilitate a smooth transition of power. In one step and in a brief time, Eritrea defeated the strongest army, dethroned the military leadership, conducted a regime change, and stabilized Ethiopia. Eritrea gets no credit for the crucial role it played in the transition that ushered in new leadership in Ethiopia peacefully. Certainly, it is not in Eritrea's genetic makeup to brag about its achievements. However, the regime change Eritrea conducted in Ethiopia was ingenious. It was perhaps the only time in the history of Africa that liberation forces who fought for independence changed a sitting government effectively. The regime change was central to Eritrea's strategy to cement an internationally recognized independence. During the Derg military rule, the US had no significant presence in Ethiopia. So, when the military regime fell, the US scrambled to play a role in the transition. The primary US goals were to facilitate a smooth transition, ensure stability, and if possible, to keep Eritrea as a part of Ethiopia. However, that was a non-starter. Eritrea had the upper hand, and had the US insisted that Eritrea remain part of Ethiopia, the makeup of Ethiopia would be different today. Ethiopia would have disintegrated. Hence, accommodating Eritrea's needs became of paramount importance and forced the US to accept Eritrea's demands. Cohen's coup in Ethiopia? By Newsweek staff on June 9, 91 at 8 p.m. EDT. Throwing stones and wielding clubs, demonstrators took to the streets of Addis Ababa last week. They weren't protesting the remnants of the Mengistu government, whose 14 years of brutality brought Ethiopia to the brink of annihilation. Their target was America. Rioters blamed the United States for installing new rulers in the capital and supporting the separation of Eritrea, the Red Sea province. More than 2,000 people stormed the U.S. Embassy, waving placards and chanting anti-American slogans. When the crowd charged a car flying a U.S. flag, Tigrayan rebels opened fire, killing a demonstrator and wounding several others. 2 days of protests left at least 10 people dead. At the heart of the Ethiopian rage was the feeling that the United States was abetting the breakup of their country. Ironically, the anti-American protests came in the wake of U.S. brokered peace talks in London early last week that were designed to bring about a ceasefire, avoid a forcible takeover of Addis Ababa, and create a representative transitional government that would organize the country's first democratic elections. But plans went awry. After the flight of President Mengistu Hailemariam, Addis Ababa was spinning into chaos. To avoid further bloodshed, Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs Herman Cohen, who chaired the negotiations, had to jettison original plans and make unexpected alliances, backing the rebel seizure of the capital and Eritrean demands for self-determination, but warning that Ethiopia cannot expect international cooperation without democracy. Dismissing the London talks as Cohen's coup, angry marchers in Addis Ababa complained of being cut off from their country's future. Everyone who counts in a deeper sense in Ethiopia, people who never rebelled, who run the part of the economy that works, has been left out of all this, said Christopher Clapham, an Ethiopia specialist at Britain's Lancaster University. But a State Department official defended the U.S. role, arguing that a hands-off policy might have helped turn Ethiopia into another Liberia. Cohen and Ethiopia had very few options. An orderly takeover of the capital was impossible. With rebel forces surrounding the city, Lt. Gen. Tesfagabrakatan, Mengistu's successor, was in no position to coax a ceasefire from the guerrillas or keep his own army, once Black Africa's largest, from disintegrating. Thousands of government soldiers simply walked away from the front, and officers deserted their posts. City streets teemed with renegades still in uniform, peddling AK-47s for $70. In the north, 100,000 government troops had already surrendered to Eritreans. In the capital, looting and fighting among government troops grew more frequent, along with post-curfew gunfire. Conceding that he could no longer maintain order, Tesfaye told U.S. diplomats he was ready to capitulate. He would order a unilateral truce and ask city residents to welcome the rebels. As soon as word reached London, Cohen, who was chairing the peace negotiations, spoke with Tigrayan rebel leader Meles Zenawi. Given the chaotic situation, Meles told Cohen, entry into Addis Ababa could no longer be delayed. Cohen's reply: rebel forces should move on the capital as soon as possible to help stabilize the situation. The decision enraged Tesfaye Dinka, Ethiopia's prime minister and delegate to the London talks. Residents of Addis Ababa, he said, would violently resist any rebel advance regardless of the ceasefire. In protest, he pulled out of the talks. The rebels moved into Addis Ababa that night. Just before dawn, with a whoosh of rocket fire and the boom of close tank engagements, they stormed the hilltop presidential palace, where the dregs of the Mengistu military put up meager resistance. By mid-morning it was over. Rebels walked into the palace and set up a de facto government. The siege resulted in surprisingly few deaths. The real bombshell that day came out of London, where Cohen, a 35-year veteran of the Foreign Service, reversed decades of U.S. policy by calling a referendum on independence for Eritrea, for which Eritrean nationalists have fought a 30-year war, a good idea. U.S. policymakers had little choice but to come around to that idea. In the final analysis, the rebels were the only disciplined force left who could maintain law and order, says a State Department official. Mengistu long played heavily on ethnic antagonism, portraying Eritreans and other opposition elements as Arabs bent on taking over the country. Still, U.S. involvement in Ethiopia hasn't exactly been a model of artful diplomacy. Washington approached Addis Ababa in late April to cut a deal to free Ethiopian Jews, only to find itself embroiled in an early retirement plan for Mengistu and peace talks with avowedly Marxist rebels whom it once distrusted and now admits it doesn't know very well. The White House is nervously banking on rebel promises of free market and democratic reforms, as well as cooperation in the stalled famine aid efforts to relieve more than 7 million people at risk of starvation. As leverage, it's counting on Ethiopia's desperate need for economic aid. That dependence ensures that America's post-Cold War ties to Ethiopia will remain close, if not friendly. Newsweek. When the Derg fell, there were no alternative political parties to replace the military regime because it had destroyed all the opposition groups in Ethiopia. The only options were the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, and Meles Zenawi, the head of the TPLF, who became the de facto leader of Ethiopia. Both the TPLF and the US never wanted independent Eritrea. However, they had no choice but to accept the process Eritrea chose. The US had no alternatives, and the TPLF did not have the force and ability to fight the Eritrean People's Liberation Front that trained and armed it. The TPLF was, therefore, forced to accept Eritrean independence. Despite repeated claims that it supported the independence of Eritrea, as the previous Ethiopian leaders, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, never accepted Eritrean independence. The TPLF had a plan of its own. They wanted to form an independent nation, a nation-state, the Greater Tigray Republic, by carving vast territories from Eritrea and incorporating it to Tigray. To achieve the Greater Tigray Republic, after it regained strength, the TPLF started a campaign to undo Eritrea's independence by going back to the strategy Britain tried after World War II. They attempted to divide Eritrea in two. the highlands of Eritrea to belong to Ethiopia and the lowlands to Sudan. The only difference, the TPLF classified the highlands as the Tigrinya because they spoke the language spoken in that region of Eritrea in Tigray. In April 1990, in an interview with a former U.S. diplomat and CIA operative Mr. Paul Hentze, Meles Zenawi said that the independence of Eritrea did not serve the interests of Tigray and Ethiopia. Meles also said Eritrea could not stand as a nation because of religious, ethnic, and regional divides that would tear it apart. Excerpts from the interview with Paul Hentze. Hentze, what is your position on separatism? Meles Zenawi, we are not separatists. We want a united Ethiopia. But we do not want a centralized Shoan-dominated Ethiopia. I just read the speech you gave to the Eritreans. PBH never supported the independence of Eritrea, here a couple of weeks ago. I support everything you say. I agree with you that the Ethiopian state is valuable. It should not be destroyed. It should be put back together on a democratic basis and with guarantees of freedom and autonomy for all its peoples, so it can develop economically. Federation is the only way this can be done. We are in favor of the federation. This is the only way the damage the Derg has done can be repaired. Hentze, what would be your preferences? Meles, we look at this from the viewpoints of the interests of Tigray first, and then Ethiopia as a whole. We would like to see Eritrea continuing to have a relationship with Ethiopia. We know that Tigray needs access to the sea, and the only way is through Eritrea. Whether Eritrea is part of Ethiopia or independent, we need this access and, therefore, must have close ties. There are many Tigrayans in Eritrea. They are concerned. They don't want to be treated as foreigners there. There has always been close connections between Tigray and Eritrea, for the highland people are all the same. They have the same history. We are worried about Eritrea because we are not sure that differences among different groups can be kept under control. Everything could be destroyed there if people begin fighting each other. When the EPLF takes over Asmara, they will have a difficult burrito, because they have to keep the people together. Some of the Muslims will favor separatism, but there is no strength in unity among them on this issue. The ELF has no active strength in Eritrea now, but it still exists in Sudan and there are many Muslims who sympathize with it. 2 years after independence, Eritrea conducted an unmonitored referendum in which 99.8% of Eritreans voted for independence. Eritrea became an independent nation recognized by the UN, and for the first time, Eritreans proudly hoisted the Eritrean flag at the UN. On May 24, 1993, Eritrea officially became the newest independent country in Africa. After World War II, Eritrea was the only formerly colonized nation the West denied independence. Britain, the US, Italy, and Ethiopia manipulated the UN system and denied the people of Eritrea a voice to decide their future. The referendum was a redemption for the people of Eritrea. With the referendum of 1993, Eritreans determined their future against the will of all those who denied them a voice. The gallant Eritrean liberation fighters, first led by the Eritrean Liberation Front, and later by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, led Eritrea to victory. Tigray province is a northern region that represents 6% of Ethiopia's population. Chapter 6. New Era of U.S.-Eritrea Relations. The United States and the TPLF had one thing in common. They both did not want to see an independent Eritrea. Despite claiming that both Eritrea and Ethiopia are our friends, for 20 years the US government colluded with TPLF to undermine the independence of Eritrea, even after Eritrea had won militarily and legally to achieve internationally recognized nationhood. Eritrea won independence during George H. Bush's first and last term. 2 years later, in 1993, William Jefferson Clinton was elected president and took office in January 1993. Though Eritrea had de facto independence and established a provisional government of its own in May 1991, 3 months after Clinton took office, on April 23 through April 25, Eritrea conducted a successful referendum. The referendum legitimized the victorious end to the 30-year armed struggle for independence. And as was expected, 99.8% of Eritrean voters responded yes to the question, do you want Eritrea to be a free, independent, and sovereign country? After independence, Eritreans hoped and expected the US to play a constructive role in Eritrea. It was an opportune time for the US to put its stamp on new bilateral relations regarding trade, security, people-to-people relations, and cultural exchanges with Eritrea and the region. However, that was not the case. The Clinton Africa policy was by far the most robust. When a young and ambitious Clinton took office in 1993, he had a blank slate. Since he was the first president after the Cold War, the policy direction he took mattered because he had to set, within a broader foreign policy context, the new Africa agenda that others followed. And no matter the direction, the decisions he made then established the US agendas in a new era free from Soviet competition. Clinton's presidency was, therefore, the most consequential presidency in US-Africa relations post-Cold War. Surprisingly, the Clinton administration continued the policies the Dulles brothers enacted after World War II. The Clinton administration picked these old policies, put it on steroids, and took it to new heights. There are 54 countries in Africa today. During the Cold War, they used nearly all of them as pawns by the Soviet Union and the United States. Wars and civil wars beset these countries as a direct result. There were wars in the East, West, North, and Southern Africa. Nearly all countries such as Sudan, South Sudan, Angola, Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Nigeria were heavily impacted. When President Clinton took office in 1993, most African countries were not firmly established economically, politically, and militarily as they came out from the Cold War. They had no expertise or resources to establish institutions to help them stand and compete globally. They had no time to establish strong market-based economies. Collectively, African countries had not established a framework that governed trade arrangements and collective security understandings. African countries were vulnerable. Despite claims that the US did not have interests in Africa, the Clinton administration made serious moves and was heavily involved to put the US stamp on Africa. Clinton's Africa approach was slick, methodical, and long-term oriented. He treated Africa as though it was another US state or territory and devised administrative structures that linked the African economy, governance, security, aid, and diplomatic and political infrastructures with the US. President Clinton worked under the assumption of the US as a dominant unchallenged power with a weakened Russia as irrelevant. He took China as a non-combative ally and partner. The Clinton administration had convinced the Democrats and Republicans, who also saw the moment as a unique opportunity and were certain that the US owned the moment, to follow his lead. The US government believed it had the ability and tools necessary to achieve these grand objectives. They ignored the aspirations and will of the African nations. They failed to include input from African leaders. The Clinton administration divided African countries into 4 regional blocs or quadrants. The administration divided these blocs amongst 4 large African countries slated to serve as anchor states and become a conduit to US interests. In the East, Ethiopia; in West Africa, Nigeria; in the southern part of Africa, South Africa; and in North Africa, Algeria. These anchor states were then used as the regional group leader that the other nations followed in pursuit of US interests. The anchor states were the channels the US tried to use to help facilitate its political, social, economic, and aid-related campaigns. They were to serve as the extension of the US in Africa. And by default, the anchor states became leaders of the regional groups. The Clinton administration believed this approach gave the US the best option to deal with the continent. Rather than dealing with 54 African countries at the same time, they thought it was better to use these anchor states and create regional blocs that these countries could join based on their regional locations. Each regional bloc has its regional economic communities, RECs. The concept of regional economic communities has many unique perceived values for US policymakers. It encourages regional integration, which is key to the US-Africa agenda. According to the USAID, Africa's unique population and geographical characteristics make regional integration more urgent on this continent than any other. Africa is home to more countries with low population densities than other developing regions. Besides the one country, Nigeria, with a population of more than 100 million, 19 African countries have fewer than 5 million people. The combination of small population size and very low income levels across countries results in a continent with small domestic markets with low purchasing power. Africa contains more landlocked countries than any other continent. 15 African countries, representing approximately one-third of Africa's population, are landlocked. These countries face colossal challenges in accessing regional and global markets. Most African countries are far from major markets of Europe and the US, as well as from commonly used shipping routes to these markets. The concept of regional economic communities has many unique perceived values for US policymakers. It promotes regional integration because the countries must enter into a regional agreement, regional structure, and binding rules to participate in regional economic communities. If nations fail to participate, they cannot take advantage of economic opportunities in the US or take part in programs like the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, an act that offers incentives for African countries to open up their economies. The regional communities are designed to act as administrative blocks, while at the same time undermining nationalism, national attachment, and national pride. That is the reason why the US has no bilateral agreements with individual countries, because all African nations must work through the RECS to deal with the US. The RECS became the funnel that the US uses to push military, economic, diplomatic, political, cultural, aid, and other programs. Here are some of the key blocks and RECS. The Arab Maghreb Union AMU, representing an enormous chunk of North Africa with 5 member states, Algeria, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, and Tunisia. The Community of Sahel-Saharan States, CENSAD, was established in February 1998 during the Clinton presidency. The member states are Benin, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, Côte d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Egypt, Eritrea, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Libya, Mali, Mauritania, Morocco, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Sudan, Togo, and Tunisia. The Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, formed in December 1994, its member states include Burundi, Comoros, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Djibouti, Egypt, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Libya, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Rwanda, Sudan, Swaziland, Seychelles, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The East African Community, EAC, comprises countries from Eastern Africa in the African Great Lakes region. It was founded in 1967, dissolved in 1977, and revived during the Clinton presidency in 1999. Member countries are Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. The Economic Community of Central African States, ECAS, was a regional bloc established in October 1983, however, it lay dormant for lack of funds and because of conflicts in the region. They re-established it in October 1999, during Clinton's presidency. The member states include Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Rwanda, and São Tomé and Príncipe. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, is amongst the leading and most active African regional blocs. It was also re-established in July 1993 during the Clinton administration. Its member states are Benin, Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Côte d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Togo. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development IGAD was also re-established in 1996 during Clinton's presidency. The member states of IGAD are Djibouti, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda. IGAD is arguably the most active of all the regional blocs involved in many peacekeeping missions in the region. Its involvement was in Sudan, South Sudan, and visibly for an extended period in Somalia. Southern African Development Community, SADC, is amongst the oldest regional blocs established in 1980. In 1992, the heads of states of the region decided to deepen ties and re-establish SADC. Its member states are Angola, Botswana, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Swaziland, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, representing the entire southern parts of the African continent. The Clinton administration used a multi-pronged approach in its dealings with Africa. It tied human rights and governance to incentives on trade, aid, security, economic development, culture, people-to-people connections, and pushed the agenda aggressively throughout Africa. President Clinton articulated his vision at the end of his second term in August of 2000 when he toured the continent of Africa and gave a speech to the Nigerian Assembly. Here are excerpts of the speech that highlight the focal points regarding trade, security, and aid. Trade. In May of 2000, the Clinton administration signed into law the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, to expand trade, investment, and to stimulate economic growth in Africa. AGOA is meant to encourage regional economic integration and as a tool to connect Africa to the U.S. President Clinton. This year, I signed into law our Africa Trade Bill, and many of its champions are here with me from our Congress. It will help us to seize that opportunity, creating good jobs and wealth on both sides of the Atlantic. The challenge is to make sure any foreign involvement in your economy promotes fair development, lifting people and communities that have given much for Nigeria's economic progress, but so far have gained too little from it. Neither the people, nor the private sector want a future in which investors exist in fortified islands surrounded by seas of misery. Democracy gives us a chance to avoid that future. Of course, I'm thinking especially of the Niger Delta. I hope the government and business will forge a partnership with local people to bring real, lasting social progress, a clean environment and economic opportunity. We face, of course, another obstacle to Nigeria's economic development, the burden of debt that past governments left on your shoulders. The United States has taken the lead in rescheduling Nigeria's debt within the Paris Club, and I believe we should do more. Nigeria shouldn't have to choose between paying interest on debt and meeting basic human needs, especially in education and health. We are prepared to support a substantial reduction of Nigeria's debts on a multilateral basis, as long as your economic and financial reforms continue to make progress, and you ensure that the benefits of debt reduction go to the people. Security. The Clinton administration was militarily active throughout Africa. After the Black Hawk Down Somalia debacle in October 1993, the administration decided to use African troops in various parts of Africa for two main reasons. First, it was expensive to establish bases. Secondly, concerns that the people of Africa would not stand to see Western troops on African soil. Clinton's Africa strategy laid the foundation for the United States Africa Command, AFRICOM, which the Bush administration established in 2007. AFRICOM's key approach is to coordinate with the RECS, which became key components of the U.S. military presence in Africa. In Clinton's two terms, the U.S. was active in Congo, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Somalia, Kenya, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Nigeria, and Liberia. In nearly the entire continent, the U.S. used African troops to pursue regime change and other activities. President Clinton. Now, let me say, as we do our part to support your economic growth and economic growth throughout Africa, we must also work together and build on African efforts to end the conflicts that are bleeding hope from too many places. If there's one thing I would want the American people to learn from trip here, it is the true, extraordinary extent of Nigeria's leadership for peace in West Africa and around the world. I heard in the congressional chamber when I said the United States must go to Bosnia, the United States must go to Kosovo, the United States must train an Africa Crisis Response Initiative, the United States must come here and help you train to deal with the challenges of Sierra Leone. I know that many of you have often felt the burden of your peacekeeping was heavier than the benefit. I know you have felt that. But there's no one else in West Africa with the size, the standing, the strength of military forces to do it. If you don't do it, who will do it? But you should not have to do it alone. That's what's been wrong with what's happened in the last several years. You have too heavy a burden. Because of your size, everyone expects you to lead, and to do so with enormous sensitivity to the needs of others. But despite your size, you cannot lead alone, and you shouldn't have to pay the enormous price. I am determined, if you're willing to lead, to get you the international support you need and deserve to meet those responsibilities. This week, the first of 5 Nigerian peacekeeping battalions began working with American military trainers and receiving American equipment. With battalions from Ghana and other African nations, they will receive almost $60 million in support to be a commanding force for peace in Sierra Leone and an integral part of Nigeria's democratization. We think the first battalions will be ready to deploy with UN forces early next year. We expect them to make an enormous difference in replacing the reign of terror with the rule of law. As they do, all of West Africa will benefit from the promise of peace and stability, and the prospect of closer military and economic cooperation. And Nigeria will take another step toward building a 21st century army that is strong and strongly committed to democracy. Let me say to the military leaders who are here with us today that the world honors your choice to take the army out of politics and make it a pillar of a democratic state. Bill Clinton addressing Nigerian Assembly. Aid. President John F. Kennedy was instrumental in the formation of the institutions and ideas that govern America's approach to foreign aid in Africa. After he was nominated as a Democratic candidate for president, Senator Kennedy challenged American youth to venture to African countries voluntarily to promote social and economic development. He asked students to give their time to educate Africans by assimilating in the communities they served. As a student, Bill Clinton idolized Kennedy. After he became president, Clinton took Kennedy's initiatives to additional levels. He revamped the USAID programs to extra heights. He tied USAID programs to many governances and human rights-based initiatives and used it as an incentive to impose U.S. values and principles. In short, Bill Clinton did more than Kennedy on aid. President Clinton. To build stronger economies, we must confront the diseases that are draining the life out of Africa's cities and villages, especially AIDS, but also TB and malaria. AIDS will reduce life expectancy in Africa by 20 years. It is destroying families and wiping out economic gains as fast as nations can make them. It is stealing the future of Africa. In the long run, the only way to wipe out these killer diseases is to provide effective, affordable treatments and vaccines. Just last week, I signed into law a new $60 million investment in vaccine research and new support for AIDS treatment and prevention around the world, including Nigeria. In the meantime, however, while we wait for the long run, we have to face reality. I salute President Obasanjo for his leadership in recognizing we can't beat AIDS by denying it, we can't beat AIDS by stigmatizing it. Right now, we can only beat AIDS by preventing it, by changing behavior and changing attitudes and breaking the silence about how the disease is transmitted and how it can be stopped. This is a matter of life or death. It's in our interest in America to reach out to the 98% of the human race that has never connected to the internet, to the 269 of every 270 Nigerians who still lack a telephone. I am glad to announce that the United States will work with Nigeria NGOs and universities to set up community resource centers to provide internet access, training, and support to people in all regions of your country. I also discussed with the President earlier today a $300 million initiative we have launched to provide a nutritious meal, a free breakfast or a free lunch for children in school, enough to feed another 9 million kids in school that aren't in school today, including in Nigeria. We know that if we could offer, and I'm going to the other developed countries asking them to contribute, and then we're going to nation by nation, working with governmental groups, working with farm groups. We don't want to upset any local farm economies. We understand their challenges here, but we know if we could guarantee every child in every developing nation one nutritious meal a day, we could dramatically increase school enrollment among boys, and especially among girls. We don't have a child to waste. I hope we can do this in Nigeria, and I hope you will work with us to get the job done. I have also asked the Peace Corps to re-establish its partnership with Nigeria as soon as possible to help with education, health, and information technology. Clinton's Eritrea strategy exposed policy weakness. President Clinton grew up and studied during the Cold War. During his presidency, Clinton adopted two significant historical developments of the Cold War. He adopted John F. Kennedy's Peace Corps, which he expanded globally and domestically with the creation of AmeriCorps. He also expanded on Nixon's major presidential achievement when, in October 2000, he signed his signature achievement, the US-China Relations Act of 2000. During the signing ceremony on the White House South Lawn, President Clinton said, "Today we take a major step toward China's entry into the World Trade Organization and a major step toward answering some of the central challenges of this new century. Trade with China will not only extend our nation's unprecedented economic growth, it offers us a chance to help shape the future of the world's most prosperous nation and to reaffirm our own global leadership for peace and prosperity. Today, compared to the US, China is on a much better footing, not only in Africa but across the globe. The Clinton administration's miscalculations have placed the US at a disadvantage because they ignored the will and needs of the people of Africa. They undermined the aspirations of African countries and disregarded that they are sovereign nations entitled to make bilateral relations with whom they choose. China was available, capable, and willing to fill the void. Lack of vision, hubris, and short-sighted approach has handicapped U.S. presidents that followed Clinton's programs. President Bill Clinton's ambitions have steered the U.S. in the wrong direction in Africa because he took the initiatives that started after World War II and glorified it at a time when it was not relevant. Why was Eritrea seen as a threat? Learn from history or you're doomed to repeat it. Jesse Ventura. The Clinton administration's Eritrea policies cannot be seen in isolation, for it was part of the comprehensive Africa strategy. However, it lacked depth, it was backward and failed to examine the strategy and its long-term impact. They failed to weigh the pros, the cons, and the consequences to the future of the U.S. involvement in the region. The problem with Clinton's decisions was that Eritrea was a U.S. ally that cooperated with his administration and posed no threat to U.S. interests. On the contrary, Eritrea is a complement to U.S. interests by every measure. Economically, Eritrea was hungry to rebuild after 3 decades of wars and the result of misguided U.S. adventures. Eritrea is rich with resources and willing to partner with the U.S. to exploit its wealth, and it is in an attractive geographic location suitable for a trade where American people can play a role. The people of Eritrea hold no ill wills and they are friendly and hospitable to the American people. Eritrea is a culturally diverse country with a beautiful, peaceful, brilliant population. It is a place that respects religion, where Christians and Muslims live side by side in harmony. Eritreans are hungry for life and ready to take the steps necessary to bring Eritrea to the world. The Clinton administration failed to recognize these possibilities and capitalize on the opportunities. They focused on the strategic plan they laid out and blindly followed it without understanding the repercussions. The Clinton-Eritrea policy made no sense for several reasons. If national security were the primary consideration, a destabilized Eritrea would breed piracy and terrorism in one of the most important trade routes of the world. Why destabilize when Eritrea is a militarily secure nation that fought terrorism before the war against terrorism took center stage? It made no sense because the military of Eritrea has more experience than most countries in Africa, and it has proven that it can stand up to the greatest powers of the world. The government of Eritrea is not hostile to the U.S. Eritrea was a friend and an ally that worked closely with the U.S. in parts of Africa. In Sudan, Eritrea helped the Clinton administration in its war against al-Qaeda when Osama bin Laden operated from Sudan. Eritrea's role was crucial in pushing bin Laden out of Sudan. So there were no reasons to start hostilities. If the trade relationship is important to U.S. interests, a destabilized Eritrea will hinder development and trade throughout the entire region. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, FAO, there are 7 countries in the region: Eritrea, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda, with a combined population of almost 200 million people, nearly half of which live with extreme food shortages. The world cannot feed millions of people indefinitely. Clinton's Eritrea policy would have unleashed one of the biggest humanitarian disasters. The American people could have benefited by partnering with the people in the region. There were and remain many opportunities for U.S. corporations to make a significant impact. The region is rich with untapped resources. There were possibilities to create millions of jobs, to develop education, healthcare, the hospitality industries, manufacturing, and infrastructure by partnering with African countries. There were opportunities to establish lasting people-to-people, cultural, arts, and music-based connections. The Clinton White House had no reason to start hostilities with Eritrea. They had no reason to instigate conflict in a region that favors the U.S., a region that has had experience with the U.S. and an area that could serve the U.S. interests economically and strategically. That, however, was not the case. They saw Eritrea's independence and self-reliance as a threat. They devised ways to bring a regime change, aimed to place a puppet regime, and ultimately planned to have Ethiopia run the region as the anchor state, as they did after World War II with Emperor Haile Selassie. In 1998, under the pretext of a border dispute, Ethiopia unleashed a deadly war. At first, the U.S. claimed to be neutral, sending Secretary Susan Rice to mediate and help come up with a negotiated solution. On June 4, 1998, in cooperation with the Rwandan government, Secretary Rice brokered the US-Rwanda peace plan that called for a small observer force to be deployed in Badme, and for the return of the previous civilian administration. Rice drafted a roadmap in consultation with the minority regime in Ethiopia and involved the Rwandan government to give the appearance that the plan had broad-based African support. Secretary Rice made her proposal public without consulting the government of Eritrea. Ethiopia accepted the proposal and took to the airwaves to pressure Eritrea to accept it. Throughout the process, Rice disregarded the interests, concerns, and claims of Eritrea. In this regard, the WSJ's Bret Stephens wrote, "What is publicly known, is that Rice announced the terms of a plan agreed to by Ethiopia, suggesting that Eritrea would have to accept it, before Isaias had given his approval. The proposal was dead on arrival. And unfortunately, the deadly Eritrea-Ethiopia war continued, and it lasted for 2 years until it ended in June of 2000 after the war became uncontrollably bloody. At that point, Susan Rice was summoned back to Washington in early June after the negotiations collapsed. Insiders agree that the Secretary of State Madeleine Albright was furious. According to one, Rice was essentially put on probation, kept in Washington where the Secretary could keep an eye on her. Susan had misread the situation completely, according to one State Department insider who observed the conflict with Albright. She came in like a scoutmaster, lecturing them on how to behave and having a public tantrum when they didn't act the way she wanted. December 3, 2012, Wall Street Journal, failing up with Susan Rice, Benghazi was not her first African fiasco, Bret Stephens. From that moment, President Clinton and his National Security Advisor Samuel Berger, Secretary Albright, and Undersecretary of State Thomas Pickering were directly involved in the negotiations to the end. The Clinton administration involved the African Union, European Union, and the UN as guarantors and witnesses to the Algiers Agreement. President Isaias Afwerki and Prime Minister Meles Zenawi signed the agreement on December 12, 2000, in Algiers. This agreement terminates the hostilities between Ethiopia and Eritrea. The agreement, inter alia, establishes a neutral boundary commission to delimit and demarcate borders based on colonial treaties and calls for an investigation regarding the origins of the conflict. It also establishes a claims commission to decide by binding arbitration all claims for loss, damage, or injury by one government against the other or by nationals against the parties. In 3 years of continuous wars, Eritrea lost 20,000 people, displaced over 1 million Eritreans internally, and tens of thousands more fled to Sudan. Over 80,000 Eritreans who lived in Ethiopia for decades were expelled by the minority TPLF regime. The regime robbed properties, hard-earned money, and stripped them of the wealth they labored decades to accumulate. They disrupted the lives of the people and broke families apart. The disruption to the lives of Eritreans was immeasurable. The youth, who were engaged in nation building, was forced to go to the fronts. It brought the economy to a complete halt, and the gains Eritrea had made were reversed. The youth left the country because there were no jobs. During the George W. Bush presidency, the U.S. had dropped all pretenses about Eritrea as a friend. They dubbed Eritrea, a nation that could not cooperate, sided with Ethiopia on everything, and openly took hostile stands toward Eritrea. Eritrea officially became a nation of concern. The Bush administration brazenly tried to undo the Algiers Agreement. The Undersecretary for African Affairs, Dr. Yende E. Fraser, even went to Badme, the occupied Eritrean territory, and demanded Eritrea renegotiate the final and binding Algiers Agreement. The hostilities Fraser displayed against Eritrea were hard to explain, even for American officials. In his book, Surrender is Not an Option, pg 347, John Bolton wrote, "For reasons I never understood, Fraser reversed course and asked in early February to reopen the 2002 Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission decision, which she had concluded was wrong, and award a major piece of the disputed territory to Ethiopia. I was at a loss how to explain that to the Security Council, so I didn't." Mr. Bolton was at a loss because it did not make sense to try to undo an internationally binding agreement signed by two sovereign nations with the UN, EU, and Secretary Albright as guarantors. After she attempted to change the border decision and failed, Dr. Fraser worked hard to make the case in the U.S. Congress to designate Eritrea a state sponsor of terror. On March 11, 2008, during the U.S. Senate hearing by the Committee on Foreign Relations, Under-Secretary Yende E. Fraser testified. While publicly claiming to seek peace and stability for the region, the government of the state of Eritrea has pursued a widespread strategy of fomenting instability throughout the Horn of Africa and privately undermined nearly all efforts for broad-based, inclusive dialogue and reconciliation in the region, most notably in Somalia and Sudan. Its activities include supporting and hosting Hassan Dair Ais, AU.S and U.N designated terrorist. Dr. Fraser's appeal failed. U.S. congressional leaders of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Christopher H. Smith, New Jersey, Dana Rohrabacher, California, and Donald M. Payne, New Jersey, lambasted the State Department's approach. Passed legislation that penalized the minority regime of Meles Zenawi for human rights violations and election-related violence in Ethiopia. Rep. Donald Payne, who visited Eritrea and met with President Isaias, said, "The United States has consistently taken Ethiopia's side against Eritrea, population 5 million. And that's not productive. We're boxing Eritrea into a corner." President Obama continues Clinton's policies. President Clinton had set the post-Cold War US Africa strategy and paved the way for others to follow. President Bush militarized the U.S. in Africa, elevated AFRICOM, and escalated the U.S. involvement in Africa under the pretext of the Global War on Terrorism, GWAT. President Barack Obama took office 18 years after the Cold War, so he did not have to labor to set a new Africa strategy. He used Ambassador Susan Rice, who worked for the Clinton administration, to continue Clinton's policies. During his campaigns, Senator Obama promised to de-escalate the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. He ran as a candidate who was committed to less interventionism, more focus on education, healthcare, conservation, technological innovation, and work on environmental issues. That is before Susan Rice signed on his campaign. After President Bush won the U.S. election in 2000, for 8 years, Secretary Susan Rice watched the developments in the region from afar. Rice got an opportunity to return to power during the highly contested race between Senator Hillary Clinton and Senator Barack Obama when she endorsed Obama over Clinton early during the Democratic primaries. It was a move that won Obama's loyalty. Rice quickly became a critical player on Senator Obama's foreign policy team. After he won the presidency, President-elect Obama nominated Rice as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and made her, arguably, one of the most powerful ambassadors to ever hold the position. Ambassador Rice served as the U.S. permanent representative to the United Nations, and at the same time, was a member of President Obama's cabinet in the National Security Team. And in his second term, he made her his national security advisor. In 8 years, Rice was the president's key national security advisor who wore many hats. Even when she served as a UN ambassador, Rice spent much of her time in the White House. Ambassador Rice oversaw the National Security Council staff, chaired the cabinet-level National Security Principles Committee, provided the president's daily national security briefing, and was responsible for the coordination and integration of the administration's foreign policy, intelligence, and military efforts. As a principal member of Obama's national security team, Ambassador Rice was in charge. Rice started the policies, the direction, and recommended the course of actions she deemed necessary. As a U.S. ambassador, Rice pushed her agendas at the UNSC and pushed to implement them forcefully. Rice had the confidence of the president and full might of the U.S. power behind her. Throughout the 2 terms of Obama's presidency, Ambassador Rice sidestepped the U.S. Congress and was able to execute her agendas using the presidential executive privileges. This means, during Obama's 2 terms, Ambassador Rice served as the accuser, prosecutor, judge, and enforcer without oversight. Therefore, Rice's imprints in Africa are everywhere. Her deadly trails are visible in Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, Congo, Liberia, Côte d'Ivoire, Libya, Egypt, etc. In all the places she was involved in, Rice wreaked havoc as in Libya, the Congo, and Rwanda. The only country she failed to achieve her agenda was Eritrea. Ambassador Rice has played crucial roles in Africa for a long time. It has been 29 years since the Cold War. Ambassador Rice served the U.S. interest in Africa for 16 of the 29 years. As a member of President Clinton's Africa team, Rice had gained extensive experience. She knew the players, the leaders, the geopolitics, and politics. She understood the programs and knew how to run them. Because of her experiences and close ties with the president, Rice ruled supreme. The Obama administration entirely depended on Ambassador Rice in Africa. That means, even though the signature of the president is on the dotted lines, all the decisions about African matters were made by Ambassador Rice. The people of Eritrea have seen and experienced the pain, the suffering, the death that Susan Rice could cause before Benghazi before her name became popular in the Sunday talk show circles. They knew her background a lot more than many around the world. So, when President Obama appointed Rice as U.S. ambassador to the UN, Eritreans knew the Obama presidency would not bring pleasant news to them. It didn't take long. In less than a year after President Obama's inauguration, in the wee hours of Christmas Eve of 2009, Rice was running around to gather the Security Council members to fill the caucus room as they tried to go home to celebrate the holidays with their families. According to reports, on one occasion, Rice stormed out into the hallways and ordered a South African ambassador back so she would have the votes necessary to pass the resolution against Eritrea. On Christmas Eve, on December 23, 2009, while Eritreans, like the rest of the world, readied to celebrate Christmas, the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, passed Resolution 1709, imposing sanctions on Eritrea and calling for an arms embargo, freezing of assets, and a travel ban on civilian and military leaders and associated business people. She then approached the media on the hallways of the UNSC on Christmas Eve and announced to the world, "I want to talk about the resolution we just adopted imposing sanctions on Eritrea. This was an African initiative. It was the consequence of a decision taken by the African Union. From the United States point of view, let me say that we have for many months sought a constructive dialogue with the government of Eritrea. We did not come to this decision with any joy, or with anything other than a desire to support the stability of peace in the region." Everything she said in this statement is false. Her actions were premeditated. This was not an Africa initiative. It was a Susan Rice initiative pushed through as an African initiative to force China into accepting the measure. Contrary to her claim that she did not come to the decision with any joy, she was extremely satisfied because, for the first time, she achieved to inflict direct damage on a nation and people of Eritrea. There were no constructive engagements with Eritrea. The resolution was not based on facts, on the UN Charter, the African Charter, or international laws. WikiLeaks released numerous classified documents that showed how Rice conspired with Ethiopia and some African leaders to pass the sanctions against Eritrea. Though Ethiopia and Djibouti were party to the conflict and biased, the Obama White House had no qualms about Rice conspiring against Eritrea with Ethiopia and Djibouti. President Obama, the legal scholar, threw away the principles of fairness, the integrity of the rule of law, and abused his powers to undermine the rights of a nation and people of Eritrea. WikiLeaks, subject, Ethiopian charge eager to sanction Eritrea, agrees to consider new border dispute strategy classified by AMB. Susan Rice, for reasons 1.4b/d. Date, Monday, August 17, 2009, 9:03. 1. SBU, Summary. During an August 13 meeting with Ambassador Rice, Ethiopian charge Tessema discussed plans to work with IGAD this month to agree on the components of a new draft resolution sanctioning Eritrea for its actions in Somalia and Djibouti. Tessema does not view either China or Libya as obstacles to a new sanctions regime, stating that Libya would follow the rest of the Council if the resolution is based on the OAS declaration made in Sirte. Ambassador Rice urged Ethiopia to forge a new border demarcation plan, without preconditions on prior dialogue with Eritrea, stating that some Security Council members may wish to reference the dispute in a new sanctions resolution. Tessema initially protested this idea, stating that progress will be impossible without Eritrean buy-in, but warmed up to the plan after Ambassador Rice proposed that a third party could offer some legitimacy to the demarcation project. End summary. Ethiopia eyes new sanctions regime for Eritrea. 2. SBU, in an August 13 meeting with Ambassador Rice, Ethiopian Charge d'Affaires Ambassador Fessaha Tessema said he was encouraged by the African Union's recent call to sanction Eritrea for its support of armed opposition groups in Somalia and asked for U.S. help and encouragement in the creation of a new UNSC sanctions resolution. Tessema said that he expects Ugandan Permanent Representative Rugunda to take action on a new resolution in August or September after Djiboutian Permanent Representative Al-Hay returns from his visit to the region. Ambassador Rice emphasized that any new sanctions resolution should be an Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, initiative led by Uganda in the Security Council. She recalled IGAD's prior lack of consensus on a sanctions framework for Eritrea during its June visit to New York, and stated that any new resolution should reflect the common ground between Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. Tessema assured Ambassador Rice that IGAD's product will be a joint effort, and noted that he expects negotiating instructions from his capital shortly. 3. In response to Ambassador Rice's question about the position of China and Libya vis-a-vis sanctioning Eritrea, Tessema stated that China would not oppose the African Union's recommendation for new sanctions and that he also does not expect Libya to stand against a consolidated Security Council stance. On upcoming designations by the Somalia Sanctions Committee, Tessema stated that it is not the number of people, but rather the stature of the individual that is critical in making an impression with Eritrea. he assured Ambassador Rice that Libya would not oppose the listing of Eritrean Chief of Political Affairs Yemeni Gabrib. Ambassador Rice urges border demarcation. 4. SBU, Ambassador Rice lamented the lack of progress over the last 9 years on the Ethiopia-Eritrea border dispute while pressing Ethiopia to regain the moral high ground by presenting a new demarcation plan, stating that some Security Council members may wish to reference the dispute in a new sanctions resolution. Ambassador Rice said that by making progress on the border issue, Ethiopia would underscore its commitment to peaceful neighborly relations, placing the onus on Eritrea to take the next step. Tessima urged Ambassador Rice to avoid drawing a parallel between sanctioning Eritrea and resolving the border dispute, stating that Ethiopia has always been ready to engage, but Eritrea has refused dialogue. Tessima explained that without participation from Eritrea, complete border demarcation is impossible due to ambiguities created by the Border Commission's 2000 decision that must be jointly addressed. 5. SBU, Ambassador Rice explained that Ethiopia's strategy of engaging Eritrea in dialogue is now dated due to its entrenched isolationist position. She emphasized that Ethiopia should instead create a new demarcation plan to address the border anomalies that does not require engagement with Eritrea. Tessima protested this plan, explaining that Ethiopia cannot legally move forward without, at a minimum, buy-in from a third party. Ambassador Rice suggested that the United Nations or another body could offer third-party legitimacy to the project and could assist with the plan's mechanics. She noted that approximately 90% of the Border Commission's 2000 delimitation decision is US UN New Y0000772002 of 002 uncontroversial, with only 10%, mainly in populated areas, more difficult to finalize. Ambassador Rice urged Ethiopia to address the border dispute without preconditions and think creatively on how they could move forward without an Eritrean partner in dialogue. Tessima promised to take this proposal back to Addis Ababa while reiterating that it would be best to separate the border dispute from the issue of sanctioning Eritrea. Rice. Susan Rice actively thought to shut down Eritrea by any means necessary. Rice continuously advised Ethiopian authorities on how to address the UNSC and negotiated the type of sanctions she wanted to see against Eritrea. Ethiopia wanted the UNSC to impose a naval blockade, no-fly zone, and cutting off the flow of money. Particularly, remittances from the US, which they considered was a major source of funding for Eritrea. According to WikiLeaks. AMB. Rice advised the group to reach agreement on a specific package of measures and counseled that the initiative would be more viable in the Council, if packaged as an African consensus proposal rather than one driven by Eritrea's estranged neighbors Ethiopia and Djibouti. Moreover, she cautioned that the group should have rational expectations of the utility of sanctions. For example, an asset freeze or travel ban on Eritrean leaders might increase pressure over the long run, but was unlikely to quickly change the situation on the ground in Somalia. Date, 2009 June 13, 0040, Saturday, UNSC, IGAD delegation shows cracks in push for Eritrea sanctions. 2 years later, on December 5, 2011, Ambassador Rice and the Ethiopian authorities pushed for and succeeded to impose a second round of sanction resolutions that expanded the scope of the asset freeze and travel ban imposed on Eritrean individuals and entities in 2009. Though they campaigned for stronger sanctions including the ban of investments on the mining industry, and the ban of remittance from Eritreans abroad, members of the UNSC resisted and passed a watered-down version. They wrote these sanctions on the broadest of terms. The term arms, for example, could mean anything. It is a subject for interpretation. They could classify a truck as arms. Anything they considered had a dual purpose was banned. By doing so, the UN denied Eritrea the inalienable rights of self-defense. Asset freezing is the blocking of bank accounts and other financial assets of individuals and entities. Once on the US or European asset freeze list, no banks, financial institutions, nations, and companies will do business for fear of retaliation by the US. It effectively shuts down the economy and financial institutions of a nation. The goal was to make Eritrea non-viable as a nation, exactly what Britain did to Eritrea after World War II. To deny the nation the youth that can develop and defend it. To create maximum hardship to push the population to either leave, depopulation, or to rise against the government. The Obama administration actively encouraged Eritrean youth to leave. On September 25, 2012, in his speech to world leaders, business executives, religious leaders, and humanitarian organizations attending the Clinton Global Initiative about human trafficking, President Obama said, "I recently renewed sanctions on some of the worst abusers, including North Korea and Eritrea. We're partnering with groups that help women and children escape from the grip of their abusers. We're helping other countries step up their own efforts. And we're seeing results. More nations have passed, and more are enforcing modern anti-trafficking laws." President Obama openly encouraged and motivated Eritrean youth to flee. He announced that his administration was partnering with groups that help women and children escape from the grip of their abusers. The message was simple: escape and we will help you. They accorded disparate advantages to Eritreans over refugees from countries like Syria and Iraq. As long as one claimed to be Eritrean and had been persecuted by the government for political and religious reasons, they received asylum in Europe, Israel, Australia, Canada, and the United States. As a result, thousands of non-Eritreans who claimed to be Eritreans received asylum as Eritrean refugees. Countless Ethiopians from the Tigray region are in the United States and all over the world as Eritrean refugees. The U.S. regime change campaigns are well organized, sophisticated, and global. Most of the key human rights organizations of the world pursue American agendas and operate under the direction of Washington. These major rights groups have access and influence in the UN and European Union headquarters over organizations that deal with rights issues. They also coordinated with the mainstream media that peddle the deadly narratives across the globe with cut-and-paste journalism and spread the message all over the world. The U.S. political and diplomatic isolation strategies are systemic. Whether in Geneva or New York, the U.S. has excellent international networks that control the agendas and execute it flawlessly. It is an intricate web of networks that work in concert with each other. It is an appealing seamless process that exploits basic human drive to achieve justice and human rights all over the world. Rights groups like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch are excellent tools that reach out to the average American and individuals around the world to make appeals in pursuit of causes. And they use celebrities like George Clooney to appeal to people, and it is remarkably effective. Using these methodologies and channels, the Obama administration conducted heavy demonization campaigns to damage Eritrean global standing and to justify their punitive measures based on fabricated claims and exaggerated human rights issues. The Obama administration financed, encouraged, recruited, and colluded with regime change activists around the world. They waged unnecessary and unprovoked military attacks every year using the minority regime in Ethiopia. What were Eritrea's crimes? Thomas Keneally, the author of the world's best-selling novel, Schindler's List, studied the Eritrean liberation fighters, EPLF, during the armed struggle. In his best-selling book, To Asmara, he made the following statement about Eritrea. "Do you know what the emergency is? Do you want to hear about the really big emergency? The emergency is that if you guys Eritreans succeed using your principle of self-reliance, you'll be an embarrassment to Africa. Who wants a setup like yours? There aren't many governments on this continent that do. There aren't many governments in Europe. Colored folk who can look after themselves. It isn't viable. It upsets the world picture. Don't you know the West has to believe famine's an act of God? If they believe that, they only have to make a donation. But if they believe it's an act of bloody politics, they have to really do something, and that's too complicated. So what is the story? The story is you guys will fall on your own FN swords, because you've got this crazy idea that the world will allow you to be perfect. These guys Eritreans are astounding. Running all this. And you know what? The world hates them for it. The world hooked into the idea of the helpless Africans. You know what I think? They are brave to the point of folly and they're clever to the point of being dumb. No one, absolutely no one, from Washington to Moscow, wants them to succeed. No one. God's even taken the rain away from them, for Christ's sake. Even he thinks they're wrong-headed. The sin of pride, the sin of being sharp when no one wants them to be. Eritrea, a nation that struggled to free the oppressed people and is working to establish a sustainable self-reliant nation, was dubbed the North Korea of Africa, a pariah state. Eritrea is a nation of believers, avowed Muslims and Christians, living side by side in harmony. Yet, in churches and schools around the world, Eritrea became known as a country that violates human and religious rights, a country that abuses women and children. Chapter 7. Hard Realities of Eritreans. For most Americans, it is impossible to understand and gain perspectives about U.S. foreign policies, and how it affects the people on the receiving end. They cannot know or relate because they don't have exposure, they have no families or interests. It is difficult to follow, to grasp the fluid geopolitical developments and the U.S. role in it because the developments change often. It is also overly complicated. But for me, thousands of Eritreans in the U.S. and around the world, what the U.S. does in Eritrea is personal. The U.S. involvement in Eritrea has been continuous and damaging. It affected the people of Eritrea no matter where they lived. Those who live in Eritrea, our families, are especially the most affected. When the U.S. sanctioned Eritrea, for example, the damages were serious because people couldn't even get medicine to save their lives. Eritreans all over the world are therefore forced to follow U.S. actions and developments closely. They have to be active, knowledgeable, and understand the issues. They must also deal with their local representatives to sell their cause. They must contribute, organize, and vote to have an impact. When needed, they showed up in the dead of winter, in front of the White House and the State Department, even when they knew that the demonstration would have little or no effect on the decisions. They demonstrated to let the officials know, no matter the outcome, Eritreans are standing united and with their government. They stood in front of the White House with intentionality to send a coherent message of unity. Years of experiences have taught Eritreans that they cannot expect anything and that they must only depend on themselves for everything. Eritreans have learned that they are the only messengers of their people. That no one can speak on their behalf. Because for decades, Eritreans have tried to reach out to the mainstream and local media about their issues and events. We notified them whenever we held demonstrations, when we conducted campaigns of writing personalized letters to leaders, conducted petition drives, and made calling campaigns to U.S. officials and UN member states. The media ignored it. I remember on February 23, 2010, over 10,000 Eritreans staged a huge demonstration in Washington, D.C. The participants traveled from the Midwest, Canada, Atlanta, all over the U.S. Some even came from Europe. They also held similar demonstrations on the West Coast and key capitals around the world. In Washington, D.C., the demonstrators walked from the White House to the State Department, through the World Bank offices on 18th Street Northwest, D.C., to get maximum attention. Because of the large size of the demonstrators, when the people first in line reached the State Department, there were people in Lafayette Park in front of the White House still lined up waiting to join them. I remember the reporters inside the White House looked at us like we are a nuisance. Some reporters were out to get coffee and lunch. And when we tried to reach out to some of them, they treated us like we were begging them for pennies. This was not the only and first time. In 1998, we conducted a similar demonstration on the East Lawn of the Capitol. I remember vividly our presence visibly annoyed a CNN reporter because we disrupted an interview he chased for an unrelated story. For years, we have tried to express our point of view. To provide our perspective because we have so much that we want to say. But for a variety of reasons they muzzled our views. On the other hand, if 10 people campaigned against the government of Eritrea, they showed it everywhere, making it a lead story. As a result, if one is to Google Eritrea, the information that appears is the story of the very few, and all of it is negative. These are very few that want to see regime change and tout the campaigns Ambassador Susan Rice conducted. They echo the negative propaganda against Eritrea everywhere. Unfortunately, they are the ones that receive the attention and sympathetic ear. These are stories, views, and perspectives that the public knows little about. That is why it is important to share these perspectives. My perspective. But there is one minor issue: Americans don't want to hear anything negative about the US and how it deals with other countries. When you to tell them about our history and provided an opposing view, we are often asked, "Don't you love living in America?" You are constantly reminded and made to feel that you don't belong. I cannot tell you how many times they have asked me, "When are you going back to your country?" after I told them I have been in the US for over 3 decades and that I am a US citizen. I truly am grateful for the opportunities, the education, and the life that I live. But it does not change who I am or what I come from. And it does not change how I view, perceive, and understand the US foreign policies and the American people. I see myself as an Eritrean American, as a black man, as African American, and as an African. I also see my heritage as a source of pride. I am proud of where I come from and immensely proud that I can look back and support my people and country however I can. I am always eager to promote Eritrea and to educate people about my culture and heritage just like an Italian American, Irish American, or Polish American would. There is no reason for me to say that I am proud to be in America and forget where I come from. I want to see Americans celebrate Eritrea like they celebrate the Pulaski festivals, St. Patrick's Day, or Italian festivals. So, when people ask about my background, and for my views, depending on the subject and the audience, I express myself, sometimes as Eritrean, sometimes Eritrean American, and sometimes as a black man. As an Eritrean, I am forced to see the impact of the US policies that have had a devastating effect on my people. It is difficult to put to words the pain and suffering we have endured as people. The stories are painful. In fact, as I write this very section, I am reminded of the pain because today is June 20th, 2020, Eritrea's Martyrs' Day. I am reading stories about families who lost 6 children during the struggle. Mothers who lost their only child. Kids that lost mothers and fathers. Brides who lost their husbands a few months after they got married. One of the stories I read about is a story that I found on Facebook written by a young man, Fikrisis Mesfn. Fikrisis came to the US as a kid and is serving in the US Air Force. He wrote the following a day before Father's Day, on June 20th, remembering his dad on Eritrea's Martyrs' Day. I honestly don't have any memories of my father because he left for the Eritrean, Ethiopian war when I was 6 months old and unfortunately he didn't make it back from the war. However, from the way everyone talks about him every day, I am 1000% sure that he would have made a great father, and I swear if I can become half of the man that my father was I will be happy with it. Everyone that knew him described him as a man of integrity, compassionate, selfless, soft-hearted, wise, intelligent, fearless, courageous, extremely patient, and generous. Every time someone talks about their experience and memories about him they would end up crying. Every time. My favorite story that Adi, my grandmother, always tells me about him is how he used to always give all his clothes and money to the homeless and she used to get pissed because he would have nothing left for himself. Our flag doesn't fly because the wind moves it, it flies with the last breath of each soldier who died protecting it. To my dad, 2 uncles, 2 aunts, my grandfather, Muslims, Christians, women, and men soldiers that fought and died in the battlefield for justice, freedom, equality, and independence of Eritrea, your sacrifices will never be forgotten and I am forever grateful for you guys, the whole country is grateful for you guys. Raised fist. I just wish that one day. Meaning, eternal glory to our martyrs. Fikrisis Mesfn. Crisis came to the US as a kid and he is serving in the US Air Force. Honoring June 20th, remembering his dad Mesfin on Eritrea's Martyrs' Day, a day before Father's Day. His name, Crisis, means the love of Jesus. And the letters in Tigrinya, pronounced Zelalama Izikri and Suwuatna, mean eternal glory to our martyrs. In decades of wars and displacement, we have lost everything. We lost our country, our homes, our villages, our farms, and businesses. We were uprooted, forced to travel distances. However, no matter where we went, we remained as an extension of the people and the nation. We stood alongside our people and did what it took to protect, support, and promote Eritrea. Crisis never knew his father but grew up with the stories that made him who he is. Stories that made him stand tall as a man. He grew up proudly connected to his past, to his heritage, to his roots. He understands the sacrifices his father and the people of Eritrea have made for freedom. He is a perfect example of Eritreans in the US and around the world. Crisis pledged allegiance to the American flag and swore to protect and preserve the Constitution. However, he remained true to who he is, his past, and the legacy without compromising his pledge to the flag. He is the embodiment of an Eritrean who stayed true to his legacy. The burden on Eritreans worldwide was and remains tough. The emotional, psychological, social, and economic toll was intense and sustained. But it did not break the people. The people of Eritrea challenged the US in every step. When they had to, they marched, no matter the weather or what they had to give up. Children skipped school to attend rallies. Mothers and fathers in their 80s stood alongside all Eritreans to protest US actions. In 1998, in Washington, D.C., Eritreans camped on Capitol Hill grounds overnight praying, singing, and dancing as they appealed to lawmakers. It was tough, but Eritreans came out stronger. They became resilient and gained invaluable experiences. Today, Eritreans know how the international system works. They are better activists and have mastered how to fight Western conflict instigators, regime change protagonists, and individuals with white savior complexes that do more harm than good. They have become effective lobbyists for their people. As a black man, there is nothing more that describes blackness more than oppression by white people. Though, that is not what defines us, that is an important common experience of black people around the world. Whether you live in Portugal, Brazil, the islands, Africa, England, France, or the United States, the bond from the shared experiences of black people around the world come from colonization, oppression, segregation, and slavery. I want to share with fellow black people about how the people of Eritrea have had their share of oppression stories to tell. Eritrea, throughout its history, faced and fought colonization. In their recent history, Eritreans were colonized and treated as subhuman subjects and second-class citizens in their land by the Italians and British. What I also found problematic about black people in America is how little they know about the plight of Africans and our shared experiences. It is bothersome to see that they know nothing about the US involvement in Eritrea and the region, and how it affected the people. Even more troubling is the fact that since 1991, the most prominent representatives of the US in Africa have been black people. For the Clinton administration, Susan Rice, during George W. Bush, Dr. Yende E. Fraser, and during the Obama years, Mr. Johnny Carson from 2009 to 2013, and Linda Thomas Greenfield from 2013 to 2017 served as the Assistant Secretary for African Affairs. They all served as the lead U.S. diplomat for the State Department, representing the Secretary of State in Africa, and all of them are black. These were individuals that served as liaisons, diplomats, messengers, and enforcers. They were key personalities that passionately pursued these policies. So, therefore, their judgments and actions must face public scrutiny, particularly Ambassador Susan Rice, who has a questionable record. There are many issues we can hold her accountable for. Especially now that the world is ready to embrace the plight of black people around the world with the Black Lives Matter movement. As an American, it hurts me to see the opportunities and upper hand that the US gained after the fall of the Soviet Union squandered. In 1991, the US had no competition in Africa. The people of Africa had a favorable view of the US. The US had the opportunity to cement the US-Africa relations at the highest level possible ahead of China and Russia. A chance to develop economic partnerships and cement bilateral trade agreements. There were ample opportunities to establish people-to-people relations and cultural exchange programs. Instead, the US under the Clinton and successive administrations went back to old policies and failed to take the US-Africa relations into the 21st century. They spent enormous resources to form regional institutions to enable them to control Africa militarily, politically, socially, economically, and even tried to impose US values on Africans using convoluted methodologies. The Clinton administration especially made critical mistakes in Africa. These happened because, first, the US undermined the will of the people of Africa. Second, successive administrations assumed that the US would always reign supreme. Thirdly, and most importantly, in doing so, they allowed China to stealthily establish itself in Africa unnoticed. Especially after the signing of the United States-China Relations Act of 2000. Roosevelt and Dulles, Clinton and Rice parallels. The historic parallels of the post-World War II and post-Cold War eras are remarkable. After World War II, the US-Africa approach was shaped by Secretary John F. Dulles. After the Cold War, President Clinton applied Secretary Dulles's policies and empowered Ambassador Susan Rice, who worked in various capacities in these regards. The policies and approaches during these two different eras were similar. Dulles, this period accorded the US with immense opportunities to cement the global leadership position. After World War II, as the victor, superpower, a nation with the superior moral authority that defeated Nazi Germany, the US was able to reign far superior to the Soviets. Rice, similarly, after the Cold War, the US had unique opportunities to set the US on a solid global footing without competition from China, Russia, or others. Dulles, forwarding democracy, capitalism, and US values were central. The US pursued globalization using the UN, OAU, EU, and other humanitarian and democratic institutions like Amnesty International. Rice, the central theme for the Clinton presidency was centralizing democracies, pushing for global humanitarian agendas, and globalization. The Clinton administration signed major trade agreements like NAFTA around the world. Dulles, the global interventionism to promote capitalism, US-style democracy, and political and economic values were rampant in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, the Americas, and in countries like the Congo and Iran. Rice, the idea of humanitarian interventionism became a new way to inject US foreign policy objectives, as in Kosovo, Libya, Syria, etc. Dulles, after World War II, the US had a unique opportunity to establish a Marshall Plan in Africa like Europe and focus on economic development and partnership with the continent. Instead, the US saw Africa through the prism of geopolitical interests, as raw materials, and through the eyes of the multinational corporations that dealt with corrupt governments and leaders instead of the people's interests. Rice, similarly, after the Cold War, the US had the opportunity to establish economic footprints in Africa by dealing with individual nations and enacting programs for mutual benefit. Instead, the Clinton administration tried to conduct business in a wholesale fashion using regional economic communities led by anchor states. China took advantage of doing what the US should have done. Dulles, the US singular focus in Africa was the Soviet Union. It was not the long-term interests of the people or the pursuit of mutually beneficial strategies. For example, the US ignoring the will of the people led to the Soviet Union coming in and replacing the US presence in Ethiopia in 1974. Rice, misguided continuation of post-World War II policies, inabilities to enact mutually beneficial programs, and failure to understand the needs of the countries allowed others to come in and take advantage. Secretary John Foster Dulles and Ambassador Susan Rice. Perhaps one of the most striking similarities of these two periods is marked by the individuals that were behind the presidents and administrations who passionately pursued these policies. Both Secretary John F. Dulles and Ambassador Susan Rice were hawkish, willing to use force, intimidation, the UN, and all other international organizations to push their agendas. They went the distance to accomplish their missions, including the use of covert and overt missions. Both Dulles and Rice are similar in their inability to empathize with the people to whom they caused tremendous harm. No one can ever accuse Dulles and Rice of being humanitarian. These individuals served in various capacities of the U.S. Foreign Services Institution for a long time. They both served more than one president. Dulles's career span expanded from 1915 in Woodrow Wilson's presidency and served 7 presidents until Dwight Eisenhower in 1959. Though not as extensive as Dulles, Rice served under Presidents Clinton and Obama, 2 terms each, for 16 years. The time Dulles and Rice served provided them with ample experience, expertise, authority over their peers, allowing them to become the deciding voices on many issues. For example, because of her closeness to Obama, talking to Rice was by default like talking to Obama. Similarly, dealing with Dulles was like dealing with Eisenhower. The problem with relying heavily on such individuals is that ambitions play a role. And the arbitrary nature of their approach allows state actors like China, who have long-term agendas, to execute it with precision using unknown personalities and by making full use of their institutional disciplines. Today, the US is playing catch-up with China, not only in Africa but across the globe. China is developing relations with nations in Europe where the US once dominated using the European Union. There are similar developments in Africa with the African Union. China is dominating the world on many fronts. China is working with Israel on its Belt and Road Initiative. China is more present throughout Africa and has established economic relations that translate to political influence in Africa, Europe, Asia, and in North and South America. China has connected Europe economically in ways the US could not and thus diminished the US influences in Europe. The once dominant North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, no longer has the focus and impact. And more countries are taking ownership of their future, strengthening bilateral ties, and working regionally, independent from the US. How Donald Trump changed the course of history. The biggest problem for the US government is the inflexibility it has shown over the decades. It has so far been incapable to learn from its past mistakes and adapt to the constant global change. Since 1942, the US has made no policy changes. If we are to take China as an example, when one thinks of China in Africa or any other part of the world today, they are likely to think of China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. China's political, economic, military, diplomatic, and cultural activities are all tied and geared towards the BRI. Everyone involved knows this. In contrast, the US has been promoting democracy and human rights backed by carrots and sticks strategy. These are lofty ideals that require micromanagement that is hard to measure and have not proved successful. Plus, the return on investment has not been visible. What is even more problematic is that it is impossible to change these policies even when they have failed demonstrably. For 2 decades, the Eritrean community in the US lobbied the US Congress, and people in leadership positions to change their stances on US Eritrea policy, and to establish better relations with Eritrea. There was nothing Eritrea could have done short of giving up sovereignty. Former US diplomats and experts have urged the Obama and previous administrations to change their Eritrea policies and pleaded with these administrations to bring Eritrea out of the cold because they knew, in the end, it could spell disaster for the US interests in the region. Former Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, Ambassador Herman J. Hank Cohen, who was instrumental during Ethiopia's transitional period in 1991, advocated and lobbied the Bush and Obama administrations to change their policies. He even went public and wrote a piece titled, "Time to Bring Eritrea Out from the Cold," urging the Obama White House to form better relations with Eritrea. Ambassador Cohen was not alone. The late Ambassador Princeton Lyman, former ambassador to Nigeria, also said, "Ambassador Cohen is right that ending the conflict between Ethiopia and Eritrea is long overdue and would be of great benefit to both countries and the region. The same is true for better relations between Eritrea and the United States. There has been firm support for Eritrea in the U.S. Congress from both parties to normalize relations and stop the hostilities towards Eritrea. During the Bush years, when the United States House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa was chaired by the late Democrat Congressman Donald Payne of New Jersey, and during the Obama years, when a Republican Congressman Chris Smith, also from New Jersey, chaired the same subcommittee, both representatives asked these administrations to establish better ties with Eritrea, but to no avail. I have personally been engaged and active in many ways to help bring change. As a member of the Eritrean community in the Metro DC area for over 20 years, I have been a part of many campaigns. As part of our campaigns, I was tasked to conduct outreach programs that included reaching out to groups and individuals that could make a difference. In that assignment, my friend Sophia Tesfamariam, who is now serving as the Eritrean ambassador at the UN, and myself regularly conducted a variety of campaigns to help change U.S. policies of Eritrea. In that endeavor, Ambassador Sophie and I met Ambassador Cohen and discussed Eritrea-US relations at the end of Obama's second term. This was during the election campaign competition between Hillary Clinton and the now President Donald Trump. In the meeting, Ambassador Cohen told us, as long as Ambassador Susan Rice is in charge and in the White House, the U.S. policy on Eritrea will not change. He said, "The State Department and everyone wants to normalize relations, but as long as she is in control it will not happen." He said, "It is personal for her. Therefore, until a new leadership takes over nothing will change." As an Eritrean, I hoped and prayed for Trump to win. I did not want to see a continuation of the Obama and Rice policies that wreaked havoc throughout Africa and the world. I wanted to see the end to policies that led to the largest displacement of human beings in history. My prayers and the prayers of my fellow Eritreans, the peace-loving people of the region and the world, prevailed. Donald Trump became the president. And they proved Ambassador Cohen right. The developments moved in the fashion we expected. Eritrea and Ethiopia moved towards peace. After 20 years of unnecessary confrontations, President Isaias Afwerki of Eritrea and Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed of Ethiopia signed a peace agreement to implement the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission decision of 2002, to end the state of war, to promote comprehensive cooperation in the political, security, defense, economic, trade, investment, cultural and social fields based on complementarity and synergy. To develop joint investment projects, including the establishment of joint special economic zones. To promote regional and global peace, security, and cooperation. To combat terrorism and trafficking of people, arms, and drugs following international covenants and conventions. The people of Eritrea and Ethiopia reconnected on peaceful terms after 20 years of hostilities. A new era of cooperation and relations started in June 2018. They awarded the Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed the Nobel Peace Prize for the peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia. This took place under the leadership of President Trump, and it is a move that changed nearly a century-old policies. When President Trump took office, Ethiopia was on the brink. The continuous unrest had endangered and almost destabilized Ethiopia. Had the Trump administration pursued regime change against Eritrea using Ethiopia as the previous administrations have done, Ethiopia would have likely disintegrated. President Trump's moves were correct for many reasons. Only peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia could serve the long-term interests of the U.S. In partnership, Eritrea and Ethiopia can help facilitate U.S. interests in many areas that include security, trade, diplomacy, and many regional issues. President Trump was therefore right, when during a rally in Toledo, Ohio, he hinted that he deserved the Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. "I made a deal, I saved a country, and I just heard that the head of that country is now getting the Nobel Peace Prize for saving the country. I said, what, did I have something to do with it? Yeah, but you know, that's the way it is. As long as we know, that's all that matters. I saved a big war, I've saved a couple of them. Chapter 8. The Silver Lining. There were some positive aspects to the U.S. presence in Eritrea. The presence of America in Kagnew Station complemented the beauty of Asmara and added to the diversity that defines Eritrea. In the 1960s and 70s, Eritrea, especially Asmara, was a tourism and employment destination for people from Europe, the Middle East, and Africa who frequented the beautiful city. Asmara is a well-adorned city with boulevards full of shops, cafes, gelato places, and pasticcerias, Italian pastry cafes. The clean air and beauty in Eritrea are memorable. The cultural diversity and hospitality of the people was and remains unmatched. While most of the Americans lived in Kagnew Station Base, many also lived outside in homes they rented in the neighborhood. They made themselves at home and became integral members of the community, especially in the neighborhood bars and restaurants that they frequented close to the base. Some officers even married Eritrean women and brought their wives to the U.S. at the end of their tours. For those Americans who were assigned to Eritrea, relative to the Vietnam experience and other places around the world, Eritrea was heaven. They enjoyed the climate, the ease of life, the recreational facilities in Karen and Misawa, and the beautiful people. Thanks to social media, while I researched this book, I found Americans who served in Eritrea in Kagnew Station on a Kagnew Station Facebook page and asked to join the group. Fortunately, they allowed me into their room, and I found that they liked to share their beautiful stories and pictures. I connected with Mr. Pat P. Pipes and asked him to share his story and experiences in Eritrea. I am incredibly grateful to Pat that he was kind enough to share his story and the wonderful pictures of his experiences in Eritrea. He even wrote a story to share. My stay in Eritrea was an adventure of a lifetime. I experienced the generosity of the Eritrean people when I was not expecting it. During my stay, I walked all over that rich, historical landscape taking hundreds of pictures. It was a land of incredible beauty I will never forget. The diverse culture was stimulating, and it made a lasting impression on my life. I was never close to my religion until I witnessed the devotion of God in daily life. The experience humbled me. I walked the streets of Asmara out to the city edge where I saw the surrounding mountains. I felt close to God. I met so many smart people and they were so nice to me. I have not fallen in love like that since. The city was beautiful with its palm-lined boulevards. I noticed all the major world religions were close neighbors, and they got along. Quite a different story as I view the present world scene. I think about my Bella Asmara to this day. My wishes are only a fleeting dream. Out past the city near the plateau edge overlooking the Misawa Road was a monument surrounded by stone and overgrown with grass and weeds. The plaque inscription was dated 1935, stating on this spot the Queen of Sheba. I felt like I was standing on holy land. In the week before Christmas in 1972, I was producing an international children's Christmas show with all the schools in Asmara. A few days earlier, I was at the mountain's edge near dusk taking pictures of the huge crosses, when the unexpected happened. A tall holy man appeared around a large stone, surprising me. His voice was deep, and he spoke the King's English. He wished me Merry Christmas, and we fell into a discussion about God. We had so much in common. I told him about my TV holiday plans. He gave me his tacit approval and spoke more about God and our beliefs. After 30 minutes, he left, walking over the edge of the plateau down a narrow path and soon disappeared. I have never met such a powerful figure in my life, and while walking back as darkness was settling, I had the incredible thought I had truly spoken to an incredible man of faith. To this day, I can still hear his voice. Down through the years on Christmas Eve, I revisit this encounter at the edge of the plateau. I still can feel the wind blowing and hearing a voice I will never forget. In the 70s, at the height of the US presence, Eritrea was an already culturally rich international city. In Asmara, the movie theaters showed Italian, Indian, and Western movies all the time. The newspapers in Eritrea were full of advertising for entertainment and movies. They were posted on poles, billboards, on street walls, and in cafes throughout. Eritreans love Western movies and actors. They knew the famous actors by name and celebrated them. The people knew and admired actors like Giuliano Gemma, Lee Van Cleef, and others. The influences of Western films and actors on clothing, lifestyle, and conversations were unmistakable. In Eritrea, people had access to news, information, and music readily available using shortwave radios from the countries in the region. I remember my father running to his Philips shortwave radio to search stations on the airwaves to listen to news from distinct parts of the Arab world. We had access to Egyptian, Sudanese, Italian, Somali, Ethiopian news, and music. Sudanese music is amongst their favorites. Singers like Mohammed Wardi were extremely popular. As a result, Eritrea had abundant cultural influences. The American presence in Asmara brought a unique element that made a profound impact on the lifestyle and life of the people. It had influenced the way Eritreans view and understand American culture, sports, movies, and music. The Kagnu base was not imposing, and it looked more like a gated community in the city's heart, rather than a military base. The presence of Americans in Asmara was subtle. They lived a low-key life by design because they were aware of the issues and the sensitivities of their presence. Eritrea, especially the city of Asmara, was not strange to Westerners. Many foreigners lived in Eritrea, and the servicemen and women did not act like the military, so they blended in nicely. However, on the radio and television, the American presence was striking. Kagnu station had a TV station that broadcasted a variety of entertainment programs and news straight from the US regularly. They aired shows like Bonanza, Little House on the Prairie, Star Trek, Mod Squad, basketball, etc. Since most people didn't have TV, friends and family who owned a TV set shared them. We gathered in homes and huddled to watch these shows regularly. I have never watched TV as intensely as I did since then. Kagnu station, the AM radio program, was the most popular station in Asmara with the youth. It rivaled the local stations. Nearly all the kids preferred Kagnu station, loved the music, and were influenced by it profoundly. They bought and exchanged American popular music. I remember, my older brothers bought singles tracks of American popular songs and played them on turntables. The variety of music they played reflected music that Kagnu station played. Kagnu played a good deal of music. They played popular and classical music that the youth in Asmara loved. They played Marvin Gaye 1 minute and rock and roll immediately after. They played country, blues, and classic rock one after another continuously. The youth in Asmara knew by heart and sang along songs like Country Road, by John Denver, Lobos, I'd Love You to Want Me, and Funky Good Time by James Brown. The DJs on Kagnu station switched the genres frequently. As a result, youth were familiar with almost all the popular Western musicians of the time. The Beatles, Joe Simon, Led Zeppelin, Bobby King, James Ingram, Etta James, and Aretha Franklin were popular in Asmara in their heyday. The music and cultural influence of Kagnu painted an image of the United States in the minds of the youth. Songs like Indian Reservation by Paul Revere and the Raiders made Ace Marinos wonder about the lives of Native Americans in the U.S., while songs such as Inner City Blues by Marvin Gaye depicted the lives of Black Americans. The Jackson 5 were hugely popular. Nearly all the kids in Asmara wanted to look like the Jacksons. Afro hairstyles were popular. Having lived in the US for decades now, I know that Kagnu exposed me to more variety of music than the average American kid of the time. Kagnu station made Ace Marinos curious about life in America. It gave them a glimpse into the American way of life. In 1973, when Cinemaroma in Asmara showed a concert movie, What Stacks, an event that was held in commemoration of the 1965 Los Angeles What's riots at the Los Angeles Coliseum, people flocked to see it. For days, people lined in the queue to watch the popular concert movie that featured major action heroes like Richard Roundtree, Isaac Hayes, and many more artists. At the time I was very young, but the memories lived with me. The stories, experiences, the lives of the people in the movie remain etched in my memories. It made me, and I am sure many Eritreans identify with black people in America. It was incredible to watch popular artists take part in this huge public event that touched millions with their songs. Songs like If Loving You Is Wrong by Luther Ingram, and Superfly by Curtis Mayfield. Growing up, everywhere we turned, the US was present in our lives. The walls that fenced Cagnew Station were the walls that divided my junior high school, Haile Selassie First, with the base. I remember when we got out on a break, played outside on the playground, and ran around, some American servicemen and women watched us from their compounds as music from the station played in the background. One thing that I know for sure, my musical palette expanded at a young age. I was exposed to many types of music that shaped how I understand and consumed it throughout my life. I love my traditional and modern Eritrean music. It has also exposed me to Somali, Sudani, Ethiopian, Italian, and Arabic music. Cagnew Station added a different dimension to my musical palette. I now have an appetite to listen to a variety of musical genres in part because of the exposure to Cagnew Station. When I first arrived in the US, I felt most people knew all the songs and musicians that we loved growing up. But I found that there were genres in the US, a concept I was not too familiar with. I found out there were rock and roll, blues, jazz, soul, country, and folk music stations. I also found that race was partly divided by music. I found that few black people went to rock and roll and country concerts. That made me realize that growing up without a musical filter, I can relate to people with different musical interests. The presence of Americans in Eritrea was a unique moment that exposed America to Eritreans because they shared their lives. The servicemen and women in the base lived as if they lived in the US. The news broadcasts, the music played, and the life they lived on the base mimicked life in the US. Cagnew shared information in real time. Eritreans heard the assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr. broadcasted as if it were in the US. On happier occasions, Cagnew celebrated as if they were at home in the US. During the 4th of July, they opened the base to the public. The Independence Day fireworks display was spectacular. Cagnew Station was an integral part of the lives of Eritreans. It provided employment that supported countless Eritrean families. Mothers who worked on the bases as housemaids and babysitters, for example, supported many members of their families who lived in the villages. What this goes to show, is that the most profound and persisting relatively positive legacy of the US in Eritrea had to do with cultural exchanges, music, arts, and the bread and butter issues. After the Ethiopian military regime took over and forced the Americans out of Eritrea, the only memorable legacy the US left in Eritrea were the memories associated with Cagnew Station. In the aftermath of the Soviet Union, Eritrea gained independence and established relations with the US. The US could have harnessed the cultural, musical, and public relations it established decades earlier. Instead, administration after another opted to ignore the history. Meanwhile, China establishes cultural ties throughout Africa. As an Eritrean American, these are perspectives that we can share with our fellow Americans to learn and grow from. Instead, they force Eritreans to yet again defend Eritrea from Washington's flawed policies that can't see further than its noses. The price of inaction. Since 1942, the people of Eritrea have faced the wrath of US machinations. The challenges have been daunting, immense, and lasted for decades. The greatest world power, the US, and Ethiopia applied these pressures to defeat the people of Eritrea. Everything the US has done until this point was designed, First, to deny the people of Eritrea independence, and after Eritrea won the hard-fought independence in 1991, to undermine it. As the most powerful nation, the US controls major aspects of the international system. It dominates the global security, diplomatic, economic, and political agendas of the world. Although now it is being challenged by other powers, up until now the US has been the unchallenged authority of the global agendas that determine the lives of billions around the world. In Eritrea, the US agendas were and remain control and dominance. For Eritrea, it was a fight for survival. Eritreans were fighting to save themselves and the nation. Eritreans were forced to fight on many fronts at the same time. They had to fight militarily, economically, diplomatically, politically, and in the public relations arena. While at war and under constant pressure, Eritrea had to maintain massive armed forces, feed the people, provide healthcare services and education, and maintain a civic order throughout the nation. It also had to maintain its internal security and stability while trying to position the nation for the future. Eritrea had to develop infrastructure, to provide water in an environment prone to drought and establish sustainable agriculture to feed a nation under sanctions. At the same time, because Eritrea was wrongly accused of many human rights violations, Eritrean communities abroad were forced to defend against these false smears and demonization campaigns. These campaigns were being waged by various rights organizations that coordinated with Washington. They are supported and funded by Western governments and institutions. These are massive Western pseudo-rights organizations with unlimited resources that have abilities to wage campaigns and mobilize opposition around the world. With unlimited access to the mainstream media, they present unchallenged narratives to the international community. For over half a century, Eritrean communities abroad have played key roles in support of the struggle while promoting the Eritrean cause. They have demonstrated by action that they are the backbone of Eritrea on so many levels. They support their families and their nation at the same time, with the same energy because they believe that Eritrea is a family and because they know that they are the ambassadors and saviors of their nation. For decades since the early days of the struggle, Eritreans abroad have gathered to express their unity, love for their nation, and each other during the annual festivals, Independence Day, Martyrs' Day, and other national events and celebrations that are dear to Eritreans. These rights groups have targeted the Eritrean communities abroad and waged major campaigns to disrupt their gathering and to stop their support for Eritrea using many unsavory tactics. They attacked the Eritrean way of life in an attempt to stop it. They tried to break the strength of the Eritrean people, their unity at every level. Every aspect of the Eritrean way of life abroad was under attack. These include Eritrean values, cultural norms, ethnicities, religion, regions, music, and art. It was an all-out assault. They have also targeted the money Eritreans send their families. Eritrean communities abroad had no choice but to defend Eritrea and their way of life against all unjustified, unsubstantiated accusations and allegations at the United Nations, European Union, African Union, and in Geneva. In this period and environment, all Eritreans could do was put out the fires everywhere. They diverted their resources and focused on the defense of Eritrea on many fronts. They were engaged in damage control. Ultimately, Eritrea prevailed. They lifted the sanctions. There is a fresh attitude in Washington. For the first time in over 20 years, there appears to be an amicable approach towards Eritrea for all the right reasons. It is, therefore, time to find the damages, assess, repair, and move on. The goal was to save Eritrea. To keep the values, cultural norms, and regional harmony that thrives in Eritrea. To maintain the legacies that sustained Eritrea in its darkest moments. To preserve unity and strong national identity. Kudos to the people of Eritrea because they survived, maintained, and saved Eritrea against all odds. The price of national defense. When a nation faces as much challenge as the people of Eritrea have been subjected to endure for a long time, it is natural to suffer collateral damage. For over 20 years, Eritrea was unwillingly engaged in symmetric and asymmetric warfare. We have to remember, when the minority Tigray People's Liberation Front declared war on Eritrea in 1998, Eritrea was only 5 years old as a free nation. Relatively, in nation-building terms, Eritrea was a newborn infant. No nation on earth can fully develop to a point of being able to withstand sustained assaults for over 2 decades and stand to tell about. War binds a nation. A nation at war is more likely to lose industries and people. While at war, it is difficult to build a nation, establish the tourism and hospitality industries, and to market a nation effectively. It is difficult to nurture the skills and talents of workers. It is hard to develop talents in sports, music, theater, cultural activities, etc. Similarly, because of the war, the Eritrean communities abroad were forced to prioritize and only focus on issues that can help save their nation. It forced them to support their families who cannot support themselves because they don't have jobs. They also had to fight false narratives and misrepresentation of facts about everything Eritrea. They fought against vilifications in schools, institutions, and places of worship. Eritrean families in Western nations had to fight against schools that taught elementary grade students that Eritrea is the North Korea of Africa. In colleges all over the US, Eritrean students are actively being recruited to vilify Eritrea. In think tanks and political institutions of Western countries, anti-Eritrean voices are provided a center stage to spew unchallenged lies. They accorded a small vocal minority that claims to represent Eritrean interests, major platforms to make a case against Eritrea at the UN and other institutions with the sole aim, to vilify Eritrea. This vocal minority hijacked the cause, and the voices of the majority. They gave them access to the White House, the State Department, and the halls of the US Congress. In contrast, they shunned and sidelined the silent majority. The real stakeholders that regularly visit Eritrea, those who support their families, their government, and those who volunteer to promote the Eritrean cause. They rebuked and threatened intellectuals and academia who supported the government of Eritrea with their careers. These campaigns were rampant. In churches around the world, they falsely accused Eritrea of being anti-Christian when, in fact, Eritreans are God-fearing people. It is a country where Muslims and Christians live side by side in harmony. Eritrea has been and remains a center of religion. Eritrea is rich with the history of religion because that is where the religions of Islam and Christianity trace their beginnings. The daily challenges Eritreans faced were countless. But they fought back hard because the name of the country they love, the country they fought hard to free and died for, Eritrea was dragged to the mud in the worst light. They fought to stop the bleeding, to challenge the misinformation with facts, and fought for survival alone. Over the last 22 years, there has been a deliberate attempt to alter history, an attempt to denigrate and present the wrong accounts of Eritrean history. The anti-Eritrea elements and institutions have released books designed to misinform and to entice Eritrean youth to revolt against their government. They claim, historically, Eritrea never existed, and that it is not viable as a nation after having shut down the economy with sanctions. These attacks are designed to create wrong perceptions about Eritrea, to instill doubt and fear of association. They want professionals who support the government to be discouraged from officially supporting Eritrea for fear of being labeled enablers of tyranny. All these steps have one ultimate goal, to justify military actions and to re-annex Eritrea one more time. These enemies understood to fight Eritrea you must also fight Eritrean communities all over. So, they made everything hard for Eritreans. They made it hard to send money and to fly to Eritrea. They knew that Eritreans are the #1 tourists of Eritrea and they restricted flights and closed all banking activities with Eritrea. These were the roadblocks and hurdles that the people of Eritrea overcame. In this environment, it is almost impossible to cut through the negative voices and provide excellent information about the positive developments in Eritrea. It becomes difficult to promote Eritrea while at war. It is also impossible for Eritreans to help develop their nation when the nation is on a survival mode suffering from shortages. I asked my lovely niece Musit Nazgi to review this piece and she wrote me back saying this is what it means in biblical terms. Musit said, "This reminds me of the book of Nehemiah. Eritrea's self-reliance to build the country vs. Nehemiah's plight to build the walls of Jerusalem. When the people said, 'Let us arise and build,' the incremental schemes and intensity of the deterring mechanisms of the opposition started to unfold. The opposition will always use these bullying scripts and implementation to the letter. Number 1, they will mock, scorn, despise and show indignation. Number 2, they will conspire to fight against to hinder. When this is not working. Number 3, call for meetings with plenty of messengers to destruct, occupy, and to waste time. Number 4, they will hire trusted kin, as an advisor or assassin, to do their bidding. The tactics and schemes of any opposition are old but repackaged to suit the era it serves. As the wisest king in the history of humankind once told, "The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun." Eccle 1:9. The good news. For those who struggle earnestly, for those who toil and sacrifice striving to achieve something, it is only a matter of time until the hard work pays off. The struggle the people of Eritrea waged for freedom spans 3 generations. After the US and Britain collaborated to bring Ethiopia to Eritrea, it mired the two countries in conflicts that lasted for over 70 years. On July 2, 2018, the governments of Eritrea and Ethiopia signed a peace agreement. For Eritreans, this achievement means 2 things. Eritrea withstood unparalleled hostilities and wars by continuous Ethiopian rulers fully funded and supported by major powers led by the US. The people of Eritrea consider this as the second best achievement after the independence of Eritrea. For the first time in over 70 years since World War II, Eritrea and Ethiopia agreed to make peace, to cooperate on many areas towards common goals, and work to develop not only the 2 countries but the entire region. This means, for the first time in their history, the people of Eritrea can devote their resources, brainpower, energy, and focus on developing Eritrea. For the first time, there is hope that the billions of dollars spent on national defense and the youth that was forced to stand on guard to defend their nation can now go back to live regular lives and seek the Eritrean dream that eluded them for a long time. That also means the Eritrean communities abroad can focus their attention on helping Eritrea realize its dreams. They have opportunities to correct the false narratives, to educate the world about Eritrea, to help promote and make Eritrea a greater nation. They have splendid opportunities to play ambassadors as they have for decades and reintroduce Eritrea to the world. To reach out to those who have had the wrong understanding of Eritrea and re-educate them. This is what this book is all about. As part of the research, when I reached out to the American servicemen and women who served in Eritrea, their reaction pleasantly surprised me. It affirmed my belief that if we work together, we can collectively become a force for peace, an engine that connects the US and Eritrea. This book has been a revelation for me. I have been able to learn about the history of Eritrea, based on research that I conducted. For a long time, I have been getting conflicting information about the Federation and the events that led to the annexation of Eritrea. I have asked about the Federation process to educated professionals, doctors, professors, and older individuals who grew up and were educated in that era. What I uncovered is that most of what they said was based on stories they heard when they were young. They also cited books and articles written by Westerners that had no interest in entertaining the interests of the people. What I also uncovered is that Eritreans like to tell stories but not write them. That is unacceptable today because it is denying future generations the truth. This book started out as the first chapter in a book I am writing about Eritreans' communities abroad, which I intend to release soon. But as I got deep into the subject, I had to give it as much attention because it is a critical part of Eritrean history. What this shows is that we have not touched many areas of Eritrean history. For example, there is little or no literature about the British military administration of Eritrea. The history of Italy in Eritrea is untouched. Similarly, there are various angles of the Ethiopian experiences in Eritrea. Considering the misrepresentations that we have seen, it troubles me to see a few Eritreans are engaged in exploring their history and documenting it. Today, thanks to technology, we don't have to go to Rome to research archives of the Italian colonial legacy of Eritrea. We can do it from the comfort of our homes. The people of Eritrea, especially those who are outside the country, have an obligation to the future generation of Eritreans, and above all, to the martyrs that gave life to give us the lives we have today. Acknowledgements. I strongly believe that Eritrea is a family. That is how it has been for decades, and this is how Eritreans live. The lives of Eritreans revolve around Eritrea. The love Eritreans have for their country and each other is unmatched, and every Eritrean has a role to play. Ever since the days of the struggle for independence, and after the 3-year wars that started in 1998, and the no war no peace situation that lasted 18 years, the Eritreans have shown unparalleled dedication and graciousness for their country with energy, love, time, and money. We witness the best manifestation of this during Eritrean events. In every Eritrean event, you see Eritreans coming to life. They take part fully, doing all that they can to ensure the events are successful. You see it year after year and every day. That is how Eritreans live their lives. In a calendar year, Eritreans celebrate Independence Day, honor and commemorate Martyrs' Day, enjoy the annual Eritrean festivals, celebrate September 1st, the start of the Eritrean struggle for independence. They celebrate New Year and the liberation of Massawa. Also, they celebrate their religious holidays. In all these events, Eritreans gather in large numbers and enjoy it as one. These gatherings are successful year after year because of the people's participation and contribution. This shows us why, and how Eritrean achieved collective success without outside help for decades. No contribution is small. It is humbling to see children selling raffle tickets, reading poems, acting, singing, dancing, and taking part in various activities passionately. Mothers cooking all night long to feed thousands, setting tables, entertaining, working the doors as security of events voluntarily, and on and so forth. It is a show of force, a demonstration of unity. It is an example of what harmonious focus towards one goal, with a purpose and a mission looks like. For years, people thanked me, encouraged me for writing articles, and for my small contributions. I am grateful for their support, and it is their support that motivates me to do more. But whenever they gave me praises, I always think about the mothers who stay up all night to cook and to make sure all the food and drinks are ready for the next day. I think about all the sacrifices that everyone makes to ensure that Eritrea stands. My role does not differ from theirs. It is just one small part. I like to remind them of that. Eritrea is a home and a family. If you subtract anything from a home, it loses balance, and if you take more, it loses its meaning. Eritrea succeeds because of the contribution of all Eritreans, and no matter where they live, all Eritreans are a part of the family. That is a big reason for the overall success of Eritrea. When Eritrean youth struggled to bring independence and fought to defend their nation, it is the collective approach to struggle that led to success. When war broke out in 1998, it was heartwarming to see a 7-year-old child chase a truck full of youth going to the battlefront to hand them water and food. Kids all over the world did many fundraising activities to support Eritrea. In the US, Eritrean kids throughout were washing cars to raise funds. That is what you witness in Eritrea. I would like to acknowledge the love, dedication, hard work, and sacrifices of all Eritreans. Above all, I acknowledge those who gave life and struggled to bring victory. I have been writing for a long time. Writing is difficult. It requires time, commitment, focus, and research. Writing this book especially was hard because of COVID-19, and some difficult circumstances we faced as a family. It demands a lot of patience and sacrifices. I am blessed to have firm support from my patient wife, Fruinai Sulu, who stood strong and supported me through a tough time as I pursued this important project. Without her support and love, this would not have been possible. I would also like to thank the following who have shown incredible support for writing the book. Dr. Birhihap Georges, for his friendship, for going through the initial draft and challenging me with facts, for providing input and direction, for his perspective and candid discussions on many issues. I would like to thank one of the outstanding leaders of the Eritrean community abroad, the beloved WAERO Lioness, Ambassador Sophia Tesfamariam. Sophie and I have worked on many issues for a long time. Over the years, I have learned that every community needs a steady hand. God has blessed Eritrea with many lions and lionesses that help the community navigate and sail through tough times. Sophie is one of them. I am blessed to have shared the journey alongside her. I am also grateful to Sophie for her support, for sharing her viewpoints and comments with me. In life, you need people who support and believe in you. For me, that person is my favorite niece Izze, Musit Nazgi. Musit is always by my side, supporting me, lifting me, and guiding me. She is and has been my backbone, counsel, and in this case the editor-in-chief. She followed this project from the beginning and saw it through to the end, even though she is juggling family and career. She and her husband Sadal Radi made time to go through the document diligently, gave input and support. Tesfaye Abraha, Wedi Asbu for his continuous support on this and on many other articles I have written over the years. Tesfaye keeps me real. He gives me insightful comments and corrects me honestly when he sees something that made little sense. I value his input, honesty, and friendship. Mike'sum is genuine and supportive. Over the years, Mike has been one pillar of the Eritrean community, dedicated and helpful. Mike's contribution to our community is non-stop. I am grateful for the close friendship, for his encouragement, for going through the process with me, for his insight and contributions. Dr. Tesfaye Aradam, thank you for your support and guidance for being a leader of our community. Your contributions are historic. Hadnat Kalita, Isaias Tesfamariam, Dawid Hab, the author of Gratitude in Low Voices, for their insight, for guidance, encouragement, and support. And I would like to thank Mousa Aaron for his continuous support, his kindness, and for sharing his brilliant pictures with me. Sam Abrams and at Era History for all your insightful articles. I would like to thank my family, and especially my brother, one of the best former Eritrean soccer players, Tesfaye Georges, aka Kaka, his wife Abeba, and my sister Abeba for their support and encouragement. Heartfelt thank you to Ted Pollard, grandson of Commander Edward Ellsberg, commissioned by the United States Navy, USN, to salvage the massive wrecks and make the naval base in Missouri reusable, for sharing wonderful pictures compiled by his grandfather in Eritrea after World War II. Thank you, Mr. Pat P. Pipes, for sharing your story and all the pictures of Kagnew Station. I would like to thank all the members of the Metro DC area Eritrean community and all Eritreans around the world for all the support you have given me over the years, by standing with me as I stood by you. For a wonderful journey, we traveled together as one. I would also like to thank my friends Haile Gabriel, Fusam Abraha, and their families for standing with us in tough times. I am always thankful for Alex Taki, for his brilliant insight and direction. Above all, I thank the higher power for empowering me to go through this journey.